Today we are going to build an Airbnb clone, and you know what? This is the most in-depth video I've ever shared on YouTube. Today we will learn so much that I even created a list to not forget what we will actually cover today. To get started, we'll use the newest tech on the market, which means Next.js 14 with the app router. We will learn how to make streaming, suspense boundaries, pending states work. We'll also then start styling our application with Tailwindcss and Shadcn UI widgets and styled and accessible component library which builds on Radix UI. Then we'll go over and make one of the most fundamentally important steps and make authentication work. And for that, my kind friends at Kinde actually sponsored today's video to make authentication for us very easy. So thanks for that. Then we will actually go over, make the listing capabilities work so that each user can create a listing. Then we'll make the index page work so that we can see the listings. We will then use streaming to actually make it more fluid. We'll make a search navigation. We'll make a filter navigation bar. Then we'll create a home page of the home where we see more info. Then we'll actually also see a map. We will see a calendar to make a reservation. We will be able to favorite our homes. We will then create multiple pages to see our homes, to see our favorites, and also to see the reservations which we made. All of this will be covered in this free video. So now let's check out the demo which I created to actually see what you will build in this video. So now let's actually dive into the demo and let's go. Alright, you now see on my screen what we built today. So this is currently the index page. On top we have our navbar with the logo, the search modal. I can click on that, and then also the user nav right here. And then right here we now have a filter bar where, for example, click on beach. You then see we have a pending state and it tells me we have no categories. I can then click on historic homes, for example. Then you see a pending state and our listing card right here. I can then favorite a home. We have a pending state, and then you see this has now been added to my favorites. I can now click on my user nav, click on my favorites, and you will now see the home right here. I can again unfavorite it, it will be now unfavorited, and you don't see it anymore right here. I can now click on a listing item if I want to. You will see I will get redirected to have a pending state, and now you see it right here. I also now have a calendar right here, and you also see that I already made a reservation, and that's why I can right here book the 20th up to the 24th. If I now, for example, click on my reservations, you now see right here that this is currently reserved. I can now make another reservation, so I will reserve this home right here now. I will click on the 20th tip up to the 24th, click on make a reservation. I have a pending state, I'll get redirected, and if I click now on my reservations, you now see I made 2 reservations. If I click now on this home again, you see I can't make a reservation anymore for these dates. So yeah, this is quite cool. I can also create a home right here. I can click on Airbnb your home. You'll see I get redirected to this page. I can now choose a category right here, create a small description right here. Then I can click right here on next and then choose a country once I get redirected. So right here I will now choose just one country and click on next. I will now get redirected, and now you see the home right here. I can now also click on it again. I have a pending state, and now I have my small description, also the title, and I can again make a reservation. So yeah, that's what we'll build. And now I hope you enjoyed this video. So now let's go. Alright, to get started, I will cd into my desktop directory, cd into my YouTube directory, and I'll run npx create -next-app at latest to install the latest package of Next.js. The CLI will now ask me a few names, so I will name it Airbnb-YouTube. Then I will of course use TypeScript, I will use ESLint, I will use Tailwind. I won't use the source directory because I will use the app router, and then I won't customize my default import alias, and now the installation will take a bit, and once it's done, I will come back. The CLI has now finally installed our Next.js project, and I can now open it in VS Code. So if I head over to VS Code, you already see I already opened the project, and if you want to do the same, you can go on File right here and then click on Open Folder. But right now I think it's not quite zoomed in for you guys. I think this should look a bit better. And you right now just see the default template that Next.js ships with. And I think the first thing we should do right now is actually start our dev server and see what the template actually ships. So I will open my terminal with Command J, or either on top on terminal and new terminal. And then inside of here I run npm run dev to start my dev server on localhost 3000. Okay, so the dev server has now started, and now you see the template that Next.js ships with. Let me actually zoom in a bit, and yeah, You see we have dark mode, and just in default index page, it does not look good, or actually it looks nice, but that's not what we want. So let's change that. The first thing we can do is go in our app folder. Let me close my terminal, go inside of the page.tsx, and this is now the template that you see right here. I can right now delete everything inside of the return statement since I actually don't need that. And then instead of that, let's just say h1 and let's say hello from the index page. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. And now you see hello from the index page with a black background. Now, the problem I have with that is I don't want to have a black background. I want to have a white background color. So how do I do that? Well, actually, if you go in the app folder and then go inside of the globals.css file, you see right here we have again some styles created by Next.js, but we don't need them actually. All we need is these add Tailwind classes, but everything after that is actually not needed for our project. So I will just delete that and just leave the add Tailwind classes to make Tailwind CSS work. So if you now save that actually and go back, you now see we have a white background color with this black text. So you see this fully works now, and we can now actually start with creating our application. Now, what will we use to actually style our application? So currently we use Tailwind CSS as you see, but Tailwind CSS is not enough. We need a component library. And now there are multiple choices you could use like Mantine, Material UI, and I don't know what there's else, but we'll use something very nice, which is Shadcn UI. So let me head over to ui.shadcn.com. So I'm now at the ui.shadcn.com website, and Shadcn UI is just a component library. It builds on Radix UI, and Radix UI is a non-styled accessible component library. And then Shadcn UI takes these accessible but non-styled components and styles them to make them actually look very nice, as you see right here in this example. So I will right here click on docs, click on installation, and now we have a few guides to actually, I guess, create or embed Shadcn UI in our project. And we use Next.js, so I will click on Next.js, and now we have a quick start guide. And I actually already did step 1, this is to install Next.js. So we can go to step 2 and run the CLI to install Shadcn. So I will use npm, let's go back, let me open my terminal. I will right here use a new terminal field with this plus icon. Let me actually make it a bit bigger right here, and then let me just paste the CLI command right here. The CLI will now ask us a few questions. So first of all, we'll use the default style. We will use slate as a base color. We will use CSS variables. And now this is already done. Everything else is already inferred from our project. So this looks quite nice. Let's scroll down. What else do we need? That looks all fine. I think we could now do actually the first thing, and that's install our first component. And let's actually right here just copy this button component. So I will copy the installation command, again npm, and let me just paste it inside of here. This now just installs the button component. And what you'll see right here is if you actually close everything, if you collapse everything in that case, you right here now have a components folder. And then inside of this components folder, you will see that all of your Shadcn UI components will live inside of there. So right here we have now our button.tsx. So this is our button component. You see right here we import Radix UI. So again, the non-styled components. And then we just style them right here as you see. So this is very cool, since if you want to, you can change everything to your liking, but I will just use the default styles as they are right here. And that's because we then have some sort of a design system. Now, one thing we could do right now is actually test out the buttons. So I will go in the app folder, in the page.tsx, and then instead of returning this h1, let's create a return a div element, and then inside of here I will import our button component from our components. Now it's very important that you import everything from your components and not from Radix UI, or else you won't see the styles. Now inside of here I can just say hello from the index page, something like that. Let's go back, let's go to our page, and now you see the button. But now we have a problem. So the background color of this button is this grayish, bluish color, I can't even tell you. But if you go to the Airbnb website, you'll see that the default color of Airbnb is this, I don't know, pinkish, rose, red color. And we want to do the same. So there are now two options we could do. Either A, we write our own CSS variables and then just create the colors, which is very time consuming. Or we could just go right here to the Shadcn UI website, go to themes and choose our theme. And the nice thing right here is they have a rose theme. And now the color is not one-to-one to the Airbnb color, but it's almost the same. So that's why we'll use it right here. I can click on copy code, and then right here, I will just copy that. Now, it's very important right here in the globals.css file, the only thing we want to delete right now is everything inside of this add layer base. So I want to leave the add Tailwind classes, and I want to leave this add layer base on the bottom. I just want to delete this add layer base in the middle and then paste what I've just copied. If I now go back to our project, you now see that the color has changed to this rose color, and now it almost looks like the Airbnb color, which is very, very cool. So since we have now figured that out, I think we can actually start with styling or creating our project. And now what's the first thing we have always in a website? Well, it's a navbar. So I think let's actually create the navbar first of all. For that, let me go back, and then right here inside of the app folder, I will create a components folder. Now there's only one thing, right? We have right here one component folder, and then again right here a component folder. Now a few people would or could say that they don't like this look, or it isn't clean architecture, or whatever they will say. I personally prefer it like that, because then inside of this components folder, I just store all of my Shadcn components, and then inside of this components folder, I will just store everything which is needed for our project. So inside of here, I can now create a new component called navbar.tsx, and inside of here, how do we always start? Well, we have to export in function. So let's actually do an export function navbar. This should be uppercase, not lowercase. And let me open that function. Now inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's start with the nav element, not a div element like everyone does. Let's do a class name, let's do W of full, and let's do a border of bottom. Let's right here just say h1 hello from the navbar. Let me save that, let's go back. And what do you see? Well, you don't see the navbar. And why is that? Well, it's quite simple. Currently our navbar is just a component, which means that this component is currently not rendered anywhere. So what we have to do is render this component somewhere in a file, and then it will show up right here. Now there are two options. Either A, we just render it in the default page.tsx, so in the index page, or what I want to do is actually persist the navbar on all routes. And for that, I can actually embed it right here inside of our layout.tsx file. And then this layout file will actually wrap all of our files. And then if I show the navbar above the children, you will always see it on the top. So above the children right here, I can import now the navbar from our components. This is in self-closing tags. And if I now go back, you now see hello from the navbar. So this looks quite nice, and we can now continue. So let me go back to the navbar component. And let me close that. Let's delete our h1. I don't need that. Let's create a new div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be flex, items, which will be center, justify, which will be between, container. Let's also do mx of auto, padding x of 5 to give it a bit of padding on the horizontal side. On larger devices, we'll give it a padding x of 10, and then also a padding y of 5 to have padding on the y-axis. Then inside of here, I will now just create a link. So we'll use the link component provided by Next.link, or that's where we import that from. Now, what's the difference between the link component and the A tag? Well, the link component actually has a few benefits. So first of all, client-side routing. This is just a nice UI UX improvement, or I would say an UX improvement, not really an UI improvement. And also, for example, it provides prefetching. So with the A tag or the normal link tag, I guess, you don't get, first of all, prefetching, but you also don't get client-side navigation. So what will happen is that the page will always create a completely new refresh, I guess. So it will refresh the page every time you navigate. So yeah, that's why we use the link component. I can now delete the A tag again, and then let's open that. And now right here we get an error. And what's the error? Well, the error is that we are missing an href property. So our link component has to know where we navigate to. So let's give it an href, and the href will just be slash, since I want to navigate to the index page. Now inside of the link component, I will import the image component again from next/image. Now, what's the difference between the image component and the image tag? Well, it's a good question. So if you go to the docs, you can actually read about it yourself. So the Next.js image component, first of all, extends the image tag. So the image component as a base layer still actually builds on top of the image tag. So nothing actually gets lost. Then what's the benefit of using the image component then? Well, you have size optimization, you have visual stability, you have faster page loads, and you have asset flexibility. So that's why I will use the image component right here. And now we of course also have to pass in source. Now, where do we get our source from? Well, currently, if you open our Explorer, go in the public folder right here, you see we don't have any files. So I will now import a few files, and what I want you to do is go to my GitHub, download the repo, and then just copy the images and paste them in your public folder. So you now see I've imported 2 images, so these are just the logos, first of all a desktop logo, and then also a mobile logo. And now let's actually import these images right here on the top. So let's first of all import our desktop image. So let's do import desktop logo from //public, and this will be desktop right here. Then let's also import mobile logo from //public, and this will be then be Airbnb mobile. Now right here for the first image, I can now pass this source. This will be the desktop logo. Let's also give it an alt. This will just be desktop logo. Let's also give it a class name, which will just be width of 32. Let's see how that looks like actually. So I will go back, and now you see the logo right here, which looks quite nice. But now there's one thing, if I actually go to a mobile device, so if I make it smaller right here, you will now see that the logo is just a bit too big in my opinion. So what I want to do is, if we're on a mobile device, I want to actually just render the small icon. So let me again make it a bit bigger for you guys. Let's actually go back to the code, and then what we can do now for the class name is give it a hidden element, and if we're just on an LG device, we'll give it a block. So what that means is if we are on a larger device, as we are right now, you see the logo. But if I make it smaller again, you now see no logo anymore. So now what we have to do is actually now render the small logo on small devices, and then everything else should work as it is right now. So under this image component, let me again use the image component. For the source, we'll give it the mobile logo. For the alt, I will give mobile logo. Let's also give it a class name. And now for the class name, we'll do block, so it will be shown. Then on LG devices, it will be hidden. And let's also give it a width, and the width will just be 12. Let's see how that looks like. And if I now make it smaller, you now see we have the mobile icon, but if I make it bigger, we again have the normal desktop icon. So this looks quite nice. What I want to do now is make like a little search model in the middle. Now currently I won't actually create it, I will just make some dummy state, and will then later actually at the end focus on making the search ability work. So let's actually create a div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be rounded or full. Let's do border, padding x of 5, and then padding y of 2. So we'll have padding on the horizontal side of 5, and if you hover over it, you will see that's 20 pixels, and then also padding y, which will then be, let's see how much is that. That will be 8 pixels. Then inside of here, I will just say h1, and then hello from, right here, from the search. Something like that. Let's see how that looks like. And now you see right here in the right corner, let me actually zoom in a bit, you right here see hello from the search. But now there's currently one thing I don't like. So this search field should be on the middle, and then on the right side we should have this little drop down where the user then can either log in, or if the user hasn't session, the user can log out. So what we have to do is actually render under this div element right here the user nav. And for that, I will create a separate component actually, just because I don't want to write everything in one file. So I will go in the app folder, components folder, and create a new file called usernav.tsx. Now for this usernav, we actually first of all need the dropdown. So I will again go to ui.shadcn.com. Let's search for the dropdown menu right here. And then let me copy on the installation command, npm, let's open the terminal, and let's just paste that. So inside of here, we start as we always do with an export function. This will be the user nav, uppercased, and let's open that. inside of here, let me create a return statement, and now we can actually start. So first of all, I need the drop down menu. Now important again, we never import from @radix UI, but we always import from @/components. So let me import that from our components. Inside of here, I now need a drop down menu trigger. So drop down menu trigger again from our components. And now inside of here, I have to create a trigger. So with the trigger, I mean we have to create like a button where the user clicks on, and then when the user clicks on, the drop down menu content will open, and then we'll see this login button, the logout button, the create your home button, etc. So what we'll do right here is create a div element. Let me give it a class name. This will be rounded or full. Let's do in border. Let's do in padding x of 2 and then padding y of 2. Let's do an LG, which will be padding x of 4, and LG, which will be padding y of 2. Let's also do flex items, which will be center, and gap x, which will be 3. So gap on the horizontal side, so between the items, of 3. Now inside of here, I want to render an icon. So what I can do right here is search for menu icon. And as you see, the nice thing is we can now import that from Lucid React. And if you didn't know, when we installed Shadcn UI, Lucid React has been installed automatically as a peer dependency. So now the nice thing is we can now actually use an icon library, which actually is quite nice, and I also use in my personal projects. Now this is a self-closing tag. And inside of here, I can now give them class name, which will be width of 6, h of 6. Let's do an LG, which will be width of 5, and then LG of height of 5. So now let me actually save that, and let's see how that looks like. So let's go to our project, and I don't see anything. Why is that? Well, right here in our navbar, we actually don't render our user nav. So again, our user nav is currently just a component which exists, but is not rendered anywhere. So if I now go back, I can right here now import our user nav from our user nav file. Let's save that and let's go back. This should now reload. We get an error, but it still looks fine. And now you see on the right side right here, we have now this, these 3 bars. And if we click on it, you see nothing happens. So let's actually change that. Let me again go to the user nav. And what I want to do now is actually render an image. So if you didn't know, if I go to Airbnb real quick, so right here you see we have a user icon, and currently I'm also logged in, that's why you see an J. But in theory, if I'm not logged in, I just see a default state of an icon. And that's exactly what I want to do. So if I go back, what we can do now is under this menu icon, I will render an image tag. Now I will just use the normal image tag, not the image component. That's just because we'll have different sources for our images, and I just don't want to use the image component right here. It's also not needed because this is really not an image everyone looks at, so we don't need any optimization in that sense. So let's first of all give it an alt tag, or we already have right here an alt tag. Let's just say image of the user. Then we have to give it a source, and now the source is interesting because we have to get the source from somewhere. So what I will search in Google is just a default user image. And let's see, what do we have right here? I think I actually like the first one right here. So I will click right here on the right side. Let's open image, a new tab. I will get the URL right here and then just paste it inside of here. Now let's actually see how that looks like. So I will go back, and yeah, it looks quite trash. And that's because it's just way too big. And what can we do? Well, we can actually style that. So I will give it a class name, and the class name will be of rounded, which will be full. Let's do an h of 8 and also a width of 8. Also, what I want to do is only show this image on a large desktop device. If you're on mobile, I don't want to show this user icon. So let's do an hidden, and then on LG devices, we'll do block. Let's see how that looks like. And yes, this looks already way nicer. So now we have this, I guess, these 3 bars, and then also the user icon itself. Now, of course, later on, when we actually create our auth integration with Kind, we'll of course also then render the image of the actual user so that we don't always have to show this default, user image. So let me again go back. We have now created the image tag and everything like that. And I think what we can do now is actually create a drop-down menu content. So if I click on this button, that we actually see something. To do that, I will go under the drop-down menu trigger and let me import a drop down menu content, again from our components. And then inside of here, first of all, I have to give it a few properties. So first of all, align. Where do I want to align the content? I want to do end. And then also let's give it a class name, which will be width of custom value 200 pixels. Now, if you didn't know, if you use these array brackets in Tailwindcss, you can actually write custom values. So you don't always have to use the normal Tailwind classes as you know them, but if you want to, you can use default styles as I do right here. So now inside of this drop down menu content, I have to now render something. So what I can do is get the drop down menu item. So let me write that correctly, item from our components. And now inside of here, I can say something. So what I want to do is now create two buttons, and this will be the login button and then also the register button. So let's right here just say, I guess, register. Now let me actually just copy paste this drop down menu item and right here just say login. So now let's actually save that and let's see how it looks like. So I will now click on the user nav and now you see the two buttons. So the register button and the login button. But right now, if I click on them, you see nothing actually happens. So what do we do now? Well, actually quite simple. We'll now create the integration with Kinde Auth to make authentication work so that the user can log in and register also. So what I want you to do now is click on the first link in my YouTube description so that we can actually create the integration. So if you now clicked on the first link in the YouTube description, you should now be on the same website. And you are now on the Kinde.com website, and Kinde is actually today's sponsor of this video, and Kinde makes authentication very, very easy. So with Kinde, we'll make login, register, logout, OAuth, magic links, everything like that work, and honestly just way easier than all the other alternatives on the market. So what's the nice thing actually with Kinde? So first of all, we have social login, we have passwordless auth, we have multi-factor auth, which is very important with complex applications. We have enterprise single sign-on, which is very important if you work with enterprises. We have machine-to-machine connections, which is quite cool. And also, of course, the standard email password login. Another very cool stuff that Kinde actually offers besides the normal authentication, that's actually feature management. So let's say you build an alpha or a beta feature. What would you do now? Well, with Kinde, the nice thing is you could actually give this feature to a certain group of users inside of your database. They could actually test out your application, test out your feature in that sense, and then give you feedback. With that, you don't have to actually roll out the beta feature to every user, but you can only roll it out to a certain group of users, get feedback, and then actually build on the feedback, I guess. And another very, very cool thing by Kinde is actually that they offer 10,500 free users, and not only free users, but active users. So these users have to actually log in and use your application to count actually for this limit. And now, since we actually know what Kinde Auth is, what they offer, why they are so nice, why they are so great, I think we can actually now get started. And now, before we actually get started, one cool thing is that currently Kinde offers a small little competition where you can actually win a few things. So you can win right here a new MacBook and $10,000 in Kinde credits. So I would highly suggest you guys to actually enter inside of this competition, and maybe, who knows, you'll actually win something. So now to get started, I will click right here on My Businesses, and if you actually don't have an account, you can just sign up as normal. So now you see I'm actually now inside of the dashboard and actually inside of the Marshall SaaS dashboard. So if you don't know, this is a video already created a few weeks ago. But what we want to do is actually create a new business. So I will click on Switch Businesses, and now I can actually click on Add Business. So let me click on Add Business right here, and now it will ask me a few things. So first of all, for the business name, I will say Airbnb YouTube. Then for the number of employees, this is fine. And for the region, I will choose USA. And why will I choose USA? Well, it's actually quite simple. That's because my application and later on also my database will be deployed in the US. And it's actually always quite nice if your database and then also your Kinde authentication and your deployment all work in one region, so that the round trip is a bit quicker than if they would all be spread around the world. So I can now click on Save. This takes a bit. You see I get one error right here. Domain name can only contain letters and numbers. So let me just delete right here this. Let's click on Save, and this should now work. So yeah, you now see this business right here, Airbnb-YouTube, and I can now click on this link, which will actually redirect me to the dashboard of this project. So right here we have now like a small quick start guide. So first of all, I want to start a project from scratch or use Kind with my existing code base. I want to use option 2 because we already have a code base. So let's click on next. Then inside of here, what tag do we want to use? Well, we use Next.js. So let me click on next. Then how do we want our users, or how do we allow our users to sign in? So I want to use email. Let's use Google and I don't know, Facebook, I guess. Why not? You could also use GitHub if you want to, but I will leave it like that. Let me now click on next, and now we should be done with the quick start. So right here, I will now click on no thanks. I will explore at my own pace. And now you see we are in the dashboard. We have 0 users, so 0 total users and 0 monthly active users. So what I can do now is click right here in the navbar on the top on docs so that we actually head over to the docs. Then for our SDK, let me click on Next.js, and then you have the Next.js App Browser SDK v2, so version 2. Now, this is just a quick start guide as you know it. So the first thing you have to actually do is install the Kind package to make Auth work in our Next.js project. So I will copy the CLI command. Let me go back. Let's open the terminal and I will just paste that. So add kind OSS kind of Next.js. Then let's head over. So the next step is to set callbacks URL. So go to settings, application, your app, and click on view details. Let's see. I will click on settings. Then inside of here, let's click on, I think, authentication, or no, I think it should be applications. I'm sorry. Then click on view details on our Next.js project. And now right here, you see our callback URLs with our allowed callback URL and then also our allowed logout redirect URL. So if I now go back, let's see right here, add your callback URLs in the relevant fields. Allowed callback URLs, also known as redirect URIs, for example, http localhost 3000 API /auth /kind _ callback. This should be the same, yes. So we don't have to change anything actually, and we can just leave it as it is right here. Then the next step is to configure our environment variables. So right here, I can just copy them. Then let's go back to our project. Let's open the Explorer. And let me just create a new .env file. So inside of this .env file, we'll store our environment variables, which we don't want to leak to the actual client side. So let me actually paste it right here. And now you see we have in total 6 environment variables. So we have the kind client ID, we have the kind client secret, the kind issuer URL, then our site URL, our post logout redirect URI, and then also our post login redirect URI. So what do we have to do right now? Well, we have to fill these top 3 environment variables. So what I can do now is actually go to our applications again, so to our dashboard. And what I need right here is first of all our domain. I will copy that and then I can use it right here inside of the kind issuer URL. Let me paste that. Then I will copy the client ID. We'll use it right here for the kind _ client ID. And then I also need the client secret. So I will copy the client secret right here and then just paste it on inside of here. Now, right here for the other 3 environment variables, first of all, our site URL is correct. We are in a development environment, which means we are on localhost 3000. Then our post logout redirect URL will also be localhost 3000. And then for our kind post login redirect URL, I will change it from /dashboard to just localhost 3000. So when we log in, I want to redirect to our normal index page. So I can now save that actually, and now we can go back to our docs and see what the next step is. So the next step is to create our kind of route handler, and you can think of the route handler like a normal API route if you want to. So what you have to do now is actually open our Explorer, go in the app folder, create a new API folder. Then inside of this API folder, I will create an auth folder. Then inside of this auth folder, I will create this in brackets kind of. So I will copy that, create a new folder inside of the auth folder and paste what I've just copied. Then the last step is to create a route.ts file since we use a TypeScript project. So inside of this kind of folder, I will create a route.ts. Now it's very important that you name it route.ts and not something else, because this is just how Next.js works. And to make this API route or this route handler work, it has to be spelled exactly route.ts or JS, depending on your project. So inside of here, I can now just copy the code right here, paste it, and now you see we don't get any errors anymore. And in theory, we are now actually done. So what we have done now is actually set up I guess, the back end. We have set our environment variables, we have created a project inside of the website, and all we have to do now is actually, when we click on a button, to actually log in. So this is now the next step, and this is also what we'll do right now. So if you can remember, inside of our user nav, we have these two buttons. So our register button and our login button. Now we of course want to make these buttons work. So what I'll do is actually, if we scroll down a bit, you see right here this authentication section, and it tells us right here how to sign up and sign in. And it's actually quite simple. We don't need any, I guess, special API calls or anything like that. All we need are two simple components, so the register link component and the login component. So I will just copy the import statement, I will go to the user nav, import them, so the register link and the login link, and now we can use them right here. So inside of this drop down menu item, so the first one where we have register, I will just copy for now the name register. Let me get right here the register link, let me close that. Inside of here, I can now just paste register. And one thing I want to do is also give it a class name of wfull. And now let's actually also do the same for this drop-down menu item with the login. Let's get the login link. Let's close that, let's paste login, and let's also give it a class name of wfull, so with 100%. So now let's actually test it out, and before I test it out, I will restart my dev server. And why do I do that? Well, that's because I added environment variables, and in the Next.js project, every time you actually add environment variables, your dev server has to restart. Now with Next.js, this happens automatically, the dev server starts automatically, but I don't know, I'm, I guess, a bit old school. I like to do it myself, so with hard work in that case. So yeah, that's why I just restarted manually, but in theory, everything should happen automatically and you don't have to restart anything. So now we can actually test it out. So I will click on our user nav. I will click on register right here, and then we should get actually redirected to the kind website. So let's see. And yes, as you see, we got redirected right here. Now, currently you see this is the page, how it looks like. Now, does it look nice? Yeah, it looks alright, I guess, but you could make it nicer. So what I'll do right now is actually style this page. How do you do that? Well, let's go back to the dashboard of kind right here. Let's go back to home. Then inside of here, I will click on design, and then right here we can add a logo. So let me actually add the desktop logo right here for light and for dark. So now you see I've added both logos, or actually it's the same logo, but just for the light mode and the dark mode. And then let me also right here for the theme choose user preference. That means if the user has, for example, dark preference, the web page will be dark. And if the user has a light preference or light mode preference, we'll have the normal light mode. Now, if we scroll down a bit further, you right here see for the color, we have this blue color. Now, I don't want to have this blue color. I want to have my rose color, I guess, this red color. So let me actually add right here a hashtag value, and I want you to write the same. So hashtag, this will now be uppercase E21C49. This is now this rose color, as you see. I will copy that and then also paste it for the dark color. And then also for the links, let me just paste this color right here. I forgot the hashtags, let me add them at the start. So right here and right here, and now I can click on save. So now you see we should actually be done with that now, and if I go back to my page, I will now just redirect again to localhost 3000. Let me again click on register right here. We will now again get redirected to actually the kind website, and now you see we are in a dark mode. I have now my logo, we have our inputs right here, and the button is also this, I guess, rose color. So this is quite nice. And maybe also one thing, currently I have dark mode right here, and that's because my user preference is actually set as dark mode. And yeah, I think this is quite self-explanatory. But what I will do is right now actually continue with Google. And now I got redirected again to our index page. And yeah, I think everything worked. We have no errors. And if I now click on the user nav, we still have the register and login button, but we of course don't want that. If the user is logged in, and in that case has in session, we want to show the log out button. So what we have to do right now is go back to our user nav, we have to fetch our session right here, and then just show actually if the user is logged in, a logout button, and if not, these two buttons with register and login. So let's first of all get our session. Now, how do we do that? Well, right here inside of this export function, above our return statement, let's create a constant. This should be lowercase, not uppercase. Then I will destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Now, the import statement is right here not correct for me. This should not be right here from dist/type/server. So let me delete it from here. This will just be at kind OSS / kind of Next.js / server. This should be all. And now I can actually get the user. So right here where we destructure, I can click on Control spacebar, and now you see the options that we can get. So I want to get user, and now we actually have to fetch our user. So let's do const user, which will be equal to await get user. We have to invoke that, and now we get an error. So right here tells me await expressions are only allowed within async functions. This is actually safe right here. So what they want us to do is mark this component as async. And this is safe because this is a server component, and that means that nothing will be actually leaked to the client. So let me actually mark this function as async, so export async function, and now we don't get any errors anymore, as you see right here. And what I want to do now is actually use internally. And what we can do now is just copy right here this drop-down menu item. So I will copy both items. Then I will do internally. So if there is a user, let's do question mark, let's return something. And if there's no user, I will return something else. So if we don't have any user, let me use these empty tags right here. This just means that they don't show up in our virtual DOM. And I will now actually import or paste our two drop-down menu items again. Let me actually also copy this also for this button right here, and now we don't get any errors anymore. But now the problem is I show the same buttons if the user is logged in or if the user is not logged in. So if the user is logged in, I of course want to change it now, and instead of just rendering two buttons, let me just render one button, and then instead of the login link, I will do a logout link. This is now imported from at kind OSS kind of Next.js / components. So right here, this hasn't imported correctly, so logout link. This should now work. How does the import look? Yeah, it looks nice. So this should work. Let me go back. And if I now click right here on the user nav, you now see login. That's because I haven't changed the name to logout. I now changed the name. And if I go back, you now see logout. So what I can do now is click on it. So I will click on logout. You now on the top see that our fav icon has spun up. And if I now again click on the user nav, you now again see register and log in. So let me again click on login to log in. You now again see this page right here with hey friend, welcome back. And again, if you want to, you can also customize that, but I think it's fine. So I will again continue with Google. So you see I again got redirected, and if I click on the user nav, I again have the logout button. So you see this fully works now. But as I already told you, if the user signed in, we actually want to show the image of the user. And if I sign in with Google, the image is automatically provided by Google. So what we can do right here is inside of this image source, let me delete this URL, or not delete it, I'm sorry, copy it. It's very important. We still need it in a second. So I will copy that. Instead of a string, let me use the brackets right here. And what we'll do now right here is in user.picture. And if there is no, we'll use these two question marks and paste our image string again. So what we do right here is let me first of all actually hover on this image. Let's click on quick fix and click on this disable add next no image. So now we don't get this squiggly lines anymore. And what we do right here is actually right here check. So if we have a user picture, just actually show that. But if there's no image, so no image provided by kind, just actually render our default image that we got from Google somewhere. So if I now save that, let's see how that looks like. And now you see on the right side right here my icon. And again, why do you see my icon? That's because I signed in with Google, and in Google I have my icon or my logo, and that's why you see it right here. So this fully works now. And again, what did I do here? I check if the user is in picture, I render the picture, and if not, I render the image from Google. So great, we can now log in, we can now register, we have a navbar, which does not look perfect since we haven't implemented the search modal, but we have now actually created the basic step, and actually also I would say one of the most important steps, which is authentication. It's very necessary for this application to make authentication work and also make authentication work flawlessly. And thankfully, Kind makes it very easy for us. And yeah, so we're now done with authentication actually. You saw it was very, very fast. And what will we do now actually? I think we should now actually style our index page, and then we'll create a few more pages, and yeah, we'll see with the time what we'll create. Alright, before I actually create like the listing cards, etc., what I want to create is like the filter bar. If you check out Airbnb, you right here see a filter bar where you can filter for tiny homes, amazing pools, creative spaces, etc. And that's actually the same what we want to build. So let's do that. So if you head over back to Visual Studio Code, I'm right now in a page.tsx file. This is the index page, and currently we just render a button with hello from the index page. Now, how do we actually create this filter item, list? So there are two ways, of course. So either A, I just write everything inside of this file, or I do a nicer thing and that's write a separate component and then import it later right here. So let me open my Explorer right now. Let's go inside of the app folder, inside of the components folder, and we will create a new file. Let's name it, map filter items.tsx. I think that's actually fine for a name. Now inside of here, we of course have to export a function. So let's do an export function. Let's just name it map filter items. Let's open that, and inside of here I can now return something. Let me return a div, and let's say h1 hello from the filter list. Let's save that. Let's go back to our website, and you don't see anything. Why is that? You should already know that. That's because we don't render this component anywhere. So let me delete this button actually inside of this index page, and let's now import our map filter items component from our components right here. So if I save that and go back, you now see hello from the filter list. This looks fine, but of course one problem which I have right now is that the margin is not correct. So if you check the navbar, both our logo and our user nav have both margin on the right side, or padding, however you want to see that. But our hello from the filter list touches the corner of the screen, and I don't want that, of course. So right here for our page.tsx, let me style the div. Let's give it a class name, and this will be container mx of auto. Let's do padding x of 5, and on larger devices, so devices with a minimum width of 1000 pixels, we will give it padding x, so padding on the horizontal side, of 10. If I now save that and actually go back, you now see that the padding is completely the same. So the navbar and also now our index page in that sense have both the same padding. So now let's continue with our map filter items right here, and let's actually style them and create them. So what we first of all need is actually the items, right? So if we again go to the Airbnb website, each filter is one item. So again, we have a beach item, a tiny homes item, etc. And we also have to get them somewhere. So there are two ways. Either A, we store them in a database, do a fetch call and then display them, or we do it like statically so that we store them right here in our project and then just filter them. So we store them locally. And that's what we'll do. That's just in speed optimization, and I don't want to store them in my DB, but you can of course do that if you want to. So what I'll do is go in the app folder. I will go inside of nowhere. I will create a new folder called lib. And then inside of here, we'll just create a new file, and let's name it filter items.ts. And actually, no, I will change it. I will not name it filter items, but let me name it category items.ts. Now inside of here, what I'll actually do is just copy a file from my project and paste it right here. So what I want you to do is go to my GitHub, go inside of the app folder, lib folder, and then just copy this category items.ts file. What do we do right here? First of all, I've just created an interface so that I know what types each object has to have. And then we have an array with the multiple filters. So one filter, for example, is right here the beach. So we give it a name of beach. We give it a small description right here. Just say, hey, this is close to the beach. Then we of course have a title, which is uppercased. So with the name, we will then filter it, and the title is what we'll display. And then of course we have an image URL, which I just now took from the Airbnb website, since I didn't want to store them in my own DB or in my own, S3 base. Alright, now that looks actually quite good, and I think we can now use that. So let me go right here back to the map filter items, and we'll now use this array inside of here. So right here, this h1, I will delete it, and I want to now filter over these category items. So let me import the category items from our lib folder. Let's do a .map, and right here I will get an item, and then let me just actually return that. Now the first element I want to use right here is the link component. So I will again import link from next/link. I will open that. Now we get two errors. First of all, we have to pass an href, but we also have to pass a key. Now, we always have to pass keys when you actually map over something to prevent hydration errors, and actually also there's a thing with React and state. I won't go into that, but I will create a video sometime in the future where I actually talk about why you have to use the key index and why it should be unique, and why you should not always just use right here the index, which you can get from through the map. So let's give it first of all a key, and the keyword here will just be the item.id. And now we also have to give it an href, and I will just leave it right now empty as a string. We will do it later, and I will show you what we'll do right here. Now inside of this link, I want to actually render a div element. Let's give it also a class name. This will just be relative. Let's also give it a width, which will be 6, and a height, which will be also 6. Then inside of this div, let me render a image component from next/image. And inside of here, we have to now pass the URL. Now for the source, let me just pass an item.image URL. Let's also give it an alt. For the alt, I will just say, I don't know, a category image, something like that. I think that's fine. Let's also give it a class name of width of 6, height of 6. And then let's also get a class name of width of 6 and height of 6. If I now save that and go back actually to our code, you see we get an error. Well, why do we have an error? Image source with is missing required width property. And now again, if you didn't know, if you use an image component provided by Next.js and use a remote URL, so this is currently in remote URL, you have to pass in width and height property. So let's give it a width property, and for the width we will give it right here how much? 24 pixels. So let's just say 24, and for the height we'll do the same of 24. So if I now save that, we'll get another error actually, and this time it will tell us host name is not configured under images. So what does it actually tell us? If I go to the next.config.mjs file, we have to actually tell Next.js where our images come from, so what the remote origin is. Now let's right here give it some images. So we have an images, then right here we have the remote patterns. This is an array where we have the objects of where your remote origin is. So first of all, let's get the host name. I will go back, and the host name was right here a.0. So I will copy that and paste it right here. Then we also have to pass in protocol. This is HTTPS. And then we also have to pass in port, and the port is just an empty string. I'll now open my terminal. You see it has restarted automatically, as I already told you. With Next.js, there's some benefit that it automatically restarts your dev environment. I can now go back and just reload our page. So now you actually see right here our filter icons, and they don't look good, right? What we want to do is that they are stored or shown horizontally and not vertically, and there's also no sizing. We don't show any titles. It just does not look very nice. So let's actually change that again. Now, how do we do that? We go again to the map filter items, and now I actually want to style them. Now for this div right here, I want to give it a class name. This will be flex, gap x, which will be 10. So the gap on the horizontal side between each item will be right here 40 pixels. Let's give it a margin top of 5, W of full, and then let's actually save that and let's see how that looks like. Alright, that looks already quite nice, but we'll have now one problem. If I make our device mobile, you see, yeah, our whole page scrolls, but this should not happen. So what can we do? Well, it's actually quite simple. We right here can do overflow x of actually scroll. So let me write scroll correctly. If I now save that and go back, you now see that everything looks actually quite nice. We don't have this horizontal scrolling anymore, but just our filter item scroll, and that's what we want. Now, one thing I don't like, of course, is the scroll bar at the bottom. And there's sadly not a simple fix for that. We have to write our own CSS for that, but okay, we can do that. Let's open our globals.css file, and then let's go to the bottom. Let's create a new class, so .no-scroll bar, then 2 columns, minus WebKit scroll bar. Let's open that and let's just say display, which will be none. Now, of course, we also have to now do that for example, Edge and also for Firefox. So let's just do no scroll bar. Let me just open that. And then inside of here, let's just say scroll bar width, which will be none. And let's also do -ms-overflow-style, and this will be again none. So now we can actually use this class name, so dot no scroll bar. Let's go back to the map filter items and let me just write no scroll bar, so without the dot. Let's go back and now you see we don't have any scroll bar anymore, but it still scrolls on the horizontal side, which looks quite nice. But now I'm actually also missing something, and that's the title, or the little, I guess, I don't know, paragraph. So what I'll do is go under this image and then under this div right here, so just above the link, and let's create a p tag. Let's right here render the item dot, what is it, title. Let's also style that. Let's give it a class name, which will be text of XX, and then also font of medium. Let's see how that looks like, and yes, it looks already way nicer, but of course it's still not perfect. Now, one thing I don't like right here is, of course, the text is not centered and yeah, it does not look that nice. So we, of course, have to fix that, and for that we have to style the link element. And before I style the link element, there's one important thing. So what I want to do is, if I click on one of these buttons, in the URL I want to change it to have a route segment, where it will have like filter, and this will then equal to the name trending or beachfront, etc. So let's actually do that. So first of all, on top, we have to mark this component as use client, since we'll have to use certain hooks which rely on the client side. So right here, let's do const search params. This will be equal to use search params imported from Next/navigation. And then let's also do a const search. And now I want to get a specific value from our search params. So this will be equal to search params dot get, and now I want to get something. I want to get filter. What I can do now is a console.log. This will be search. And let's actually save that, open my development tools right here. Let me open my console. Let's make it a bit bigger. And you see it right here, console logs null. So let me zoom in a bit. Right here you see null. But if I now add my to the URL, like in question mark filter, which equals beach, you will see in the console.log right here, where is it? Beach. So what we do right here is actually just get the search param filter, so right here filter, and then console log what the answers or what it equals to. So if I would just write some gibberish, save that, and right here in the console.log, you now see we console log this gibberish. So I hope you now see what we do right here. Now the next step I want to get is also the path name. So let's do a constant path name, and this will be equal to use path name imported from Next/navigation. Now what we want to do right here is of course set our URL to the corresponding filter item. So if I click on lux, I want to have filter equals to lux. And for that we have to create a helper function. So let's do a constant create query string. This will be equal to use callback. Now I haven't used use callback already in ages, but I guess sometimes you have to use it. Now inside of here, we right here will get a name. This will be of type string. We'll also get a value, which will be also of type of string. And now we can just return that and open that function. Now inside of here, let's do constant params. This will be equal to new URL search params. This is just a normal web function which you use. Now inside of here we have to pass an argument, and this will be the search params dot toString. Now we are not done. The last thing we have to do, or the almost the last thing, is to params dot set, and we want to now set the params to the name and also to the value. So the name will be then the filter, and the value will be the filter item right here. Now the last step is to actually return that. So let's return params dot toString. Now we're still not done, we still get an error, and now we have to add a dependency right here. So let's do comma and array brackets, and we'll say search params. So now we have added a dependency, and now you see we don't get any errors anymore. So let me again tell you what we did right here. We have created a new create query string, and we'll use it right here later on in the link. And what we'll do then is pass a name and then pass a value. This will be then set to our URL right here, to our URL params, and then later on we'll fetch them, or fetch the, I guess, cards based on the filter. So we use this, set then the param right here, and then later on it will also be corresponding on here. So let me actually show it to you. Right here we'll use it with the link component. You don't even have to use the link component. You could even use the button if you want to. But now for the href, let me delete this normal strings. Let me use these normal brackets. And now inside of here, let me get our path name. And I've misspelled path name. So let me get again the path name. This should be now all right. Now inside of here we have to mark in plus and then use strings with a question mark. So our path name will now right here just be our index page, so localhost 3000. Then we pass this question mark. Then we of course now have to actually pass our filter and then also the name of the filtered item. So what we can do now is use this create query string. So let's right here just do in plus and do create query string, and now we have to pass two arguments. So first of all our name, so the filter, so let's right here just write filter, and now we also have to pass the item name. So let's do an item.name. Let me now save that. Let's go back. I will now just delete everything and leave it at localhost 3000. I'll refresh. Let me now click on trending, and now you see the URL has changed to filter equals to trending. If I now click on Lux, you see the URL has now changed to filter equals Lux. So what we do again is we create right here this create query string. We then later on use it right here inside of the link component to set our query string based actually on our item name. So this is actually quite nice and quite simple. But what do we do now? Well, as I already told you, this is currently not looking good, so we can actually style our link component. Let's give it a class name, and this will now be actually again a dynamic class name. Since if it's active, so if for example the filter is on Lux, I want the Lux item to be right here as you see black, and the rest of the items I want them to have a lower opacity so that the user knows, hey, this filter is currently active and these filters are not active. So right here we can use our helper function, which is cn. This is imported from our @lib. This is already brought in with Shadcn UI. So when we install Shadcn UI, the CLI automatically created the cn helper function. And now inside of here we can actually do internally. So if right here the search is equal to item.name, I want to return something. Now where do we get search from? Well, right here we do a constant search, and this is search params.getFilter. So with that we just get right here this word Lux. And now if Lux would be equal to the item.name, we will style it differently than if it's not equal. So now let's actually use right here in question mark. So if this is true, we'll return on right here border minus b2. So I want to create a border on the bottom with a width of 2. Let's do also a border which will be black, since I want to have a black color, padding bottom of 2, and then also a flex shrink of 0. If this is not true, I will use a colon, and then right here let's again use our string, and then right here we'll say opacity, and this will be 70%, so it will be 70% of the total color. And let's also give it a flex shrink of 0. And then right here I can also add a comma and add another string. And with that I will just give it a class names which actually apply to both if it's true or if it's not true. And for that we'll do in flex of column, and let's do gap y of 3. And let's also do items, which will be center. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, that does not look perfect. Let's see what's wrong. And I've misspelled flex call, so let me spell that correctly. Let's save that, let's go back, and yes, this looks quite nice. Now you see right here my image currently is broken. That's just a thing with Google. Sometimes that happens when you're in a development environment. Just don't look at it, it's fine, nothing is broken really. But now you see that works, and if I click for example on Amazing View, you see that gets black, and this right here all have opacity of 70%, and also our URL right here changes to design or to pool, tiny, etc. So you see this now fully works, and in theory we could now actually also filter based on these items. Let's also see how it looks like on mobile, so I'll make it a mobile device. And yeah, I can still click on everything, I can scroll, click, and this works very, very cool. Now where we actually have all of these filters and we see that the URL actually updates based on our filter name, what do we do now? Well, we have actually two things we could do. A, we just build right here the listing card and then display it, but we don't really have data to back up our things. Or what we will do, and that's what we'll do right now, that's actually create the process to create your own listing. And before we can actually create the process to create your own listing, we of course have to create our database. And for that we'll actually use Supabase. Supabase is actually a Firebase alternative or an open source Firebase alternative. They offer a lot of things, but what we'll need is the database, and the database is actually free up to a certain size, and that's why we'll use Supabase. So let me right here click on dashboard, and if you don't have an account, just create one or whatever you have to do. But right here I'll click on new project. Since I want to create a new project, I will choose my organization. Then for the name, let's just say right here, let me write it correctly, Airbnb-YouTube-production. Then for the password, I will just click on generate password. I will copy it. I will go back. Let me open my .env file and I'll just paste it right here. I'll need it in a second, so I'll just leave it right here. Then let's go back. Then for the region, I will leave it at the US. Why will I leave the region in the US? Well, again, that's because my authentication, so Kinde, stores the data in the US. I will also deploy our application to the US. So again, it's very nice if all of your services live in the same region. Now I can actually click on create new project. This takes a bit, about 1 or 2 minutes. And now while this is being created, we of course also need an ORM. And for the ORM, we'll use Prisma. I like Prisma because it's very simple and actually also pretty easy. So what we have to do right here is npm i-D Prisma. Now what does this capitalized D mean? Well, that means that we install Prisma as a development environment or as development dependency, I'm sorry. And what that means is that the bundle size, which is created by this package, won't show up in our production build. So this Prisma development dependency only works and also only shows up in our development environment, so currently right now. But once we deploy our project Prisma, and so this package and also its bundle size won't actually be displayed. Now we also need Prisma client, and this is now a normal package. So let's do an npm i add Prisma, let me write it correctly, /client. So this is now Prisma client, and we'll use then Prisma client to query our data. Now I can actually now initialize Prisma, so we'll do an npx Prisma init. And now this will actually initialize Prisma, and as you see, they tell us right here, warn, you already have a .ignore file, don't forget to add .env into it, and that's what we have to do. So if I open the .gitignore file, you right here, we have a .env.local, but I also want to add an .env. And all I do with that is just tell Git, hey, please don't actually push or commit my env file, this should only be local right here. So this looks fine to me. And now if you open our env file, what you'll see is that we have now created a new database URL, or Prisma has created a new database URL environment variable, and also has created a Prisma folder. So if I close everything, we right here have a Prisma folder with a schema.prisma file. So inside of here, all of our models, or in that case tables, will live, and we'll create them right here. But before we do that, we of course have to pass our database URL right here. Currently this is just a dummy URL which does not work, so if I would write something and do an npx prisma db push, nothing would happen. So I think actually Supabase has now initialized, and yes, it's done. We can now click right here on settings on the bottom, project settings, let me zoom out a bit, and then we can click on the left right here on database, and if I scroll to the top, we now have right here our URL. Now Supabase has recently done an update where they actually now moved to supervisor, so they moved from IP4 to IP6. And what we have to do now is actually set up Prisma a bit differently. Before that, we could just copy that and paste it and everything would work. But now it's a bit different. So what I'll do is go to Google. Let's do Supabase Prisma integration. And then we'll have just a docs page where we see how we have to create that. So this right here is now the docs page, and right here we see we now have to create actually 2 environment variables. So if I scroll down a bit more, right here we have to create 2 environment variables, the database URL and also the direct URL. So I will copy that, let me delete the old database URL and let me paste the new one. So what we have to do now is of course also create 2 connection strings, one for the database URL and one for the direct URL. So right here, the first one, what you see right here in the docs, this is right here what we need as our database URL. Now for that, I will go back to our database, and now what you'll see is actually it ends right here with 5432. And right here, what we need is also 6543. So what we have to do right here is change the mode to transaction. And now I can just copy that. I can now go back and for the database URL, just paste what I've just copied. Let me close right here our Explorer. Now right here, we have to pass our password. So I will copy the password that I've already just pasted here. And let me paste it right here. Now our database URL is almost done, because if you go back to the docs, and now you see what I have now to add is actually this question mark, BG bouncer true and connection limit 1. Now PG Bouncer 1 or PG Bouncer 2 disables Prisma from generating prepared statements. And then also connection limit 1 is actually needed if you use it in a serverless environment. And Vercel is a serverless environment. So what we have to do right here at the end is add BG Bouncer 2 and connection limit 1. So I will just copy that right here. Let's go back and let me paste it right here at the end. So now our database URL is done. Now we also have to create a direct URL. So I can go back right here, click on mode session. So we now need the session mode, and I can again just copy this connection string. I will paste it, and as you see, it almost looks the same. The only difference actually is that we don't have to add this right here anymore, this question mark with the rest. And also instead of 6543, now we have 5432. Now let me also add, of course, the password. So I will again copy the password and then paste it right here. Now we should actually be almost done. One more step is if you go to the docs and scroll down a bit, we now have to tell our schema.prisma file that we use in direct URL. So I will just copy this data source DB. I will open my schema file and then just paste it right here. So for our data source DB, we now have a provider, which is Postgres. We have an URL, and we also have a direct URL. And in theory, this should now actually work. So what we could do now is actually create a dummy model. So let's just do a model, which will be user. Let me open that. Let's give it an ID, which will be string, @id @default UUID. One important thing is if you want to have the same type generation, what you can do is right here go in the extensions tab and then search for the Prisma extension. So right here we have the Prisma extension, and if you install this Prisma extension, you have the same generation as I have right here. So now we have an ID, and what we can do now is actually test out if our actual connection works. So let me open my terminal, let me clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db push. This will now push our code or our models to Supabase, and they should show up right there. So this could now either have an error or it could be successful. So let's see. And as you see, our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema, so everything was successful, and we have added the environment variables correctly, or the connection strings. So what I can now do is go back to the database, click right here on table editor, and what you will see is right here now in user model. And inside of this user model or table, however you want to name it, we now have an ID field, which is type of text, or in other words, it's type of string. And what we can do now is actually add a few more fields actually to our model, to our user model, so that we can actually store our user inside of our database. So let me again open our schema.prisma, and we'll continue with the user model. So now we have an ID, and instead of doing it @id @default UUID so that it automatically generates, we will actually use the ID provided by Kind. Now, some people could say that you shouldn't use the ID directly from a service. I think it's fine, honestly, but it's whatever you think. If you think you should actually just use an UUID as here and then store the Kind ID separately, you can do it, but I think we'll just actually use the Kind ID as an database ID. So we have now an ID of type string. Let's do an @ID and then also an @unique, since each ID key should be also unique. Let's give it an email. So we'll get an email, which will be of type string. Then for the email, I will use string. Then we have, of course, also a first name. This will be string. We have a last name. This will be a string. We have a profile image. This will be of type string, and this could actually be not defined, so I will do a question mark right here at the end with string. So this tells right here our user model, hey, this just tells our database just, hey, this type or this field, so the profile image field, is optional. It could be defined, it could be undefined. Also, let's not do it right here uppercase, and I've also misspelled profile image, so let me spell it correctly, profile image. And now I think we're actually done. We have now created an ID, and we'll get the ID from Kind. We have an email, we have a first name, a last name, and a profile image, which is optional because, again, not each user has an image actually. So now we have to again push our actual model to our database, since currently our database is not in sync with the schema file. I will open the terminal, clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db of push. This will now again push our code to our database, and then both will be again in sync. So you see right here we get like a warning, there might be data loss. That's fine. You can just click on Y, so to say yes, and then it will actually push our schema. Alright, this was successful. As you see, this fully works, which is great. And now we can actually continue. Now, there's actually one important thing before we actually use Prisma and to actually, I don't know, query something or create something in our database. We have to actually also initialize Prisma. Now, in the docs, they will just say you, hey, create a constant Prisma, which equals to new Prisma client. And this does not work right here because we use HMR. And if we use HMR, we actually have to create a global client. So if you go to Google right now, what you could do right here is type Next.js Prisma best practices, and right here you should just see the first link, and this is also the right link. And what the problem is right here is that it will tell you in development the command nextdev clears Node.js cache on 1. This in turn initializes a new Prisma client instance each time due to hot reloading. That creates a new connection to the database. So what you want to do is in a development environment is create a new global Prisma client, and if you're in a production environment you just want to create this normal new Prisma client. So I will just copy this code right here. We'll go in our app folder, in our lib folder, and create a new db.ts file. I will now just paste this code, and now again, what does this code do? Just to again remember, we check right here, hey, if we are not in a production environment, set our Prisma client to a global Prisma. If we are in an actual production environment, just use this normal new Prisma client. So I hope you understand that now, and now we can actually use Prisma. And what's the first thing I want to do? Well, the first thing I want to do is if the user creates a new account or logs into our account, I want to check, hey, does this user exist in our DB? And if yes, I will just continue. But if the user does not exist in our database, I want to create a new user in our database, so a new kind user. And for that, we'll use route handler, so in other words, an API route. Alright, now for that, I will go in the app folder, go in the API folder, and then inside of the auth folder, I will create actually a new folder, which I will name just create. Or creation, actually, let's name it like that. Now you can name it however you want, it really isn't important, but I think that's fine. So right here in this creation folder, I have now to create a route.ts, because again, that's the syntax if you want to create a route handler. And now inside of here, we can now actually get started and create a route handler. So to get started, let's do an export async function. Now this will be called uppercase get, and let me open that. Now inside of here, I want to now get our user and then check first of all, hey, do we get a user? If not, we'll throw an error and then do the rest with Prisma. So let's do a constant, I will destructure it. This will be equal to get kind server session. Now the import right here is incorrect. It imports from distribution types. This is just not right. So let me delete it right here. And I want to import get kind server session from kind OSS / kind of Next.js / server. Now we don't get any error anymore. And right here, I can now get our user. So get user. Now that works. Now we of course also have to fetch our user. So let's do a constant user. This will be equal to await get user, and this will have to be invoked. And now you see we don't get any error anymore. And that's also why I have to actually mark this function as async. That's because we fetch a user right here, and then later on also of course fetch stuff with Prisma. Now right here I have to do an if statement. So if we don't get a user for some case, I don't know, some edge case. So if there's no user, or for the or you have to use like these two vertical lines, if the user equals to null, or if there is no user.id, let's right here open that, and let's just do a throw new error, and you can just say, I don't know, something went wrong, I am sorry. And now you can write whatever you want right there. I will leave it like that. I think it's fine. So now where we check that we actually have a user, let's now fetch our user from the DB. So let's right here do a let. This will be DB user. This will be equal to await Prisma. Now you see Prisma does not automatically import for me. It tells me to import Prisma from @Prisma client. This is incorrect. So on the top, I will do an import Prisma, and this will import from our lib folder. Now I can continue right here. This will be .user.find unique. Since I want to find a unique user, I have to now create a where statement, and where the ID will be equal to our user ID. So right here we have an ID, and this has to be equal to our user.id. Now we don't get any errors anymore, and that's cool. So what I want to do now is actually check if we have a user in the DB. If we have one in the DB, we'll just continue. We will again redirect the user to the index page, and everything will continue as it always does. But if we don't have an actual user, what I want to do is create a new user. So let's create an if statement, and what we'll do is an exclamation mark. So if we have no db user, let me open that, and let's do db user. This will be equal to await prisma dot user dot create. So we'll create a user right here, and now I have to pass our data. Now, what do we have to actually create? We have to create an email first of all. This will be equal to user.email, and this could be not defined, so I will use right here this nullish collision, so double question mark, and just set it to an empty string. Then the next field we have is the first name, and this will be equal to the user.givenname. Again, we'll use nullish collision, and this will just be again an empty string if it's not defined. Then let's have the last name. This will be equal to the user.last, or not the last name, but family name. And again, nullish collision, empty string. Then the next step is of course our ID, and that's very important. And this will be equal to user.id. Now right here we don't have to use nullish collision because we actually know that the ID is always defined. Now the next step is to actually add a profile image. So right here let's do a profile image. And what we'll do right here is to an user.picture, but there could be certain instances where we don't actually have a user picture. So let's use right here this double and, or not double and, I'm sorry, but this nullish collision. And now I want to actually get an avatar URL. So what I'll do is go to Chrome and let's just search for Vercel, I don't know, how is it called, avatar API, something like that. And right here, that's the first link. And again, I will store all the links in my YouTube description. So this is a GitHub repo by Vercel themselves. This is just a little API where you can create like this beautiful avatar images. I will just copy this URL right here. And if we don't have a user picture, let me get right here and pass the string. Now I will actually change that not to the normal strings, but let me actually use upticks. So upticks right here. And instead of using this name Rauchg, so the name of the Vercel CEO, let's right here use our user.givenname. Yeah, I think that looks fine. And now we are actually already done. Now the last step is to actually redirect our user from this API route or this route handler. And for that, we'll go under this if statement and let's do in return next response. Now next response is imported from next/server. .redirect. And now where do we want to redirect to? Well, we want to redirect to our homepage. So this is right here localhost 3000. So I will just copy http localhost 3000 and I can save that. So what do we do here again? Let me actually summarize that. So first of all, we get the user, we fetch the user, we check, hey, if there's no user, let's throw an error because something went wrong. If we have a user, we can now fetch the user from our DB. Then we check, hey, do we have a user in the DB? If not, let's create a new user. And then we can actually redirect the user back to the index page because we now have actually initialized the user in our database. Now that looks great, but still we first of all also have to redirect the user from our sign up to this API route. Now, how do you actually do that? Thankfully, with Kind, it's very, very simple because if you go to the env file right here, where we have our environment variables, we right here have an environment variable, which is called Kind post login redirect URL. So right here, we tell Kind, hey, where should you redirect after you have actually authenticated? And now instead of redirecting to the index page, what we'll do is actually redirect to our API route. So let's do in /API/auth. Now this is not in slash, but right here /auth/creation. Now this will redirect our user after authenticating to this API route, and then our API route will automatically redirect the user back to the index page. And honestly, I think we can actually test it out. So let me again start my dev server. I don't know why I've actually stopped it. I can't remember. Let me go back. Let's reload the page. And in theory, everything should now happen automatically. So it will reload. It will actually redirect us to the API route, redirect us back to the index page, as you see. And I guess let's see if we have created a new user. Let me open a new terminal tab right here. Let's do an npx Prisma Studio. This will now open on localhost 5555, and now we should have a new field inside of our user table. And now you see we have 0 users. Well, why is that? I forgot. we only actually create or go to this API route when we log in. So what I'll do right now is just log out and log in again, and then you will see a user in our database. So let me click on log out. You now see right here we have the loading fav icon. You don't have my user icon anymore, but this default icon. Let me now click on log in. I will get redirected back to this nice web page that we have from Kinde. I can now log in with Google with the same account, so let me do that. And now you see I'm back in the index page, and if I now go back to Prisma Studio, refresh the page right here, let me refresh it, you should now see me as a user. So let's see. It right now fetches our rows from the table, and yes, you now see my ID, my email, my first name, my last name, and my profile image. So yeah, it fully works now, which is quite nice, and I think we can now actually continue. Now where we actually create our user in our personal database, so we now have a user in the Kinde database and in our personal Supabase database, I think we can now actually create a process where the user can list his own home. And for that, what I want to do is create a few links in our user navigation. So since we're now signed in, I want to create like the links where Airbnb your home, my favorites, my homes, my reservations. So the links that the user needs when he wants to click on them. So let's again open our user nav component, so user nav file. And then let's scroll down a bit. We have right here where we check if the user has in session. And right here, I want to now create a few more links. So let's right here above this last drop-down menu item, create a new drop-down menu item. And then inside of here, what I want to now do is actually create a link component imported from next/link. And I want to say right here, my listings. Let me save that. You see we get an error. Let me give it an href property. This will be right here /my-homes. And let's also do a class name of wfull. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. And now we have logout and my listings. I want to have now a little separation. I want to have like a little divider right here. So just above this logout or just above the last drop-down menu item, let me create a drop-down menu separator. This is imported from our components and is in self-closing tag. If I now save that, you now see this little divider icon or line, which I think looks actually quite nice. Now we're still not done. We have now the my listings. Let me just copy that and paste that a few more times. And now what I want to do right here, we have my listing. Now let's create also my favorites. So this link will now be /favorites. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. And now this looks quite nice. Now for the last one, instead of my listings, let's change that to actually my reservations. And this will link to reservations. So reservations. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. My listings, my favorites, my reservations. That looks quite nice. But if I click on one of the links, you'll see we'll get an 4 not found. And that's again because we actually have no route for this URL. Now one thing before we actually fix all of this is let's create the last route, and this will be then Airbnb my home. So I will copy that, add it again at the top, and now instead of a link, let me delete this link and let's create a form element. Now I will leave the action for now empty, we don't need it, but let's actually give the form right now a class name, which will be w of full. Now inside of this form, I will have to use a button element, and I will just use the standard button, so not the button component. Let's also give it in type automatically, which will be submit. Let's also do a class name of wfull, and then inside of here, let's just say Airbnb your home. Let's actually uppercase home. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, now you see we have one problem. Since we use now a button element, you see that our text is now centered, but I want the text to be actually aligned to the left. So right here for the class name where we do w of full, let's also do a text of start. And if I now save that, you see now that our text is also aligned to the left side, just as the other links are also aligned to the left. Now this looks very, very nice in my opinion. We have this clear separation line. And yeah, it looks quite beautiful in my opinion. Now one thing you'll see is if I now click on Airbnb your home, nothing happens. Now why is that? Currently we don't have an action, and that means that our form just does an automatic GET request. Now we of course don't want that, but we'll change it in a second. Now before I actually create this form action, what I want to do is first of all create a model for our home. So when I create a new home right here, I of course have to store it in our database. So let me actually open our schema.prisma file, and inside of here we'll now create a new model. So under the user model, let's create a new model. We'll name it home. Let me open that. Now for the ID, it will be in string. And now instead of just creating or getting a ID given by kind, we have to now create our own ID. So what I can now do is an add ID at default UUID. So it will automatically generate a unique identifier, and I don't have to do anything. I don't have to pass my own ID. Everything is done on the database level, and I don't have to touch anything. Now, what's the first thing a listing has? Well, it has a title. This will be of type string, and this could be optional, so I will use a question mark at the end. Then, of course, our home will also have a description. Now, the description will be also a string with a question mark. Then we'll have guests, so the amount of guests. I will just leave it as a string, it's fine. This will also be optional, so a question mark. Then let's do bedrooms. This will be also a string and will be optional. Let's also do bathrooms. This will be also a string and optional. And then the next step which we have is country. And right here, we'll just store where the country is or where the home is located, in which country. This will be also string and optional. Then the next step is the photo. This will be string and optional. Then we also need the price. This will now be an int, which will be optional. Let's also right here do and create it at timestamp. So let's do created at. This will be of type datetime at default, and this will be now. Now this is actually almost done. What we have to do now is create a relation between the user model and the home model. Now, if you think about it, there are actually three options on how to create a relation. So first of all, a one-to-one relationship, a one-to-many relationship, and a many-to-many relationship. Now, what we need right here is actually a one-to-many relationship. So a user can have multiple homes, but one home can only have one user. This is a one-to-many relationship. And how do we create that with Prisma? Thankfully, it's very, very simple. Right here, we will now get our home, and this home will be equal to our home field right here, or home model. We can use this array brackets to tell Prisma, hey, that's a one-to-many relationship, and let's just click save. Now, this will automatically create just the whole, relationship. And now we have told our schema or our database, hey, we have now a one-to-many relationship between the home and the user model. And as you see, everything is done for us, which is quite nice. What we have to do now is actually also sync our database with this model or the schema right here. So let's open our terminal. Let me stop right here our Prisma Studio. I will clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db of push. This will now just push our whole schema to our database, and now our database will be in sync with our schema right here. Great, this has worked. You now see our schema is in sync with our database, which is quite nice. And we can now actually create our listing site, so where the user can list the home. So let me first of all close all of these tabs. Let me collapse everything. Now inside of this app folder, I want to create a new folder, which will be the create folder. Then inside of this create folder, I will now create a new dynamic folder, which will have dynamic value. And this will just be called ID. For that, you have to use this array brackets, and then inside of that, give it a name. I will name it ID, and then inside of this ID folder, I can create a new folder, which will be the the structure folder. And then inside of the structure folder, I can give it a new file, which will be the page.tsx, to create an actual route. One more important thing which I want to do is right here inside of this ID folder, let me create a new file, which I name layout.tsx. So if I collapse everything, go back inside of the app folder, we have now a create folder, an ID folder, and then inside of this ID folder, we have the structure and also the layout file, which is quite nice. Now let me first of all start with the layout file. This will be very, very simple. All I want to do is right here an export default function. Because this is in route, you always have to do an export default function, not a standard export function. Then let's just give it a name of layout creation. And let me just open that right here. Let me create a return statement, and let's return a div element. Let's give it a class name of margin top of 10. Now inside of here, I also have to render my children. So my children right here will be the structure folder. And how do I render my children? Well, I have to get them through the params. So I can write here just destructure children, and now you'll see we get an error, and the error tells me children is declared but its value it's never used. That's fine, but the actual error right here is binding element children implicitly has an any type. Now, since we are TypeScript professionals, as you know, we of course can give it a type. So let's give the children a type of React Node. Now, React Node is imported from React. As you see, we can do an import type React Node so that we only import the type. And now we can actually nest our children right here inside of this div. So let's get our children. Let's save that, and now you see everything works. So we export default a function, we right here have a div which gives a margin top of 10, and then we just pass our children. Now let's again open our Explorer, and what I want to do now is actually create right here for our structure the actual page. Now for that, actually right here we again have to start with an export default function, since that's again an actual route. So let's do an export default function. This will just be the structure, I don't know, route, something like that. And let me open that. Inside of here we can now create a return statement, and I'll just use these empty brackets right here to not show up in the DOM. Now, what's the first thing I want to do? Well, I want to create a div element and give it a class name. Now, the first class name I want is the width, which will be 3/5. So if you actually see, 3/5 means 60%. And let's also do an mx of auto to center it. And then right here inside of this div element, I will create an h2 element, and we'll just say which of these best describe your home, something like that. Let me uppercase home, and let's do an exclamation, or let's do a question mark, I'm sorry. Now let's actually check out how this URL looks like. For that I'll go back, let's right here do an /create/ some ID, some gibberish, and then /structure. Now I have sadly misspelled structure, let me again spell it correctly, and now you see everything works. So this is again our navbar, this is again just a nested route, and then right here we have our title which says which of these best describe your home. Now this of course is not styled, so let me go back, let's give it a class name. This right here will be then text of 3XL, let's give it a font which will be semi-bold. Let's also do a tracking, this will be of tight, so this is just a letter spacing horizontally, and let's also do a transition of colors. Let's save that, let's see how that looks like, and yes, now you see it's way bigger, and also the space horizontally is way nearer to itself. Now this looks quite nice. Now we can go under this div element, so just above these empty brackets, and let me create a new form element. Now for the action, I will just leave it empty for now, so I will just delete it actually. And now inside of here, we can now actually get started. What do I want to actually do right here? I haven't actually talked about that. What I want to do in this route is that the user can actually select the category. So each home will have an individual category. So let's say you create, I don't know, a house or a new home which has, I don't know, surfing capabilities. So you're close to a beach where you can surf. You will then just actually select the surfing category. If your home, I don't know, is somewhere outdoor, you will select the outdoor category. So what we want to do right here is select each individual category, and then the user will just select the category which actually, I don't know, best describes the home which the user lists. So for that, there are now again two actual options. Either A, we just write everything in one file, or we create a separate component. And I will actually have to create a separate component because we have to create use state, and state only works in a client component. So let me open my Explorer again. Let's go in our app folder, components folder, and now we have to create a new file. I will name it, I don't know, select category.tsx. Alright, now as I already told you right here, I have to mark it as use client. Now again, that's because we'll have to use state in a second. And let's also do an export function. We'll just name it select category. And then let me just open our function. Now inside of here, I can now create a return statement. And what I want to do now is actually right here, let's do a div element. And I want to now map over my category items. If you can remember, if I open my lib right here, so lib folder, we already created an array of our category items. So I can just import them right here and then map over them. So let me get my category items from our lib folder right here. Let's do a .map. Let me get actually each individual item, and then let me just return that. Now right here, I will now create a new div element. We of course have to give it now a key element or a key iterator. This will be the item.id, and let's also do a class name which will just be cursor of pointer. Now inside of this div, I want to actually use a card component. And for that, we actually have to go to ui.shadcn.com and we have to first of all install the card component. So let's search for the card component. We have it right here. And this is how it looks like actually. So I will just copy this right here, CLI command for npm. I will open my terminal, just paste it right here, and this will now install the card component. I can now actually again close my terminal. It should be now installed, yes. So let me get the card again from our components, very important. And then for now, I will actually not give it any class name. I will do it a bit later. And inside of here, I want to now actually render first of all the image and then also the title of the category. So beach or lux or surfing, whatever the name of the category is. So let's use the card header right here. This card header just gives a padding, again imported from our components. And inside of here, I will now use the image component. So imported from next/image, and now we have to pass a few things. So first of all, the source will be the item.image URL. Then we also need an alt, and for the alt, what I will actually do is right here just get our item.name. Then what else do we need? We need an height, because that's very important. I already told you, if the image comes from a remote URL, I have to tell the Next.js or the image component, hey, this is the width, this is the height. So the height right here will be 32, and the same also for the width, which will be also 32. Let's also give it a class name, which will be w of 8 and height of 8. Now this looks quite alright, and let's save that and let's see how that looks like. So I will go to Chrome, let's go right here, and you don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's because this is currently just a component, as I already told you, and it's not rendered anywhere. So if I go back to this page.tsx, and so inside of the structure folder, I can now import this component in our form element. So let me get the select category. This is imported from our components. This is in self-closing tag, and let's see how that looks like. This loads, and yeah, I think this looks quite bad, right? I think you can agree with me, it does not look nice. I want to create like a grid element where we have like 4, categories in one horizontal side, and then it will just be, multiple vertical rows. So let's go back to our select category component, and then right here for this div, I will give it a class name. This will be grid. Then let's do grid of calls, which will be 4. Let's also do a gap, which will be then 8, so that we have gap on the horizontal and vertical side. Let's also give it a margin top, which will be 10, a width, which will be again 3/5, so 60%, MX, which will be auto, and margin bottom of 36. Or let me actually first of all delete the margin, because I want to show you something. So I've now deleted the margin. I think that looks quite alright. So now let's save that and let's see how that looks like. And yes, now you see we have this row with 4 items always on the horizontal side, and then it wraps right here to the bottom. Now, of course, we also have to show the title. So right under this image and above this card header, let's create an h3 tag, and let's just say right here, item.title. Let's also style it actually, and let's give it a class name of font, which will be medium. I will now save that, let's go back, and yeah, this looks quite nice in my opinion. Now what I want to do is actually, if I click on a category, I want to have this red border or this rose border. Right now, if I click on a category, you don't see anything. Like for the user, the UX is currently, yeah, I click something, but nothing is showing up. So let's change that. For that, we'll use state, as already told you. So let's do a constant. This will have these array brackets. Then we'll have a getter and a setter. So let's right here do a select category. Then this right here will be set selected category. And then this will be equal to use state. Use state is imported from React, and the initial value will be null. Let's right here also pass in generic. So this could be either a string or it could be null. Now this should actually not throw any errors, and yes, this looks good to me. What we have to do now is actually right here for the card element, style it based on our state. So if the state has the name which is equal to our category name, we'll show it in border, and if not, we won't. So right here for the card, let me just give it a class name, and this is not in string, but we'll use brackets. And right here we'll say if the selected category is equal to the item.name, what we'll do right here is add an ternary, so a question mark, then we'll just show border dash primary, so this rose red color. And then if this is not true, we'll just do a colon with an empty string, so we won't do anything. Now, currently you will see nothing still happens, and that's because we actually also have to manipulate our state. So for our card right here, we can also do an onClick handler, and let's do right here an inline function, and let's set selected category to the item.name. Let's actually save that. We right here get an error, Type string has no call signatures. This expression is not callable. What's the error? Well, the error is that I didn't spell the name correctly. This should be set selected category. Let me again save that. Let's go back. And in theory, if I now click on it, you see, yes, the border actually changes. So now the border has this pinkish color. One thing you could, for example, do if you want to is do right here in border of 2. Then we have a bigger border width. And yeah, I think this is fine, but I will just leave it as the normal standard border. I think it just looks better. So border primary, and this is how we will leave it. Let's go back. Yeah, I think this looks perfect. I don't want to change anything right here. So now we are actually done with creating this, I don't know, this page, I guess. So this category page. What I want to do now is actually at the bottom have like this save and this cancel buttons. For that, we'll go from this category array and let's go back inside of the page.tsx where we right here render our selected category. And then inside of here, I have to now render this, as I already told you, these 2 buttons to then either cancel or continue. For that, we'll go right here under the selected category and create a new div element. Let's give it a class name, and this will be fixed, then w of full, bottom of 0, we'll give it a z of 10 index. So in z index of 10, I always wanted to overlap all items which are, I guess, above it, beneath it, however you want to see that. Let's also right here do an bg of white, a border of top, since I want a border at the top and not on the bottom right or left. And let's also do a height of 24. Inside of here, I can render another div element. And now we have to actually just give it in flex so that the 2 buttons are actually spaced horizontally to the left and to the right corner. So I will give it right here in class name of flex, then items of center to center them vertically. Let's also do a justify between. And that's again, as I told you, justify between just tells the 2 items, hey, the one item should go to the left corner and the other item should go to the right corner. So justify between, let's do an mx of auto, padding x of 5. Let's also do an LG of padding x of 10, and let's do an H of full. Then inside of here, I can now finally render my button, and I won't use a normal button, but I will use our button component imported from our buttons. And right here, I can just say for now cancel. Let me spell that correctly, let's save that, and let's see how that looks like. So now you see right here we have now this cancel button, which looks very, very nice in my opinion. But now we have one problem which I already told you about, or I actually wanted you to show it right here. Currently, you see I don't see the last category. That's because this bottom bar actually right now hides it. And that's again because I gave it in Z index of 10, so it overlaps everything. But I want to, of course, see the last category. So what can I do? Well, if I can go back to my selected category, I have to give it a bit of margin manually to the bottom. Now, where do I actually give it the margin? Well, right here on the top, I can just do a margin bottom of 36. And if I now save that and go back, you can now see I can finally scroll and even see the last category. So this now works very nice. And now let's actually continue with this bottom bar. Now we have created the first button, which is the cancel button. Now I also want to create the second button, which is then the submit button. So under this button, let me create a new button component. And for now, let's just say save. Let me save that. Let's go back. And now you see we have 2 buttons, on the left one and on the right one. Now both are actually, as you see, first of all, centered vertically, and both are also stretched to the left and to the right side. But one thing I don't like is, first of all, both have the same color, and also I would like to make the button a bit bigger. So if I now go back, let's write here for the cancel button, first of all, in variant, and the variant will be secondary. Also, let me give it in size, and the size right here will be LG. Let's also do the same for the second button. We leave the variant as it is, so right now nothing, so the default one. And let's give it in size, so right here size, and this will also be LG. Let me save that, let's go back, and yes, this looks already way nicer. Our buttons are now way bigger, as you see, and our cancel button and our save button have now an color difference. So you now see, hey, this is a different button to this button. But currently, if I click on one of the buttons, you see nothing happens. You see right here, I submit the form, but what I do right now is a get request. But of course, there's nothing to request, so nothing really happens. We of course want to change that, so let's do that. Now for the first button, if I click on cancel, all I want to do is actually redirect to the index page. So let me wrap this cancel right here with a link. So I will import link from next/link. Let me again paste cancel. Let me delete this space, I don't need it. Let's also give it an href. For the href, this will be just an empty slash, so the index page, and also an important thing for the button, let's write here do an as child, so that we have a child in the button. If I now save that and go back, and if I hover over cancel right now, you see now on the bottom left corner that it actually redirects to localhost 3000. So I can click on that, and as you see, we got redirected. Now let me again go back to our page, and now let's actually make it work that the user can create a category. Now, how do we actually do that? Well, right here, when we click save, we of course first of all have to create a form action. And before we even can create a form action, what we want to do now is, if I go back to the index page, what I want to do is that if I click on Airbnb your home, I want to get redirected to this page, which currently does not happen. So let's first of all do that, and then I will actually create a button so that we can store our category in the database. Now for that, let me close everything right here. Let's go to our user nav, and then right here in our user nav, where do we have it? Right here we have the Airbnb your home button, and this form currently does not have an action. And now we first of all have to create an action. Now what can we do? There are again two options. Like in this whole video, there are always like two options. I know, it's quite funny. So the first option is either we create a route handler, or in other words an API route, or we do something more simple, and which I also prefer. This is in server action. Now server actions are quite new. They were introduced, I think, with Next.js 13.4. I'm not sure, but somewhere in that realm. And they just make, I don't know, they just make mutating data so easy you can't even imagine. So that's why we'll use server actions. Now for that, let's open our Explorer, and I will go in the app folder, and I will create a new file called actions.ts. Now right here for this action file, it's actually very important that we mark it as use server. When you use server actions, they always have to run on the server. So that's why they're also called server actions. And in a normal case, how you write an server action is like that. Let me show you. An export, async, function, and you open that. Then inside of this function, you mark it as use server. That's how you do it normally. But since we actually write them now in a completely new file, so not anymore in a server action, but a new file, I have to mark this file as use server. And if I mark it as use server, I also don't have to write use server here anymore, because the file or the server action or this function in general knows, hey, we are now in a server environment. So I hope you understood that. It's very important that you mark this file on the top as use server. If you don't do that, you'll get a lot of errors, and I don't want you to spam my comments with, hey, why does that not work? Well, now you have the explanation, mark it as use server, and everything will be totally fine. Now let's create our first server action. Now for that, let's do an export async function. Now we have to give it a name. Let me first of all spell async function correctly. For the name, I will just say create Airbnb home, and let me open that right here. Now, what do I want to do? Well, I first of all want to actually search my database. So I want to find out, hey, does the user already have a home, which is maybe not fully done, so the user has not added all details or something. If we already have a home, I want to just redirect the user to the current home so that he can finish editing it. And if the user currently does not have any active homes or all homes already listed, I want to just start fresh, where we create first of all the structure. So the user chooses the category, then the description, and then also where it's located. Now, if you don't fully understand what we'll do right now, I will show you and you'll understand while doing it. So right here, let's do constant data. This will be equal to await. Then I want to get Prisma. Now you see Prisma does not automatically import for me. It wants to import from @Prisma client. And I already told you we don't want to import from there. So let me do or not automatically, but with hard work, import Prisma from our lib folder. And then we can right here continue again with await prisma.home.find first. I want to find the first home. And then right here, I have to create a where statement. So I want to find a home where the user ID is actually equal to the home. So right here, we get a user ID, and this should be equal to a user ID. Now, how do I get the user ID? Well, I can get it through the params. So let me structure right here user ID, and this will just be user ID of type string. Now right here, I can just pass it user ID, and now we don't get any errors anymore. Now right here, I also have to order by, so I want to get the most recent listing. So let's do right here created at, and I want to do descending. Now this already is done. So now we fetch the first home, which we find in our database. And now there are again two options. Either A, we create an if statement, or B, we create a switch statement. Now I will just do it quick and dirty. I want to just do an if statement. I think it's easier and faster. But I think if you would really do it production wise, you should maybe actually use a switch statement instead of an if statement. So let's right here do an if statement. If data is equal to null, let me open that. And what we do right here is just see, hey, if the user has 0 homes in the database, and that's why our data could be null, then let's just create a new home. So let's do a constant data, which will be equal to await Prisma .home.create. Now right here we have to pass data, and for the data we have just to pass our user ID, which will be equal to user ID. Now we also have to redirect our user, so under this constant data, let's just do a return redirect imported from next/navigation, and let me use upticks inside of here since I want to use a dynamic value, and this will be /create /dynamic value of data.id structure. Let me spell structure correctly, and yes, this should now actually work. So let's actually test it out. Before I actually do anything further, let's test it out. So I will copy the name, create Airbnb home. Let's go to our user nav, and now I can right here for the form give it an action, which will be equal to create Airbnb home. Now I have to import that, and that's import from our action file. Let me now save that. We now get an error right here. Type user ID is not assignable. Now what's the error right here in basic terms? So right here, I actually want to get an user ID, and I have to pass it right here as an argument. Now you can't just right here do it somehow like that, invoke it and write something. No, it does not work like that. What we have to do is something actually a bit different. Now there are again 2 options to do that, but recently I have found out that's an actually very easy thing. You can right here just write a const create home with ID. This will be then equal to create Airbnb home. So this will be equal to our right here server action. And then right here we can just do a dot bind. Then we'll give it a null value. And then the second value will be our user ID, which will be equal to user.id as string. I can now actually save that. And then instead of passing for my action now this create Airbnb home, I will now pass this create home with ID. I will go back, let me paste that, and now you see we don't get any error anymore. So what did I just do right here? Well, again, our server action expects a user ID, so I have to pass the user ID somehow. Now I can use this right here, this cool JavaScript function .bind. I can bind our user ID to our new server action, and then just pass this new function to our form action. And now, since I actually explained you what we did right here, I think we should actually test it out in reality. So does my dev server run? Yes, I can now go back. Let me click right here and let me click on Airbnb your home. Now we get an error right here, cannot read properties of undefined, reading find first. Now what's exactly the error? Now I think the error is that we actually have to restart our Prisma, or we have to run Prisma generate. So let me actually stop my dev server, I will clear everything. Let's do an npx Prisma db of push just to be sure. And then inside of here, let's also do an npx Prisma of generate. I can now actually again restart our dev server, npm run dev, and in theory it will now actually work. So let me again restart our index page or load our index page, and then let's test it out again. Alright, our index page has again loaded, so I can again click on our user nav, and now let me click on Airbnb your home. This should now actually load a bit, should now create a new home, and then redirect us to the structure. And yes, that's exactly what has happened. We are now again inside of this page, now with an actual ID, so of an actual home ID, and then /structure, where we can now actually get our, where we can actually now select our category right here. So you see still everything works perfectly. But now one thing you'll see is if I click on cancel again, and we'll get redirect to the index page, and if I again click on Airbnb your home, nothing happens. Why is that? Well, that's because of our if statement. We checked, hey, does this user have a home? If not, we create a home, but we now have to create a second else if statement, because what is if the user already has a home? We have to do something. So let me go back to our actions. So again, right here we just check, hey, does the user have no home? Then let's just create one. But now we have to also actually check if the user already has a home. And for that, we'll again create a new else if statement. And before I can actually do that, we are currently missing something in our schema. Let me again open our schema.prisma. What I want to do inside of our home right here in our home model is actually create 3 Boolean values. And with these, I can then later on check right here, hey, has this user created the categories, has this user selected a location, has this user created a description. And with that, I can then just easily redirect the user based on the creation thing or whatever the user has created. So let me go to the schema right here. Let's create 3 new values. So first of all, added category. This will be of type Boolean at default, which will be false. Then let's create a second field. This will be added description. This will be also of type Boolean at default, and this will be also of initial state false. And then also let's do an added location, and this will also be a Boolean at default and then also initial state of false. Let me again push that. So let's stop our dev server, npx prisma db push, and then we also again have to generate our new Prisma client. And yes, I can now run just npx prisma generate. So let me spell that correctly. This will just generate a new Prisma client. And let's do again an npm1 dev to start our dev server. Let me reload that and we can now actually continue. So right here in our actions, where I have now checked, hey, does the user have no home? Let's now actually check, does the user or has the user not created a description and category or a location? Then let's just again redirect the user to the structure or to the create folder so that the user can now finish creating these types. So right here for the action, let's do an else if statement again. Else if, and now right here we'll use an exclamation mark. So if data dot added category is not true, and then also let's use a double and sign. So if data dot added category hasn't been created, and also data dot added description has not been created. And then also let's use again a double and sign. And then also let's right here use again an exclamation mark, data.added location. If this is also not true, let's again then redirect the user again to the same home and again also to the structure so that the user can actually create first of all a category. So what we check right here is just the user has not created a category, has not created a description, has not created a location. Then what do we do? Well, we redirect the user to already the created home, but that the user actually creates first of all a category. So what I can do is just copy this return redirect right here and paste it right here. So we redirect the user again to the create URL, to the data ID, so to already the existing home, and then again to the structure to create a new category. You can now actually check it out. I will now save that. Let's go back. I will again click on Airbnb your home. You see it again fetches everything from our database and we'll get again redirected to the structure, but the ID is still the same. You can actually see that. Let's just memorize the end. This is 76. Let me again go back. Let me click on user nav or Airbnb your home, and we should again get redirected and the ID should again be 76. And that's also the case. It's 76. So we see we haven't created a new home, but we still use the same home as we used it before. But we're still not done, and that's why we got redirected right here. Now, before I actually continue, let's now do another else if statement. Now, the next statement we have to check is, hey, if the user has added a category but hasn't added a description, we want to redirect the user to this create route, but instead of structure to /description. So let's do right here again an else if statement, and right here we checked if data dot added right here category. So if this is true, but right here we'll use an AND statement, so double AND, not equal to data dot added description. So what that means is we check right here if the user has added a category but in the same time also hasn't added a description, we have to redirect the user to actually create first of all a description. And this shouldn't be right here added category but added description. Now let me open that, and now we have to redirect the user. I will again copy this redirect statement, paste it right here, and instead of /structure, it should be /description. Now for that we of course also have to first of all create a route. So I will go in the app folder, in the create route, and then right here in this ID folder, let me create a new folder which will be called description. Now inside of this description folder, I have to create a page.tsx. And let's just do an export default function. I will just name it description page. And let me just open that. Let's do a return statement. And let's just do a div statement with h1. Hello, from the description page, you have added a category, something like that. Let's save that. Let's go back. I will now close that. And yeah, let's see if that works. Now, if I click on beach, for example, now and click on save, what you will see is nothing has happened. We again did a get request, but we want to do a post request to save the category in the database. And for that, we have to create a new server action. So under this async function, create Airbnb home, let's create a new export async function. This will now be called, I don't know, create category page. I think that's fine. Inside of here, I can now get the form data. This will be of type form data. And let me open that function. Inside of here, I want to now get actually two things from my form data. I want to get the category name and I want to get the home ID. Why is that? Because if I now do a const data equals to await Prisma, I want to now update our home. So .home.update. And what do I want to update? Well, I want to get the data prop right here, and I want to update the category name. So where do we have it? Category name. Well, you see, I don't have it in my schema. I forgot that. So let's again open our schema, and I want to, of course, store our category name. So under this price, let me just do a category name. This should be category name string, and this will be also optional with a question mark. Stop my dev server, npx Prisma db push, so that our schema is again in sync with our database. And then let's also do an npx Prisma generate at the end. Alright, we have now actually added our category name, so I can go back. And now if I again click on Control Spacebar, I have now my category name right here. Now the category name will be a string, and then we also have to add our boolean, which is added category. Let's just set it to true for now. Now we still get an error. Why do we get an error? That's because we just don't want to update any home, but we want to update a specific home. So I also need the where prop. So let's do where, and now I have to pass the ID. Now the ID, we'll get it from our form data. Let me just set it to an empty string for now. And now you see we don't get any errors anymore. So what do we do now, or what do we need now? Well, we need the ID, so the home ID, and we need the category name. And we'll get both of them from the form data. So above this constant data, let's just do a constant category name. This will just be equal to form data.get, and now I want to get our category name. Then let's also get our home ID. So let's do a const home ID, and this will be equal to form data.get home ID. Let's save that. And instead of this ID, I can now write home ID, and instead of category name, I can write category name. Now we get an error right here, and it tells me right here type form data or null is not assignable to type string. So I can do right here just an as string, and the same also for here as string. Still, this won't work because currently we don't actually pass this as form data. So first of all, we have to now pass it as form data so that we can even get it right here in the server action. So for that, we'll again go in our select category component. And what we'll do right here is now create an input type hidden. And then with this input type hidden, I can then actually get this type from our form data in the backend. So right above where we just map over all of our items, what I'll do right here is create an input. This will be of type hidden. We'll have to give it a name. Let me just copy it from our action. So right here, where do we have it? Category name, so that it's just spelled the same. So right here, name, category, name. You see, I haven't spelled that correctly. So let me spell it right here correctly. Category name. Let's see. Let me copy that and also paste it right here, since I of course want to spell it correctly. That looks fine. And now we also have to give it a value, of course. And for the value, it will just be the selected category. And right here, we have to also mark it as string. Now we don't get any error anymore. And again, what do we do right here? We have created an input, which is type hidden. So the user does not see the input. And we just then store the selected category. And we can then get it through the form data. So our first problem, I guess, is now fixed. We now get our category name. Now we also have to get our home ID. Now, how do we get that? Well, we again use an input type hidden. For that, we go inside of our structure page right here. And then inside of here, we'll now again create an input type hidden. So above the selected category component, let's do an input. This will be also of type hidden. Then the name should be home ID. Let me check if I spelled it correctly. So right here and right here it should be the equivalent, and yes, it's the same. And then we also have to pass the value, so the value will be the actual home ID. And now you might ask me, hey, how do I actually get the home ID? And for that we can actually get it through the params. So if you can remember right here, we have a dynamic value, so create, and then this ID brackets right here. This is a dynamic route, and we can get this dynamic route through our params. So right here we can destructure, we can get params. This will just be equal to params, and params will have an ID which will be of type string. So now you can check params has a child of ID which is of type string. I can now pass it right here for our value, and this will be params.id. You now see we don't get any error anymore, and everything looks quite nice. And now we have to actually also give our form an action. So let's right here do an action. Let's see how I have spelled my action. I named it create category page. So let me paste it right here, and let's import that from our actions file. Now this fully works, and we're still not done because there's still one important thing, and that's actually we have to redirect the user right here from our action. Now where will we redirect the user to? Well, if the user has selected a category, I want to redirect the user now to the description page so that the user can create a description for the home. So right here above or under this const data, let's just do a return, redirect, and right here let's again use upticks. This will be slash create, then slash a dynamic value of home ID, and then also slash description, since I want to redirect to the description page. Now I want you to be sure that you spell description correctly. I will also double check, and I think I spelled it correctly. Now I think we can actually test out if it works, so let's see. I will now click on, for example, trending, and then let me click on save. And we got an error, and that's because our dev server is not running. So let me actually restart our dev server with npm1 dev, and let me reload the page. Alright, the page has reloaded, so now let me again click on something like design, and let me click on save. So yeah, I think something happens, I'm not sure, and we got redirected to slash description. Now did you see this wasn't nice UX? I didn't see any pending state, I didn't know that anything has happened, and this is just not nice UX in my opinion. What I want to do is create a pending state so that I see, hey, this button is currently submitting or loading or something like that, and that the user knows, hey, he actually clicked something and actually has some feedback. And for that, we actually have to again create a separate component where we then get the pending state and then can show it to the user. Now what I'll do is go in the app folder, in the components folder, and let's create a new file called submit buttons.tsx. Now right here, let's again do an export function. This will just be called creation submit. I think that's fine. And let me just open that function inside of here. Now we have to create a return statement. Let me use right here empty brackets, just that they don't show up in our DOM. And now I actually want to get a pending state. How do I get that? Well, Next.js, or in that case React, has a nice hook which is called useFormStatus. So let's write here the structure constant, or let's write constant and the structured. This will be equal to useFormStatus. useFormStatus is imported from React-DOM. And let me invoke it, and inside of here I can now get the pending state. Now one thing you should already know is that with Next.js, if you use state in any form, you have to mark your component as use client. And that's why I have to mark it right here on the top as use client, or we will get an error. Now right here I can now get actually my pending state, so let's use ternary. And if pending is true, we'll use a question mark, let's return something, and if this is false, let's return something else. Now first of all, if this is false, we want to just have our normal next button. For that, let me go back to our page.tsx, and right here we have the save button. I will copy that, let's go back, and let me just paste it right here. Now instead of save, let me just say next, and let's also give it right here in type, which will be actually submit. Now you see we currently get an error, so I will just copy this button and paste it also right here on the top. Now let me also import our button from our components, and now we don't get any error anymore. What I can do now is actually get this component, and instead of having this button, I can have right here this create submit. Or how did I name it again? I named it creation submit, so let's do creation submit. I import that from our components, and if I actually go back right here to structure, let me open that. you see we still have the button and everything works, which is quite nice as already said. Now if I currently open my terminal, you see we get an error and it tells me value prop on input should not be null. Okay, that's correct. So let me again go to my selected category, and then instead of null, let's just do an undefined, and the initial state will also be undefined. So now we don't get any errors anymore, and that looks also fine. Now let me open our new Prisma Studio. So let's again do npx Prisma Studio. And what I want you to do now is click on the home field or on the home model right here, and I want you to delete the home because again I want to just see if the pending state works. So I will delete this home, and as you also right here see, we have a category name and added category, so we already know that the server action works. Now let me delete this home because I just want to see if everything still works. I have now deleted the home. Let's see, is it deleted? Yes. I can now close that again. Let's go back to our page. Let's go to the index page again. This should now again load. Let's see. Yes. And now I can again click on Airbnb your home. This will now again create a new home listing and redirect me to /structure. Now let's actually continue first of all with the next button. So let's first of all make that work. So our submit button. And what I want to have now is like a pending state. So right here, instead of type submit, let's do a disabled. So button, which will be disabled. And the size is okay. We leave it at LG. And then right here, let's import our loader2 icon. So loader2 from Lucid React. This is a self-closing tag. Let's do a class name of margin right 2, height of 4, width of 4. And let's do an animate, which will be spin. Now that looks nice, and instead of next, let's just do an please wait. So what we do now right here is just check, hey, are we currently pending? If yes, let's make our button disabled and show just an please wait and a loading spinner icon. And if we are not pending, then let's just leave our normal submit button. So let's actually test that out. I will save that. Let's go back. Let's choose a category. I don't know, trending. Let me click on next. And you see nothing has happened. Why was that actually? Alright, it's a new day for me, but the bug was actually quite simple. We haven't refreshed our page. So what I want you to do is go to Prisma actually and delete all of our homes. So I have currently 2 homes, but you should only have 1. Delete the homes, that's all I need you to do. Then we can go back actually. I will just restart my dev server again to be safe, npm run dev. Let's go back to Prisma. Everything has been deleted. We still have our users. I just deleted our homes. Is our dev server running? It's starting up. I refresh our page. Go to the index page, so to localhost 3000 again. And then we can actually again try it out. So I'll click my user nav. I will click on Airbnb your home. We should now get redirected to the create page and to the structure page. Yes, that has happened. Now for the category, I will just choose, I don't know, design. Now let me click on next. Now you see this pending state right here with please wait, and I got redirected to /description. So now that's actually quite nice, but I want to now create this description page. So currently we just say hello from the description page, but we of course want to actually create an actual description page. So let me actually first of all close everything right here. Let's go in our Explorer, in the app folder, in the create folder, and then in our description folder, and let's open our page.tsx. Now inside of this description page, I want the user to create a title, a description, the price per night for this home. Then I want the user to upload an image. And also I want to give like core data, like how many guests are allowed, how many rooms does this home have, and then also how many bathrooms does this home have. So let's actually create that right here. Now we'll get started. I first of all will delete everything because that's how we always start. Then I will use empty brackets right here. Let's create a div inside of here. Let's give it a class name. This will be width of 3/5, so 60%, and let's do mx of auto. Inside of here, let me create an h2 tag, and we will just say, please describe your home as good as you can. Let's also give it a class name of text 3xl. Let's first of all look like how it looks like, and yeah, it looks alright, but it could be more bold, and yeah. So let's do right here in font of semi-bold. Let's do in tracking, which will be tight, so our horizontal spacing will be tighter, and then let's also do a transition of colors. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, it looks quite nice. Let me delete the dot, I don't need it right here. You could actually write an exclamation mark, Yeah, that's all right. Now, under this h2, I want to now start, or under this title, I want to now create this description, I guess, section. So under the h2 and under the div, I will again create an form element. I will leave the action right now empty and I will create one later on. And then inside of here, let's start with a div element. Let's right here give it in class name. This right here will have a class name of mx of auto, width of again 3/5, so 60%. Let's do a margin top of 10, so a margin top to the title. Then let's do a flex which will be called, so vertical flex, gap y of 5, and margin bottom again of 36, because as I already told you, we want to have scrolling on the vertical side. Also, I misspelled gap y, so let me spell that right here correctly, and now we have gap y of 5. Nice. Now inside of this div, I will actually create another div, and now this div will be actually there to house our label and our input. So let me create right here in div. Let's give it right here in class name. This will be flex of call, and I also want to give it spacing on the y-axis. So let's do gap y of 2. Inside of here, I will now need the label and the input. I have to actually install that. So let's go to ui.shadcn.com. And what I want right here is to get the label first of all. Let me zoom in a bit. Then we'll copy the installation command, npm, open my terminal, open a new terminal tab. I will close Prisma Studio, or I will stop it. Let me clear it, and let's paste the installation command. Let's also get the input right here, so input. And I also want to get the installation command, so I will copy that, open my terminal, paste that, and now we have installed the label and input. And while I'm already here, let me also install the text area, since I will also need that. Then let's copy the installation command, I will open that, paste that, and let me also copy the select. So I want to have the select element later on when we will actually allow the user to change the country. I want him to select an actual country through the select element. So let me right here copy the installation command through npm. I'll open my terminal field and paste that. Alright, we have now installed the label, input and text area and select element, and for now we should be actually done with Shadcn UI and installing things. So let's actually now use it. So first of all, I need right here the label component, again imported from our components and not from Radix UI. Right here, let's just say title. Underneath that, let's actually import our input from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let's give it a name. This will be of title. Let's do right here required, and let's also do a placeholder. For the placeholder, I will just say short and simple ... Okay, let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. This should look quite nice actually. And yes, right now we have right here title and then our small input field, or not our small input field, but our beautifully styled input field. Now let's continue. I will now go under this div element, create another div element, give it the same styling. So class name of flex of call, and gap y of 2. Inside of here, we'll again use a label element or a label component. We already imported that. I misspelled that. So label. Then inside of here, I will just say description. My God, what a word. Under the label, I will use the text area. Now the text area is again imported from our components and is in self-closing tag. I have now to give it a name. The name will just be description. Let's also give it a required field. And let's do a placeholder, and let's just say, please describe your home ... Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, that looks also quite nice. Okay, we have now in title field or in title input, we have now in description text area. The next thing I want is actually in price input. So let's again create a new div element under this div element. Let's again give it a class name, flex of call, and gap y of 2. Inside of here, let's use a label. Let's just say price. Then under the label, I will use an input. Now we already imported that, so this is a self-closing tag. And now for the name, let's just right here say price. Let's also give it a required field. Now right here for this input field, I actually have to give it in type. And I want to give it in type of number, since in price is a number. For this div right here, for this input, for the title input, I can also give it in type, and the type right here will be actually of type text. And then for this input price, we'll give it in type, which will be of type number. So now we gave it a name, a type, and a required field. Let's also maybe give it right here a placeholder. We'll just say price per night in USD. So that looks fine. Let me save that. And let's go back. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, that looks quite nice. But what I want to do is also give it a minimum field. So the minimum amount a user has to enter. And I will write to do a min of 10. So a minimum amount of $10 in that case. Okay, now we have a title, a description, and price. What else do we need? I think now the user should also be able to upload an image. So let me again create right here in div element. Let's give it a class name of flex, flex of call, and gap y of 2. Then inside of this div, again, let's use a label. Let's say image. And under that, let's use an input self-closing tag. Now right here again, a name. The name will just be image. The type is now interesting since it's not in type of string, it's not in type of number, it's actually in type of file since we want to upload a file and an image is in file. So right here type will be file, and then let's also give it a required field since I want to make the input required. Let's see how that looks like. Title, description, price, and image. And right here you see if I would now click on that, it would open like the modal for me to select a file from my finder. Okay, so we have done that. Now what are we missing? What I want to create now is actually, like as I already told you, the number input. So how many guests, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms. All right, let's do that. So we have now this div element, and what I want to do is go under this div element and use our card component imported from our components. Then under there, I will use the card header, also imported from our components. Let's actually give our card header a class name. So class name of flex, flex of call, and also gap y of 5. So spacing on the y-axis. Then inside of this card header, let me use a div element actually. And right here, let's actually give it a class name. So class name, which will be of flex, items, which will be center, and justify, which will be between. So I want the two items, which we'll right here have, to actually space to the most outer corners. Alright, then inside of here, I will use another div element. This will just be class name of flex and flex of call. Let me spell that correctly. And inside of here, let's use an h3 tag. This will just say guests. And underneath that, let's use some p tag, and then we'll just say, I don't know, how many guests do you want? I don't know, something like that. Let's also give the p tag, or let's actually first of all see how it looks like. So now we have this card component with guests and how many guests do you want. I don't think that looks nice. I think we should style it a bit. So let me give right here the h2. Let me first of all change it to an h3. So h3, let's give it a class name. This will just be of underline and font of medium. Let's see how that looks like. This should look quite nice. Okay, this looks already better. Now I also want to change the small description right here. So let's give it a class name of text, which will be muted of foreground. So let me spell that, my God. And let's also give it right here in text of small, since currently it's in text of base and I want it to be a bit smaller. Alright, yeah, I think it looks quite nice. Guests, how many guests do you want? Yeah, it looks nice. Now, what else do we need to store? We now need a counter. So right here on the right side, I want to have a counter where the user can either click on plus or on minus to change the amount. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. And then later on, we'll actually store this amount in our database. Now, we could either write this whole, I guess, functionality in this file, or we'll just create a separate component, and that's what we'll do. I will open my Explorer, go in the app folder, go in the components folder, and let's create a counter.tsx file. Now, inside of here, let's start with an export function. We'll just name it counter, and let me open that function right here. Now, let's return something. Let's just say in div element, and let's say h1 hello from the counter. Now, if I save that, of course, we don't see anything. So let me import that in the page.tsx. For that, we'll go under the p tag and under the div element, and then let's just import the counter right here from our components. This is in self-closing tag. I will save that. And if I now go back, you right here see hello from the counter. And as I already told you, that's because I gave it right here justify between. And with that, I spaced the items to the most outer corner. Okay, what I want to do now is actually create the counter, since this is right now not in counter, but just an h1 text. For that, let me delete the h1 text, and then inside of here, let me import actually a button component from our components. Right here, I will import a minus icon from Lucid React. You could also use any other icon if the user understands what that means, but I'll just use the minus icon because the minus icon is, as always, pretty self-explanatory. Let's give it a class name of h4. Let's also do a width of 4 and text of primary. So I want the icon to have this rose color. Then I also want to style our button, and I won't use any class names for that, but I will just use the Shadcn UI properties or props. So for that, let's use invariant. The variant right here will just be an outline. Let's also use in size. This will be the size of icon. And let's also use in type, which will just be of button. If I now save that and go back, you right here now see a button with a minus inside of here, which has the color of this rose, which looks quite cool. What I want to do now is under this button, I want to store like a number. I will just right here now render a p tag and say 0, so that we currently have like 0 guests or whatever you want to say. And now we have right here a minus icon and a 0. But that does not look nice. I want it to be actually centered or aligned horizontally and then also vertically horizontally. I think that was not very understandable. Again, what I want to do is that these two items are just aligned horizontally. Okay, for that I have to actually right here give the div and class name. So let's do a class name of flex items, which will be center, and then a gap of x4. So a gap between the items of 4. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now you see it's aligned actually horizontally. And right here we also have a bit of padding. Let me actually zoom in a bit. And yeah, you see right here we have now a bit of padding between the number and this icon or this button. Now under this p tag, I want to create another button, and this will now be for our actual plus icon. So let me get the button component, and then inside of here, let me import the plus icon from Lucid React. Now we'll give it the same class name, so class name of h of 4, width of 4, and then text of primary, not pretty, but primary. Let's also give our button again a variant. This will be of outline. Let's also give it in size. This will be of size icon. And let's also give it in type, which will be button. I will save that. Let's go back. And now you see a minus and a plus and a number. But if I click on the buttons, you see absolutely nothing happens. And this is of course not what we want. So what I will do right here is actually create state. And then we'll manipulate the state and change then the number with that. So let's right here do a constant. Then let's set a getter and a setter. So amount and then set amount. And this will be equal to use state, and we have to set an initial state, and this will just be 0. You will now see we'll get an error. If I actually save that and go back, right here we get an error. Now what's the error actually? Well, if you use state, you always have to use the client component. So on the top, I will mark this component as use client. If I now save that and go back, you will now see the error will be gone, and yes, that's what happened. Now let's actually use the state. So instead of rendering just in 0, I will now render our amount, and you will see nothing will actually change. It will still right here show in 0, and that's because our initial state in our use state hook right here is also 0. Let's actually also style this p tag. So let's give it a class name. Not this, but class name, and this will just be font of medium, and let's also right here just say text, which will be LG. Let me save that, and yes, this looks already way better. Now let's make the functionality work so that when I click on the plus or minus icon, that something happens. For that, I will actually create separate functions. You could just right here write an on-click handler that works, but I wouldn't really do that. So right here above the return statement, I will create a function. This will be increase. Let me just open that. And then inside of here, I'll just say set amount. I've misspelled set amount, so let me spell set amount correctly. Now inside of here, let's use set amount, and let's just say amount plus 1. So with that, we take the initial value right here, so for example 0, and just add 1. If there would now be 5 inside of the state, we would add 1 and would have 6. Now I of course also have to call this function when I click this button, so I can do right here an on-click handler, and we'll just name our function, which is increase. If I now save that and go back, click on the plus, you now see the number changes. But if I click on minus, absolutely nothing happens. So let's create another function. This will be the function which will name decrease. I don't know if I spelled it correctly. Then right here, let's use set amount, and then amount minus 1. So we do actually the same, just instead of adding 1, we subtract 1. But you would see we'll now get a problem. First of all, let's do an on-click handler, and let's say decrease. I will save that and go back. And if I now click minus, you see we decrease the number. But if we now go past 0, you will see we go now in the minus range. But you can't have minus guests. You can have 0, or you could have more than 0. So we have to actually change that, and let's do that. To do that, we'll actually do an if statement. So right here, instead of just calling automatically set amount, we'll do an if statement. First of all, just copy the statement. We'll need it in a second. And then right here, if statement, and we'll do if amount is bigger than 0, then we'll just decrease it. So right here, we tell our function, hey, if the amount is, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, or anything bigger, then you can calculate minus 1. But if our amount is 0, for example, then that means, hey, you can't decrease any further, then just leave it as it is. We can now save that actually. So let me go back. Is everything fine? Yes. And let me refresh the page right here. And if I now go plus, everything still works. If I go in minus, everything still works. But if I now go to 0 and click the minus button again, nothing happens. So that's why we have created this if statement, so that we can actually guarantee that the user can't select minus guests. Alright, that looks quite cool. And now we can actually continue. We have now created right here in guests counter. Now we also have to create that for bathrooms and for bedrooms. Alright, let's go back. We are now in this page.tsx. And what I will do right here first of all is actually just copy that. So I will take this div element and copy paste it 2 more times. Copy, paste, and copy, paste. So if I now go back, we have now guests, guests, guests. This is of course not what we want. So for the second element, instead of guests, I will just say, I don't know, right here, rooms. Then for the description, I will just say, how many rooms do you have? Question mark. And then for the third element, instead of guests, I will say right here, bath rooms. And then instead of this description, I will say, how many bath rooms do you have? Question mark. Let's save that. Let's go back. And yes, this looks quite cool. And now the nice thing, all of these counters of course work independently. So if I right here add right here's a few numbers and here a few numbers, you see they are all working independently. Alright, this is very nice. And the nice thing is I still can't go under the 0. So we see this fully works. Alright, we have now created a description page. And the last thing we need is actually again the bottom bar so that we can continue. And actually what I think I'll do is now create a separate component instead of always writing it. So let me go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, and I will create a new file, and I will name it creation bottom bar. Let me do it .tsx, and let's open that. Inside of here, let's do an export function. We'll name it creation bottom bar. And let me open that function. Let's do right here in return statement. And now for the return statement, let me go in the structure page. So where we select our category, let me copy this whole div element right here. So under the select category, I will copy this div element. Then I will just paste it right here. We need the button component. I will import that from our components. We need the link component. I will also import that from next/link. And then our creation submit from our submit buttons. So let me save that. Now in our structure, I can now actually use that. So this is called creation bottom bar. This is in self-closing tag. Let me delete right here the import for creation submit, for our link and for our button. And then let's also right here go under the card and under the div and just above the form element, and now also import our creation submit bottom bar. So right here, let me import that from our component self-closing tag. And if I now save that and go back, we now actually see it still works. So on the bottom, we have now this button, or now this bar, I'm sorry. We have the cancel button and then the next button. So this looks quite nice in my opinion. Let me check out if I click on cancel, if this still works. So I'll click on cancel. We now get redirected to the index page. If I again click on Airbnb your home, I should again get redirected to our description page. And that's exactly what happened. Now let's actually create a server action so that we can store all of this information in our database. For that, let's go in our actions file, so where we store all of our server actions, and then under this server action, so create category page, let's right here create a new server action. So let's do an export, async, let me spell that correctly, function, create description. And then inside of here, I can just open that, and through the params, I can also get the form data. So let's do form data. This will have a type of form data. And then inside of here, I can now use that. Now, what do I want to get from form data? Well, from form data, I want to get the title, I want to get the description, the price, the image, and then also the amount of guests, rooms, and bathrooms. So we want to get that from form data and store that in our DB. So the first thing I want to get through our form data is our title. And for that, let me open our description page. Let me right here put it to the right side. So right here. And I can now check how did I name it. So I named my title right here, our input name title. And now I can get this input through this name. So right here we can now do a constant title. This will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get the title. So the name right here is the same to this name. Let's also mark it as string. Let me also get the description. So const description. This will be equal to form data.get, and right here I will copy the name and just paste it for the get statement. Let's also mark it right here as string. Now let's also get what else, the price. So let's do a constant price. This will be equal to form data.get. Let's copy the name, so right here price, and let me paste it right here. Now I won't mark it as string because we'll later on actually have to convert it to a number, so I can leave it like that for now. Now let's also get our file, so our image right here. So let's right here do a constant image file. This will be equal to form data.get, and now I want to get the image. How did we name it? We named it image, so I'll copy and paste that. Let's also give it an as, and the as will be in file, so not as string but as file, since this is an actual file. And now we got the title, we got the description, the price, the image. What else do we need? Now we need the actual counter items. So we need the guest number, the room number, and also the bathroom number. Now this is actually not that simple if you check it right now, because we actually put it in a component of counter. And what I have to do now is actually kind of store this amount somehow. Now how do we do that? Well, actually we again use our input type hidden. So under this div element, I will just do an input. This will be of type hidden. Let me give it right here a name, and the name right here we'll get then through the params. So in this page.tsx, I will give each counter in separate params. So right here, we'll give the counter a name of bathrooms, then this counter a name of rooms, and this counter a name of guests. And then I can store that as a name and then also pass the value. So right here through the params, let me the structure name. The name right here will have a type of name string, and now I can right here pass it for our name. So let's get that, let me spell it, and then for the value, this will just be of amount. And now if I go back to this page.tsx, let me again right here just save it, close that. Now I get right here in the page.tsx actual errors. It tells me right here property name is missing. So what do I have to pass? Well, I have to pass right here our name, and the name right here will just be guest. Then for this counter, let's also give it right here a name, and right here we'll just say room. And then the next counter which we have is right here, we'll just give it a name, and this will be bath room. Now right here, if I now go back again, what did we do? We store right here an input of type hidden, so the user does not actually see that. But the nice thing is I can then later on get this input through our form data, and that's what we'll do right now. I'll go back to our actual action, so let's open our action.ts. Let's scroll down, and now I can get the bathrooms, the bedrooms, and the guests. So let's first of all get the guests. So let's do const guest of number or guest number. Then this will be equal to form data.get, and how did I again name it? So let me go back to the page.tsx, and I just name it guest. So I will copy that and paste that. Let's also mark it as string. Then the next thing I want is the room. So let's do a const room number. This will be equal to form data.get. How did I name it? Let me go back. So right here the page.tsx, and it's just called room. So I'll copy the name, paste it, and as string. Let's then continue. Let's do a const bathroom number. And this will be equal to form data.get. And now how did I again name it? I named it bathroom. I will copy it and just paste it and mark it right here as string. So now since we get everything right now through our form data, the last step is to actually store everything in our DB. But before we can actually store something in our DB, we have to somehow upload our image. Now, how do we do that? Well, there are a few options, but since we already use Supabase, why shouldn't we actually use the Supabase storage? Now, for that, let's go back to supabase.com. So let me open supabase.com, and they offer you like an S3 storage solution where you can then store your images, and they are also actually in front of an CDN, so they are quite fast and quite nice to use. For that, I will click on Docs right here, and to make it work, we have to click right here on the client library reference and JavaScript, and we need the JavaScript client. So I will right here install Supabase, Supabase.js. I will copy the installation command, open my terminal, and just paste it. Now we install right here Supabase or the Supabase client, and we'll need the Supabase client to store our images. Now, of course, we also have to initialize Supabase. So for that, I will close right here everything, go in the app folder, in the lib folder, and create a new file, which will be called supabase.ts. If I now go back to the docs and scroll down a bit, they tell us right here how to create and create client, or how to create a client. So I will just copy that right here and paste that. And what we do right here is just create a new Supabase client, and then we pass our Supabase URL and our public anon key. First of all, let me also export that since I want to use it in multiple places. And now we have to get the URL and the anon key. For that, let me again go right here inside of my dashboard. I will click on my right here project, and then we need to go on settings, project settings, and then let's scroll down. Is it right here? Nope, I think it was an API. And yes, now we have right here the URL and the anon public key. Let me copy the URL right here. Let's go in our env file, and let's right here say supabase underscore URL. Let me paste that. Then what else do I need? I want to get also the anon public. So I will copy that right here, and let's just say Supabase. Let me spell that correctly. Supabase underscore anon underscore key, and let's paste that. So now I can actually use that in our front end. Let me copy the Supabase URL name right here. Let's go to Supabase, and let's right here do in process. So process, this is lowercase, process.env.supabase.url as string, comma, and then we also need the anon key, so process.env.thename. I will copy it right here, so Supabase anon key, paste that, and then as string. Let's save that, and now this should be actually done. Now, before I can actually upload something to Supabase, we first of all have to create a bucket. So I will right here click on storage. Then let's click on new bucket. Let's make the bucket public so that everyone can actually read an object without any authorization. Then for the name, I will just say images, and let me click on save. Now, since Supabase uses RLS, so role level security, or however it's called, we have to go to policies right here, create a new policy. Let's just do for full customization, policy name, I don't know, something. Then let's click on insert, and let's just say right here true. Now let me click on review and click on save policy. With that, I just tell Supabase, hey, everyone can upload an image without this whole RLS stuff. Alright, let's go to the images. We now have this images bucket, and now we can upload images inside of here. For that, let's go back to our action file, and now inside of here, we can use our Supabase client and upload something. Alright, for that, let's do right here in constant. I can destructure it and get the data. And then this will be equal right here, so equal to await Supabase imported from our lib folder dot storage, and then from, so dot from. Now we have to tell here right here Supabase where our bucket actually is, or how our bucket is called. And our bucket is called images. So again, we named it right here images. And now what we have to do is actually upload our image. So let's do dot upload, and now we have to pass right here our image name. So let's use right here optics, and what I would say is right here dynamic value of image file dot name, and also I want to get the new date. So right here I'll use this minus icon, and then let's again use a dynamic value of new date. Now you see we still get an error, and that's fine. That's because I have to pass the image file. So right here I can do a comma and name my image file. We are still not done. I want to give it a bit of configuration. So let's use a comma, and right here I can now get two things. So the cache control right here, and then also the content type. For the content type, I will just say right here image/png, And then for the cache control, you have to tell right here Supabase how long you want to cache your images. So you could say 60 seconds, I don't know, 1000 seconds, whatever you want. I will now cache my images for 1 year. So I will paste in value, and this is right here just 2592000. With that, I cache my images for 1 whole year, and this is just a nicer thing than if I would just cache them for 60 seconds or something like that. Alright, we now actually upload an image, as you see. So from images, we upload an image, give it a new unique name. So with the image file name and a new date, we pass our own image file and then give it a new cache control and also a content type. Alright, now we can actually go to Supabase, or not to Supabase, but we can now actually update our database with Prisma. So let's do again a constant data equals to await Prisma .home.update, and now we have to give it a few items. Now you see we get an error, and it tells me right here data cannot redeclare block variable data. So all it tells me, I can't name two things data. I right here get a data, and then I again have right here constant data. So what I'll do right here is just give it a new name. So data image data. So this works, as you see, and we don't get any error anymore. Now right here in our wait Prisma call, I have to now pass in where statement. So which home do you want to update? Let me give it right here an ID, and this should be equal to home ID. Now you see I currently don't get an home ID through our form data. So let's right here do a constant home ID, and this will be equal to form data.get home ID. Now I first of all, let's also do an as string. Now I first of all also have to get the home data, or I have to pass it in my form data. For that, what I'll do is go right here under the form element, create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's right here give it a name. The name will be home ID, and let's also give it a value. And now I want to get the params. So I want to get the ID through the params. So let's write here the structure params. This will be right here equal to params, and params will have an ID which will be string. Alright, now we get a params with an ID of string, and I can pass it right here as params.id. Now I have to save my home ID name. Let's go to our actions, and again just be sure that I spelled it correctly. So home ID, home ID. Now, do we get any error right here? I have to now give it a data prop, and now we have to update actual data. So let's start right here with a title. So for the title, this will just be equal to title. So let me spell title correctly. Then we'll get a description. This will be equal to description. Then we'll get a price. And now for the price, we have to convert a price from a string to a number. So for that, I can just say right here number and then pass my price as an argument. Let's also right here get the bedrooms. This will be equal just to room number. Let's also right here get the bathrooms. This will be equal to bathroom number. Let's also get the guest number or the guests, and this will be equal to guest number. And what else do we need? I think the last thing we need is the image. So right here we can get the photo, and the photo will be equal to actual right here image data.path. Okay, so this should be now actually done, and the last step we have to do is actually redirect our user to a new page. And the last page where we will redirect our user to is the actual address page. So let me go in the create folder, and let's create a new folder, or not in the create folder, but in the ID folder. And let's create a new folder called address. Inside of here, let's create a page.tsx so that we create an actual route. And let's just do an export default function, let's say address route. And then let me just open that right here. Then inside of here, I can right now just return something and say h1 address route. So that looks fine to me. Let's go back to our actions, and now I can actually redirect the user to this address route. So let's do right here in return redirect, and I will right here use again upticks. Let's do in slash create slash right here we get the home ID, and then also in slash address. Now before I do anything, I forgot one thing in our data prop, and that's our boolean added description. So let me set that to true. We're now done with the data, and again for the redirect, we just redirect again to the standard create home ID, and now we use address, and address is the route that we have just created. I want you to spell it correctly, because if you don't spell it correctly, you will get in for not found, and you of course don't want that. Alright, let's save that, and now I think we should actually test out if everything works, right? And before I can actually do that, we of course have to give our form right here an action, because currently our description page, or our form in that case, has no action. So right here, let's do an action. Now, how did I name my action? Let me check. I named it right here, create description. So I will copy the name and just paste it, and we'll import that from our actions right here. Alright, no errors, and in theory, now really just in theory, everything should work. I'm not sure, but hey, let's test it out. I will again go right here to our page. I will do a hard refresh just to be sure, and now let's test it out. So for the title, I will say super cool apartment. So apartment, description, I don't know, let me just copy something from Airbnb real quick. So I've now just copied something from Airbnb, I don't know, something random. Let's right here give it a price. This will be like 300. Let's also do an image. Let me upload something. So now I uploaded an image. Let me also give it a guests amount, right here rooms amount and a bathrooms amount. You can do whatever you want, just do something, I don't care. And now let's test out if it works. I will now click on next. We have a pending state, please wait. And now we should get redirected to the address page. So let's see. And yes, we got redirected to /address. And now we have right here the address route. Now, of course, it does not look nice, but that's fine. Before we do anything further, let me actually check Prisma Studio. So let's do an npx Prisma Studio just to see what data we have now in our database. Alright, in our database, we have now a title, a description, guests amount, a bedrooms amount, a bathroom amount. We don't have in country, that's fine. We have in photo right here, this is just a path name. We have in price, we have in category name, added category is true, added description is true, and added location is false. So that's all okay, that's correct. And we can actually continue, that's quite nice. Alright, now let's create the address route. I will first stop my dev server, or not my dev server, but Prisma Studio. I will clear that and close that. And now let's store, or not store, but style our address route. Let's go right here in our page.tsx and address, and let's create that. For that, let me again delete everything, sorry, not the function, but everything in a return statement, and let's create a new return statement. Let's use empty brackets. Let's right here use a div element. Let's right here just say class name of width 3/5, so 60% and mx of auto, and then inside of here, let's use an h2 tag. And let's just say, where is your home located? Question mark, not this, but question mark. And let's also get a class name, which will be right here text of 3XL. Let's first of all see how it looks like. Yeah, it looks alright, but of course we want it to be a bit closer horizontally and then also a bit more bold. So let's right here give it also a font, which will be semi-bold. And let's also do a tracking of tight. We can also do right here a transition of colors. And what the last thing I want to do is a margin bottom of 10. So let's save that, let's go back, and yes, this looks very, very nice. So now what I want to do is actually right here render a select element. Then with the select element, I can render a country, and then I will render a map actually. So a map of the country which I selected. Alright, I think that's quite cool. So under this h2 and under this div, I will now create a new form element. I will leave the action for now empty since we don't have an action. Then inside of here, I can now render a div element. Let's give it a class name of width, which will be 3/5. Let's right here give it an mx of auto. Then inside of here, I will render a new div element. Let's give it a class name. This will just be margin bottom of 5. So inside of this div element, we'll render our select element, and I want to give our select element to the bottom a margin bottom of 5. Now inside of here, we can now render our select. So let's get right here our select element from our components. We won't give it right here anything, just required, since it will be required. Then inside of here, we'll have a select trigger. This is from our components or imported from our components. Let me actually right here give it a class name of wFull, since I wanted to take the whole width. And then we of course have to have a select value inside of this trigger. And let me import select value from our components. This is right here in self-closing tag. And right here, let's just say a placeholder, and let's say select. So right here, placeholder. Let's just say select a country. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. So if I save it and go back, you see right here our select with select a country. If I now click on it, you see absolutely nothing happens, but that's fine. We'll create a select content right now. So under the select trigger, let's actually import select content. Then inside of the select content, let me import the select group. The select group is imported from our components. And then inside of the select group, let's give it a select label. So select label from our components. Let's right here say countries. So countries. And now inside of here, we have to actually create the individual select items. So the individual items. Now, how do we do that? We somehow have to get an array, right? Because creating one separate select item for each country would like take ages. Now, how do we get that, or how do we do that? Well, we use a handy npm package. And before I do that, let's first of all see if it works. So if I go back and click on the select, you right here now see the label of countries. Now you see I misspelled that, so let me again spell that correctly. Countries. Let's go back, click on that, and yes, this looks already better. But now let's actually render our whole countries, and for that I will create a separate hook. So let me open my Explorer. Let's right here go in the app folder. I will go in the lib folder, and now inside of here we'll use a hook, or we'll create a file where we'll store a hook. So let's right here just do a get countries.ts. And now inside of here, I actually need a new npm package, which actually has all of the names. And for that, let's open our terminal. And now we will do an npm I world-countries. And this package just stores like all countries like Germany, Netherlands, the US, Mexico, whatever there is. And now we can actually use that. So on the top, I can now right here do an import countries, and then we'll import countries from world countries. Now we can use that, and before I can actually do anything, I first of all have to actually format our countries into a new constant. So I will right here do a constant countries formatted. This will be equal to countries dot map, since the country is currently an array. So if you hover over countries, you see countries as an actual array. And now inside of here, let's just get right here in country, and then inside of here, let me now open that. And what we want to do right here is now create right here for countries formatted a new array. So we want to get a value, a label, a flag, the latitude, and then also the region. So right here, let's do a value. And actually, let me change country to item. It's such an annoying name to write. So right here, we can now do item.ca2, or not ca, but cca2. And then I want to use a label, and the label will be item.name.common. Then let's also use a flag, and the flag will be equal to item.flag. Let's also use a lat_lang. This will be equal to item.lat_lang. And let's also get a region, and this will be equal to item.region. So now we have created a new array for countries formatted, and I just think that's a bit nicer than to always use countries and then get this annoying name like CCA2. It isn't that nice. And what I want to do now is create an actual hook. So this is actually quite nice because, I don't know, I haven't created a hook like in ages, or a custom hook, and it's quite nice to actually create one again. So let's do a constant use countries. This will right here just be a normal arrow function as you know it. So let's open that. Alright, and now inside of here we can create two hooks. So first of all, a hook to get all countries, and then also a hook to get countries by value. So let's do a constant get all countries. This will just be equal to an arrow function, and then this arrow function will be equal to countries formatted. Alright, and the second format, or the second hook, will be actually to get a singular country by the value. So let's right here just do const get country by value. And again, this will be also equal to an arrow function. And then let me just open that. And then right here, I have to actually return something. So let's do return. Let me spell that correctly. Countries formatted dot find, since I want to find a specific item in this countries formatted array. Let's right here get an item, let's return that, and I want to have something where the item dot value is equal to the past value. So through the params right here I can get a value, this will be string, and then right here I can check if item dot value is equal to value. So what do I do again right here in this hook? I just get the value through our params. We later on just pass it as an argument. And then I just use the normal find. So I find a specific item in the countries formatted array where the item value is equal to the past value, which I will pass later on as an argument. So I hope you understand that. Now we have to actually also return both functions, or both hooks. So let's right here do in return. return object, and we'll get all countries and also get country by value. All right, this looks very cool, and now we can actually use that right here in our select element. So for that, we first of all, of course, have to initialize our hook at the top. So right here, let's do constant, let's destructure it. And now right here, this should be equal to use countries. Now I don't get anything, let's check. And that's because I did not export it. So let's do an export const, use countries. And now I can get right here, use countries. Let's right here invoke it. And if I now click on Control Spacebar, I now get either get all countries or get country by value, whatever I need. So we need to get all countries because we want to get all countries. And now we can actually map over that. So right here under the select label, what I want to do is now map over them. So let's do get all countries. We invoke it. This will be .map. Then we'll get an item. And let me just return that right here. Then inside of here, let's use and select item. This is imported from our components. Then for our select item, let's give it a key. This will be equal to item.value. Let's also give it an actual value since each select item has to have in value. This will be item, or let's write here, this will be item.value. And then we also have to give it a name. So let's write here, just say item.flag. Let's write here, do an item.label. And you could also say right here, item.region if you want to. So if you go back and click on it, you now see we have right here the flag. We have then the name of the country and the region. So for example, if you scroll down a bit, you right here have Switzerland, and that has the Swiss flag, and then also the region is Europe. For example, you could also add a slash right here so that everyone understands that. And if you now go back, I think, yeah, that looks quite alright. If you want to, you can delete the region if you don't need it, but I think it looks actually quite cool. Alright, we have now created the select element. As you see, we gave it a key, we gave it in value. It fully works now. What we have to do now is actually also render our map. And to render our map, we'll use something like called leaflet. I'm not sure how you name it or spell it or anything like that. It's actually just free, it's easy to use, so that's why we'll use it. And yeah, for that, we'll open our Explorer actually right here. So let me open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the components folder. And let's create a new file called map.tsx. Now inside of here, we first of all have to get the package. So let me go in Google and search react-leaflet or leaflet. Again, I have no clue how you actually spell it. So that's how you name it. Something like that. You can try it for yourself, but we can click on get started right here, click on installation, and now you'll see where do we have it, adding React Leaflet. So if you now scroll down a bit, where do we have it right here? So right here we have the installation command. We can install React Leaflet, but that's not all what we need. If I open my terminal, we need right here React Leaflet and then also the standard Leaflet JavaScript package. So I install right here React Leaflet and then also the normal Leaflet. I'll now paste that and then install it. Also right here, let's install right here TypeScript support. So let's install types. I'll copy the installation command right here and just paste it so that we have types. And that's again needed because we have a TypeScript project. Okay, very cool. Now let's right here use this map, and to actually use that, we have to mark this component as use client. Now we have to mark it as use client because the map, or I'm sorry, leaflet actually needs the DOM, or the window, and to use the window, you need the client. So right here we can now do an export default function. I will just name it map uppercase, and then let's open our function. Now right here, let's actually render our map. So let's right here create a return statement. Now I want to get the map container, and the map container does not import for me sadly automatically, so I'll have to import that myself. So right here on the top, let's do an import. Let's destructure it. This will be equal to, or from, React Leaflet. And then inside of here, what I want to get is actually three things. I want to get the map container, I want to get a tile layer, and I also want to get a marker. Alright, now I can use that in the return statement. So let's get our map container. This is actually right here. Let's open that. Right here we have to give it a few properties actually. And then if I now open Control Spacebar, you can see the properties which I can add right here. So let's right here use first of all scroll wheel zoom to false. So what I want to say with that is, hey, the user shouldn't be allowed to actually use the scroll wheel to zoom in. We can also right here give it a class name, which will be just height of custom value 50 viewport height. Let's also give it in rounded, which will be LG. And then let's also give it right here in relative and a Z index of 0 actually. Alright, now we have a scroll wheel zoom of false, a class name. Now we actually also have to give it the location, and for that we have right here in center property, and then in the center property I have to give it the latitude and the longitude. For that, this is an actual array, and now inside of this array I have to pass my longitude and longitude. So right here let's do in 52.52.505, comma minus 0.09. Now we have right here given a longitude and longitude, and now we won't get any errors. Now inside of this map container we now need a self-closing tag. This is the tile layer, and this is then the actual map which we need. So this is in self-closing tag as already said, and now we need two things. So first of all the URL, and then also the attribution. For that, let me go back to the docs. Let's click on right here setup, I think, and now right here you get the attribution and also the URL. So I will copy that, and this is actually needed to make it work. So right here let's just paste it, the URL and attribution. So if the attribution, you just give attribution to live fleet, and then for the URL, that's where we get the actual map data from. Alright, this looks quite cool. And then the last thing I want to do is also give it a marker. But before I do the marker, let's actually first of all see if it works. So right here I do an export default, use client. So in theory we can actually now use that. For that, let's go right here back in the page.tsx, in the address route. And what I want to do now is go under the select element, under the div element, and import our map. So our map is imported from our components. Let's save that, that's in self-closing tag. Let's go back to our page. Let's refresh our page. Let's see. And right here, you see we get an error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading call. And now we have right here in map, but you don't see really anything. Now, why is that? That's actually because I have to also import a CSS. So let's go back to the map and let's import our CSS. So let's do an import, and this will be equal to livefleet / distribution / livefleet.css. So if I now save that and go back just hard, refresh the page, you will see we don't see anything. Where's our actual map? Why does that not work? Well, what we have to do is go back to the map and we have to give it a zoom property. So how big or how hard the actual map is zoomed in. So let's right here use zoom, and let's just give it a value of 13. Let's save that, let's do a hard refresh, and then you will see the map right here, and now you see it cool, right? But now we're still actually not done, because the map actually relies on the DOM, and for that we have to actually import our map right here as not SSR. So we have to import it using Next Dynamic. So even though it currently works, our client is currently hydrated, or our page is currently done completely on the client side, and we don't want that. All we want to do is that the map renders on the client, but the whole page should be still rendered on the server. So right here what we'll do is a constant lazy map, and then this will be just equal right here to dynamic. Dynamic is imported from next/dynamic. Then right here we can do an arrow function and do an import, and then I want to import right here @/app/components/map. Now we're still not done. I have now to tell it right here SSR, which will be false. And then I also can give it right here loading state, so loading, and this is again an arrow function, and we'll just return a skeleton. I haven't imported or installed a skeleton, so let's go to ui.shadcn.com. Let's import a skeleton or install one. I'll open my terminal, paste that. This will just install a new skeleton, and it will look something like that. So like a loading pending state. This has installed, so I can now import our skeleton. This is in self-closing tag. Let's give it right here in class name of height, which will be 50 viewport height. And let's also do a width of full. So width of full. I can now use this lazy map. So if I go down, instead of map, now let's use lazy map. This is in self-closing tag. This should be actually uppercased, so lazy map. Let's again use that right here. And what I can do now is actually delete right here on the top our map import. And now we just use this lazy map. Also, it's important that you import it right here inside of our function and not above our function. Now let's save that. Let's actually go back to our page, refresh it, and now you should right here see we get this pending state, our skeleton, and then our map loads. So this now fully works as you see, which is quite cool. And now we can actually continue. What I want to do now is actually also render our address bar, and for that I will actually have to go right here under our lazy map, under the div, and just above our form, and then import our bottom, how did we name it, navigation. I already forgot. Let me again open our components. My god, my brain today. How is it called? Creation bottom bar. So let's go back. This is called creation bottom bar. from our components. This is in self-closing tag. So let's save that. Let's go back. This will now reload. And now you see right here our bar. And now we have a problem again. We have 0 scrolling. So what I'll do is go back, give this div element, so right under the form, margin bottom of 36. Let me save that. Let's go back. And now you'll see we'll have again scrolling. So this looks quite cool. I can click on select country and then I can select something. But as you see, if I click on something, nothing happens. But what we want to do is if I, for example, click on, I don't know, what do we have? Canada or something like that, or Switzerland, I want the map to change dynamically. For that, we'll actually have to use state. So right here, just above or under our get all countries, I want to create a new state. So let's do constant. Then let's do getter and setter. So location value and set location value, and then this will be equal to use state, and the initial value will just be an empty string. Now what I want to do is actually pass this value, so this location value, to our map, and then right here inside of our map I want to actually change right here the center, so our latitude and longitude, dynamically to what I pass. And I want to get that through our params. So what I'll do right here is this structure location value, and location value right here will be equal to an string, or will have a type of string. So let's save that. And what I can do right here now for the center is use nullish collision. So we will do a location value, and if this is not defined, we'll do a double question mark. So if location value is undefined, we'll use this array. Now you see we currently get an error, so it tells me right here center type string is not assignable to type lat-lang expression. That's correct, we'll fix it right now because I have to actually convert this location value, so the location value is the country code, to a lat-lang expression. For that we'll use again our hook right here. So let's do constant, we'll destructured. This will be equal to use countries imported from our lib folder, and then inside of here I want to now not get all countries but get country by value. And now I want to get our country by the value. So let's right here do a constant lat-lang. This will be equal to get country by value, and now I have to pass as an argument our country, and we get it right here, or not our country but our value, and we get our value right here through the params. So let's pass our location value, and I want to get a dot lat-lang. So this is quite nice, and now instead of rendering right here the location value, I want to render lat-lang. Cool, I can now save that. We don't get any errors anymore right here, but for our page.tsx we now get an error. And if I click on Control Spacebar, it tells me that it's missing the property value, location value. And we have right here our state, so I can right here just pass our location value. So let's pass it, and now you see we don't get any errors anymore. But now one thing we of course have to do is also manipulate our state. So currently our state is static, it's always just an empty string, but we of course don't want that. So what I'll do right here is for the select, we have to manipulate it right here. So if our select changes, I have to actually set the value. So for the select, what I can do right here is an on value change. This will be just a normal inline function. Let's right here get our value as in param, and then let's set location value to our value. Let's save that, and now let's test out if it works. And you see we get an error. You're importing a component that needs state. It only works in a client component. So this page.tsx currently uses an use state hook, and if you use state, you have to mark it as use client, or the page as use client. So let's right here do an use client. Let's save that. Let's go back. Let's refresh our whole page, and now we shouldn't get any error anymore. And yes, we didn't get any error anymore. We still have our map, and if I now choose a country, so I will now choose, I don't know, China, we should now see it updates. Yes, our map has updated, and if I zoom out, you now see the country of China, which is very, very cool. What you can do is now also, for example, choose or change the zoom. Currently the zoom is 13, and the bigger the zoom is, the bigger also the zoom is, and the smaller right here the zoom numbers, the smaller the zoom is. So if we change it now, for example, to 8, and I go back, you now see the map is way more zoomed out. So if I now choose another country again, what do we have right here? Indonesia, you see now that's also a bit smaller or a bit zoomed out. And I think that even looks better, so I will leave the zoom at 8. But now I'm actually missing one thing. I'm missing like a marker. I want to have like a little dot right here to show me, hey, you selected this country. Now for that, there's actually a cool thing. We have imported that. That's the marker right here. But you will see if I now use it, so under the tile layer, I'll now use our marker. this is just in self-closing tag, and right here I have to pass my position. I will just pass our lat lang, or if this is right here undefined, let me just copy this array from the top and paste it inside of here. And if I now save that and go back, you see right here, we don't have a marker. It has just an image, but this image currently does not load. There's some problem. And I actually can't tell you what the problem is, but I can tell you what it fixes. So what we'll do is go above our whole export default function. Let's create a constant, and the name of the constant will be uppercased. So icon will be completely uppercased. This will be equal to icon. Now we'll import icon from livelead, now from the normal JavaScript package. And then inside of here, I can open that and I can pass an icon URL, and then I can also pass an icon size. The icon size right here is an array, and we'll do 50 pixels times 50 pixels, and now I also have to get an icon URL. So what I'll search in Google is just a marker, PNG icon, something like that. Let's see what we have. I think I will just use this one. So let me click on open image in new tab. I will copy the URL right here and just paste it for the icon URL. Now I also have to tell our marker that I have a new icon. So right here I can just say icon and then pass my icon, which is uppercased. Let's now save that. Let's go back to our page, and now you see this marker right here. Let me now change the country to something else, like, I don't know, what do we have? Morocco. And now you see we still have our marker. If I now change it to something else again, what do we have right here? Vietnam. You still see we have our marker and also our country changes. So that's very, very cool. And now you see this fully works. Now the next step is to actually store our country in our database. And yeah, let's actually do that. Let's create a server action for that. For that, let's go in our actions file where we store all of our actions or server actions. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and right here we'll create a new server action. So let's do an export async function. Let's name it right here create location. Let me do it, create location, and let's open that. Let me get through the params right here, form data. This will be equal to form data. And then inside of here, we can now actually update our database. So let's right here do a constant data. So constant data equals to await prisma.home.update, and now I want to update an individual home, so I have to use the where statement. I have to pass an ID. I will just name it right here and just empty string. Then we of course also have to pass data, so what we want to update. So let me right here write data. And now what do we want to update? Well, first of all, we want to set added location to true, since we add a location right here. And then I also want to set the country. Now the country will be just in string, so the country value. So for example, for Germany, it will be DE, and then I will store it inside of this database. And I will get a home ID and then also the country value right here through our form data. So on top, let's do const home ID. This will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get a home ID. Let's mark it as string, and then let's also do a constant country value, and this will just be equal to form data.get, and this will be country value again as string. I can now use it right here. So for the ID, this will be the home ID, and then for the country, this will be right here the country value. Alright, this looks cool. Now let's actually store that also in our form data, or in our form in that case. For that, let's go back to our page, so to our address page, and now we'll again create input type hidden, and it's stored right there. So right here under this form and above this div, let's create our first input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it right here a name, and the name will be actually home ID. Let me check that I've spelled it correctly also inside of our action. So right here home ID, and yes, it's the same, so I can continue. Then let's also go right here in value, and for the value I will get that through our params actually. So on top I can again the structure, we'll have our params. This will be equal to params, and the params will have an ID which will be of type string. So now inside of here I can just say params.id. Cool. Now let's create our second input type hidden. This will now be our country value. So let me copy the name right here, country value. I will paste it right here, and then for the country value, all we have to say is location value. Now this location value is again stored in our state, and then we just pass our state to our actual server action. Okay, and now the last step has come, and that's just to redirect the user to the index page. So right here, I will just do a return redirect, and then redirect the user to the index page. So just an empty slash. And now we can copy the name of the function. So from our server action, create location, go in our page and give our form now this action. So right here action, and this will be equal to create location. Create location is imported from our actions. And now let's test out if everything works. So I will go back. I will completely refresh our page right here. You see we have this pending state, our country loads. And now let's choose a country. I will just say right here, what do we have? Let's use Austria. Now you see Austria has loaded. Let me click on next. We'll now have a pending state as you see right here. And now we should get redirected to the index page. And that's exactly what happened. And now we have actually created a completely functioning home as you see. And if you now open our Prisma Studio, so I will open again npx Prisma Studio, and then we'll actually check out what data we have in our database. So this is our database. It's currently loading as you see. Let me again make it a bit bigger for you guys. So let's zoom in. Okay, now we have our home right here as you see. And what do we have? We have a title, we have a description, we have guests, bedrooms, bathrooms. We have the country value, which is 80. This stands for Austria. We have the photo path name. We have the price per night. We have the category name. We have the added category Boolean, which is true. We have the added description Boolean, which is true. And we have the added location Boolean, which is also true. And then we of course have the created add timestamp and then which user owns this home. Great, this fully works now as you see. And what do we do now? Well, I think we should now create a page so that the user actually sees the whole listings. But before I do that, I want to actually, clean something up. So in our server action, where we create our Airbnb home, I haven't finished creating all of our else if statements. So now we have a problem. We check right here if the user has no home. We check if the user has a home but hasn't added a category, description or location. Then we check if the user has added a category but hasn't added a description. And now we also have to check if the user has added a category and a description but hasn't added a location. So what we'll do right here is go again and create an else if statement. So else if data.added category. So if this is true, and then also data.added description is true. And then also we have to check if added location is not true. So we can do right here data.added location. So again, what we check right here is if data.added category is true and data.added description true and data.added location is not true. If this is the case, what we have to do is redirect the user to create his address. So to store our address in our database. For that, let's do a return redirect, and now we will redirect the user to the address page. So let's right here again use upticks, and then let's do / create, then / then I want to get right here the home ID, so data.id, and then we'll do / address. So this is cool. And now we need the last step, and that's if the user has added everything. So if the user has added in category, added in description, and added in location, that means that the country, that the home actually exists. And that means that the user wants to create a new home. So this equates to that we have to create an actual new home so that the user can create a new home listing. So let's create a new else if statement. So let's do an else if, and what here we'll do if data.added category is true and data.added description is true and data.added location is true, we will right here just create a new home. So right here, I will just copy that. So where we do right here constant data await Prisma home create, and where we then redirect to the structure, I will just copy that and paste that right here. And now we are actually done. We check for everything. We check if the user has no home. We check if the user has a home but hasn't added anything. We check if the user has a home and added a category. We check if the user has a home and added a category and a description, and etc. We check actually everything, and everything is now done. Okay, great. So what I want to do now is actually make our index page work. So currently you see we have 0 listings right here, but I want to of course change that. I want to see my listings right here. So for that we'll create a separate component, a listing card component, and then display it right here in our index page. For that, let's go back, let's open our Explorer, go in the app folder, in the components folder, and let's create a new file called listing, let's spell it listing, card.tsx. Now right here I have to start as I always do, so I have to export a function. So let's right here do an export function, let's name it listing card, and then let me just open that function. Inside of here, I can now create a new return statement. And now for now, let's just right here return a div element, and let's say h1 hello from the cart, something like that. Now I can actually close everything, go back to the index page, and now what I want to do is actually fetch our data, then do a map call, and then render our items, so our carts. Now to fetch our data, we'll create our standard async function getData, we'll then call it right here in our function, and then map over the data. So on top right here, let's do an async function getData. Let's open that function, and now inside of here we can use Prisma to query our data. So on top right here, I will first of all delete the not used imports, and let me import Prisma right here from my lib folder. So Prisma from my lib folder. Then inside of our async function getData, I can now do a constant data equals to await prisma.home.findMany, since I want to find many homes. Now right here I also have to use the where statement, since I only want to get homes which are fully created. So I want homes where the description boolean is true, the location boolean is true, and the category boolean is true. So let's right here do added description or added category. Let's set that to true. Let's set added location to true, and let's also set added description to true. Again, right here I just tell Prisma, hey, I only want to get homes where these three booleans equal to true, so where the homes are actually created. Now let's also do right here a select statement, since I don't want to select everything. I want to get the photo URL, so let's set that to true. Let's also get the ID, let's set that to true. Let's get the price, let's set that to true. And then let's also get the description, and let's also set that to true. Now the last step is of course also to return our data, since this is currently just a static query which does not return anything. So let's do right here in return data. Now of course we also have to call this function inside of our export default function. So let's right here just do a constant data equals to await get data. Now you see we get an error right here, and it tells me await expressions are only allowed with an async functions. So since we want to fetch data, we have to mark this component as async, and since this is a server component, this is actually also safe to do. So let's right here do an export default async function, and now the error is gone. If you now hover over data, you also see that data has a type, and this is again because right here Prisma gives us types, so this is quite cool. Now what I want to do is map over our data and then actually render the listing card. So right here under the map filter, let me just use a div element, and inside of here let's use data.map, let me get an item, and let's return that right here. Then inside of here I want to now use the listing card component, so let me get the listing card, so listing card. This is imported from our components. This is in self-closing tag. You see I have to pass the key iterator. This is the item.id. Now let's save that and let's go back. So if I now refresh the page, you right here see hello from the card. And if you again can remember, if I open my listing card, this is exactly what we have right here, hello from the card. But this is of course not looking that nice. I want to now actually render the image, the little description, the title, the location, etc. So what I'll do right here is create an interface, get the data through the params right here, and then render it like that. And then I will pass all of the data through right here again the params. So let's first of all create an interface right here on top. Let's just do an interface. Let's call it iappprops. Let's open that. Inside of here I want to get an image path. This will be in string. I want to get a description. This will also be in string. I want to get in location. This will be in string. I want to get in price. This will be a number. And then this should actually be all for now. Later on we'll add actually a few more things which we'll need. Then inside of here I can now destructure it, give it a type of iappprops, and then I can just click on Control Spacebar, and you see all the types which I want to get. So I want to get a description, the image path, the location, and the price. Now right here I can render it then and show it. So first of all, let's actually right here pass it through the params. So we want to pass a description. This will be equal to item.description as string. Then let's also right here pass an image path. This will be equal to item.photo as string. Then what else do we need? We have a location. This right here should be equal to item.country, and you see I haven't actually selected that. So let's right here also select the country. Let's set that to true. Now I can get it again right here. So item.country. Then what else do we need? We can mark it also as string to not get any errors. And we need the price, and this will be the item.price. price. Now you see that's all. We get an error right here. Type number or null is not assignable. So let's just do an as number. And now everything is fixed. Now we can actually use these params inside of our listing card and then render something nice. So let me delete everything in the return statement. Let's create a new return statement. Let's do a class name. This will be of flex and flex of column, since I want to align my items vertically. Then inside of here, let's render a div element. Let's give it a class name. Let's do a relative and let's do an age of 72. Not 62, but 72. This is in total, let's see, 288 pixels, and then we'll actually adapt our image to this height. So inside of here, I can now use the image component, import it from next/image, and now I have to pass a source and I have to pass an alt. For the alt, I will just say image of house, and again, if you want to change the alt, you can do that, that's your choice. Let's also right here do in fill. So I told you with the image component by Next.js, you always have to pass in width and a height. But what you can also do is pass an actual parent element, so a div element, give it in height and a relative class, and then you can just give the image in fill and it will just fill the width and height of your container. So I hope you understand that. Now let's also give it in class name. This right here will just be a rounded of LG, since I want to give my image a rounding. I will also do in height of full right here. Let's also do an object of cover, so that we actually cover the whole width and the whole height. And let's also do a margin bottom of 3, so that we have a bit space to the bottom. And then of course also we need the most important thing, which is the image URL. And what you'll see is actually that the image path is currently just in path, but I need an URL. Now how do we get the URL? Or let me actually first of all console log the image path before I do anything. So let's do right here in console.log and I can get the image path. Let me right here just comment out the image so that we don't get an error. Let's go back, let's refresh our page. Now in a second we should see the console log. So let me open my terminal, and now you see right here we just console log a long path name, but I need an URL just like here. So what I'll do right now is open again Supabase, since we need to get the URL from Supabase. Let me click on dashboard, let me go inside of our project. This is right here production, and then I can click right here on storage, click on my images bucket, and then right here you see my image. Now what I can do right here is click on get URL, and if you now open that in a new tab, you see that our image actually loads. And what I can do now is actually first of all close my terminal. I can now uncomment again my image right here, so let's again make it work, and then let me just pass this URL right here in our string. I'll use upticks and just paste that. So now this is our actual URL as you see, but now this path name right here is static. But instead of having this static path name, I want to actually pass the path name which I get through my params. So what we can do is right here just delete everything after /images, or after images /, I'm sorry. So all we have right here is now this URL, and at the end we just have an /images/. And after the slash, I want to now pass my image path. So let me right here get image path, and now we should not get any errors anymore. So let's go back to our project, and we get an error as you see right here. And the error now is again that we actually have to pass an host name to our next.config. So I will right here copy this host name. Let's go to my next.config file. Let's right here create a new object. Let's pass a new host name. Now I will just paste the host name I copied from here. This is the Supabase host name. Then of course let's right here give it a protocol. This is of course HTTPS. And then for the port I will just do an empty string. Now let's save that. Let's open the terminal. You see that Next.js automatically restarts. So the dev server automatically restarts. I can now go back and just refresh the page again. Alright, now you actually see the image, and yeah, it does not quite look as I wanted to. I want to have like a grid of 4 images, but now I have an image which takes 100% of the width. Now how do we fix that actually? Well, if we go back to the page.tsx, I can right here give the parent div just in grid class name. So I can create a grid, and then it will automatically right here just space out the image to only fit 1/4 of the screen. So let me go back right here. Let's give the parent element a class name. This will be grid. Then let's do an LG of grid calls of 4. So on larger devices, I want to have 4 columns. Then let's also do an SM. So on smaller devices, a grid of calls 2. And then let's also do a medium, which will be grid of calls 3. And let's also do a gap, which will be 8, and a margin top of 8. So I want to have a bit spacing to this map filter items. If I now save that and go back, you should now see it will refresh. And now you see we just have 1/4 of the screen filled up with this image. This already looks way better in my opinion. And yeah, now we can continue. So if I go back to my listing card, what do I want to do now? Now I want to actually render something. So I want to render a title maybe, or the description, the country, etc. For that, it's actually quite simple. We will go under this div element, so under this relative div. So right here, let's try to use a link component, again by next/link. Then inside of here, we have to pass an href, and for now, I'll just say an empty slash, but we'll change that, of course, later on. Then inside of here, I want to now render like our country, so where this home actually exists. So let's render an h3 tag, and inside of here, I have to now get the country. But currently, I just get the location, and then we'll just get the location value. So this is like then DE or US or whatever the country is. But I want to get the actual flag, the actual label, the actual region. And for that, we'll again use actually our hook. So what I want to do right here is, first of all, delete the console.log. I don't need it. And then we can right here do a constant, real destructured. This will be equal to use countries. And use countries is imported from our lib folder. Let's invoke it. And let's get our get country by value. Now I can right here do a constant country. And then this country will be equal to get country by value. Now I have to actually pass an argument, and the argument will just be our location. So now I can use this country, and through the country we get now, right here you see the value, the label, the flag, the latitude, longitude, and the region. So now in the h3, I can right here now just get, for example, the country.flag. Then right here, maybe let's also get a country.label, and let's use right here in slash, and let's also say country.region. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. And now you should right here see, yeah, the Austrian flag, Austria, and then the region is Europe. Now let's also style the h3. It does not look that nice, so let's get a class name of font, which will be medium, and let's also do a text, which will be base. Then under this h3, I want to now render a small description. So let's do a p tag, and then inside of here, let's render our description. Now you will see this won't look nice. You see the description is way too long, and I want the description to be maximum of 2 lines. Now the first thing I want to do right here is give it a class name and actually change the color. For that, we'll do a text of muted or foreground. Now this class name actually comes from Shadcn UI, and you will see now the color changes to this grayish color. Let's also change the size, so to text of small, and let's also do a line clamp of 2. With the line clamp, I can actually tell our description or CSS, hey, how long does the description, or how long should the description be? 2 lines, 1 line, 3 lines, 4 lines, etc. I will do 2 lines. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, that looks way better. So now you see the description is 2 lines long, and at the end we have a dot, dot, dot. Great. Now, what's the last thing I need? I think the last thing I need is to actually render the price. So under this p tag, let me again render in p tag. And then inside of here, let's just say price. So let me get the price, and then let's also do a night. Let's see how that looks like. And now we have 300 a night. Let me also render the dollar icon right here. So $300 that everyone knows. So now we have $300 night. Now this of course does not look good. We of course have to make it look nicer. Let's right here just do a padding top of 2, and let's do a text of muted of foreground. This won't look good again because now the color with the description is the same, but what I want to do is that the $300 is like a bold black color. So what I'll do right here is wrap this dollar price in a span element, and then I will style the span element individually. So let's give it a class name. This will be a font, medium, and text of black. If I now save that and go back, you now see this looks way nicer. The text is black, or the dollar price is black, and then the night is just this grayish color. This looks very, very beautiful in my opinion. So now we have created that. What is the next step which we want to do? Should we now make the actual ID page work, or should we first of all make filtering work? I think we should actually first of all create a few more listings and then we'll create the rest. So let me right here click on Airbnb your home. We should now again get redirected to the structure page. So /structure, that's also where we are right now. Now right here I can click in category. Let's just click, I don't know, wow. Why not? Let's click on next. We have a pending state. Great. Now we have to give it a bit of description. I'll now just write a title of super cool house and description. I'll copy it from Airbnb. So I've now copied the description for Airbnb as you see. Let's give it a price of $500. Let me also upload an image. I've now uploaded an image. Let's do like 3 guests, 2 rooms and 3 bathrooms. Let's click on next. We again see a pending state. Let's then right here see, we should now actually select the country. You see we're currently uploading the image. That's why it takes a bit of time. Then for the country, I don't know, what do we use? Let's just use Switzerland and let's click on next. Now we have again a pending state and we should now get redirected again to the index page. And now you see the image loads and now we have right here a new listing. Now what I want to do currently, you see this title, so the country is very near to the image. Let's change that. Let's go back. So right here we have margin bottom of 3. Let me actually delete this margin bottom of 3. And then for the h3 right here, or for the link actually, let's give it a class name of margin top of 2. Let's see how that looks like. And yeah, this looks already way better. What I'll do now is actually create like 5 or 6 more listings. All I want you to do is just go to Airbnb, copy a few images, and then just upload it right here. I will now create some and then come back. Okay, as you see, I've now created a few homes, so I should now have 4, 5, 6, 7 homes, as you see right here. And currently, if I of course click on it, you see nothing happens. That's because we just linked to our index page. But before I fix that, what I think we should now do is actually make the filtering work. Because if I, for example, now click on Lux, you see right here the URL changes, but the whole listing cards don't change, even though every home has another category. So what we'll do is first of all make filtering work, and then we'll make the individual homepage work. So for that, let's go back to our page.tsx right here. And now inside of here, first of all, we have to get our search params. And for that, we can destructure it right here. So let me open that. And then inside of here, I get the search params. So let's do search params, and then let's also give our search params a type. And now the first thing is search params is optional, so let's use a question mark and let's open that. And then inside of here we'll now get in filter. This will be also optional. Again, why is it in filter? That's because we filter by a name which is called filter. So inside of here we can get in filter. This is optional, so let's mark it with a question mark and let's do in string. So now we get our search params right here through the params, and now we can actually pass it on right here to our async function get data. For that, I will just actually copy this type right here. So I will just copy it and then paste it right here in the async function get data. What I can do now is actually pass it in our get data function. So I can write here the structure, get the search params, and this will just be equal to the search params. And now we have to actually fetch our data. Now, how do we do that actually? Well, it's actually quite simple. Right here in the where statement, we'll just filter based on the filter. So let's right here just do a category name, and then we will, this right here will be equal to search params dot filter. But what I want to do is, if this filter is not defined, because this is also a possibility, we can use nullish listen and write undefined. If I write undefined, Prisma will just not actually see this where statement and then just continue querying as it always does. So if it sees undefined, it like just uncomments right here this, and it will just search or query as it always does. Okay, this should now actually work, so let me go back, and now we see for filter Lux, I don't get any listings. If I click on trending right here, I will now get a listing right here. But you should now see one thing, right? If I click, for example, on historical homes, it takes like ages till it loads, and I don't see any feedback. When I load, I want to get in feedback. If I now click right here on amazing view, it takes like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3 seconds till we actually see something. And this is just normal since I sit in Germany, my database sits in the US, and then first of all my I guess API call has to hit the database, come back. It takes a bit of time, that's normal. But I want to get some sort of pending state. And for that, we'll now actually use streaming. So we will use a suspense boundary and then show a loading state. And now actually, first of all, when I created this project, I just used the normal loading file, so loading.tsx. And actually, I got some bugs and a few problems. It was annoying. And then I thought, hey, why don't we just do it manually and write our own suspense boundary, create our own loading state, and then everything will work as it always does. And now it's actually not that simple as you would think to create it. Currently we get our data just through here, but it won't work like that. We have now to create a separate async function, then render over our listing card, and then right here just pass it and create a suspense boundary. Now this could go a bit over your head, but let's just create it and then you will see it's actually not that hard. So under this export default async function, we'll just create a new async function. So no exports, nothing, just async function. Let's name it show items, and then let me just open that function. Now inside of here, I want to again get this data. So I will just copy our const data await get data. I will paste it right here. Now you see we get an error and it tells me I'm missing search params. So I will just copy right here again from our params this type and then just paste it inside of here. So we now get our search params and then the search params filter. Now actually we don't get it right now, and that's because we first of all also will have to pass it then later on. But again, that's not important right now. I will show it to you later. Now let's right here create a return statement. So let's return something, and I will just copy right here this div element where we actually map over everything. So I will copy that and then just paste it right here. You see we don't get any errors right here, and that looks all quite good. What I have to do now is actually import my show items right here. So under the map filter items, I can now get my show items, and this is in self-closing tag. What we can do now is actually right here delete this constant data await get data, since we don't actually await anything anymore. And what I can also do is actually change this export default function and delete the async keyword, since I don't need it anymore, since this component is not async anymore. So what we have right here is now an export default function home. We render our map filter items and then the show items component, which is right here an async component. But yeah, now you should see a problem. If I now go back, refresh the page actually, and click on one of the search params, nothing actually changes. I'm still loading all of the items and not the individual items which are based on the category. Why is that? Well, that's because this async function show items currently does not get any search params. So what I can do is right here go to show items, so to this component, and then just click on Control spacebar, get my search params and pass my search params. If I now save that and go back, you will now see everything still works as it worked before, and nothing actually has changed. It's still slow, it still takes forever to load, but now we actually know that everything still works. And what we'll do now is actually create a suspense boundary. So right here where we use the show items component, I will now wrap that in a suspense boundary. For that we'll import suspense right here, so let's write suspense from React, and then let me open that and paste our show items again. Still nothing is broken, you still see everything works. I can click right here on what did we have, like historic home, and I still load my data. So you see everything still works, but currently we don't really also do anything. What I want to do now is actually show a loading spinner. For that, we can actually use a fallback element. So right here in suspense, we can use a property called fallback, and then I can just create a fallback. So for now, let me right here just create a p element, and let's say loading. So I will save that, and what I can do now is refresh the page. You right here now see loading, and then this loads. But now we have another problem. If I now again click right here on beach, you still see it takes forever, and now we don't have any loading state anymore. Why is that? Now, to make it actually work, we have to give our suspense a key. So our suspense boundary has to know what item, or it has to know which items, so it has to be unique always. So what we can do right here is give our suspense a key, and then the key will just be our filter, since our filter is actually unique. So let's do in search params.filter, and now we have a unique key. I can now save that, and now you'll see we always have a loading state. So I now can click on trending, we have loading, and it loads. We have beachfront, it loads, and then we have that. And then you also see when I click on Earth Home, we directly see that it changes right here with the border. I can click on Lux, we have a loading state, nothing loads. We can click on historic homes and it automatically loads. We have wow, it loads, and then we also have this home. So you see, this fully works. And then if I delete the filter completely from here and just refresh it, you still see we have our loading state and then everything loads. But now let's be honest, right here just saying loading does not look nice. So let's actually create a skeleton page. And what I'll do right here is create another function. So let's do right here in function, let's say skeleton loading, and let me open that function. Now inside of here, I want to return a skeleton, which is like, again, this pending state. So let's right here return a div element. We will just give it the same class name right here. So this grid element, I will just copy this grid and pass it right here with class name and pass it. And then inside of here, I want to render a skeleton card. Now what I'll do is go in my components actually. So let's go in the app folder, components folder, and let's create a skeleton card.tsx. Now inside of here, I will create the skeleton card, and the skeleton card will look almost the same as this card right here. So let's right here do an export function. Let's call it skeleton. This should be uppercase skeleton card, and let me open that function. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's right here do a div element. This will be, of course, flex call, since I want to align it vertically. So let's do a class name of flex and flex of call, and then also a space y of 3, so that we have a bit of spacing. Now inside of here, I want to now use a skeleton. This is imported from our components. This is in self-closing tag. Let's give it a right here in class name, which will be h72. So we'll give it the same height as our image. Let's do a width of full and a rounded of LG. Now before I do anything else, let's actually see how it looks like. So right here, I can now import my skeleton card, and the skeleton card is imported from my components. And now let me just copy and paste it a few times so that we just see it. I can now save that, and I can now use this component right here as a fallback. So instead of saying loading, I can now use our function right here, skeleton loading. And then right here, let me delete loading. I don't need that anymore. Let's right here use our skeleton loading. So let me spell that first of all. Skeleton loading. This is in self-closing tag. If I now save that and go back and refresh our page, you right here, so let me refresh it, my god, here refresh, you now see right here we have the loading state. If I now click right here on, I don't know, Lux, we again have the pending state. I can now click on tiny homes, we have a pending state, historic homes, we also have a pending state. Let me click, for example, on trending, we again have a pending state. So you see, this fully works now. But now I have a problem. If I click on beach, we don't have any items for the category beach, but I want to show the user, hey, sorry, there are no categories, or I'm sorry, there are no items. Please actually use another category. So what we have to do is create a default state that we show when we don't have any items for the category. And actually, before I do that, let me finish my skeleton card, because currently this is still not fully working, or it's working, but currently we just show our image right here. But I also want to show like a little skeleton for our description and the price. So what I'll do right here is go under the skeleton, create a div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be right here of space y of 2, and then flex and flex of call. Inside of here, I can now use a skeleton. This is in self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name of h of 4, and then let's also do width of full, so h4 and width of full. Let me copy and paste it 2 more times, and then for the second element we will just say width of 3/4, and then for the last element we will just say 1/2, so 50%. Let's save that, let's go back, let's refresh our page, and yes, this looks already way nicer in my opinion, and now we are done with that. Now let's create our default state which we'll show when we don't have any items for the category. For that, we'll again actually create a separate component. So let me open our app folder, and then in the components, I will create a new file called noitems.tsx. Now inside of here, let's do an export function called no items, and let me open that function. Now inside of here, let's create a return statement, and let's actually first of all already style it. So let's do a div element, let's give it right here in class name, we'll do a flex element, let's do a minimum of height, and I'll use a custom value of 400 pixels, since I wanted to have 400 pixels of height with a minimum. Then let's do flex of call, since I want to align it vertically. Let's do an items of center, and also justify of center to align everything to the center. Let's do rounded of MD, so medium. Let's do a border, let's do a border of dashed. With that we'll have a border which has like little points or dots. Let's also do a padding of 8, and then let's also do a text of center, animate of in, and let's do a fade in of 50. And then I think the last thing we can do right here is a margin top of 10. Then inside of here, I'll now just render actually another div element. And then in this div element, let me render a file. This is an icon provided by Lucid React. So let me import that. And this is a self-closing tag. Let's actually see how that looks like. So I can go back to my page.tsx. And now what we have to do is actually create an if statement. So what we'll check is, hey, if I don't have any data, so if my data.length is 0, I'll render no items. And then if I have data, of course, I'll then render my normal, div right here where I map over my listing card. And for that, we'll go right here to this show items, so to this async function show items. And then what we can do is copy this whole div element first of all. And I want you to copy it, don't lose it anywhere. And then let's use empty tags right here so that they don't show up in the DOM. And then let's right here do data.length. And if this is equal to 0, so if we don't have any items, let's use ternary right here. And if this is false, let's use a colon and return something else. So if this is not true and we have items, let me just return our div, which I've just copied. And if this is true that we have no items, let's import our no items component from our components. I can now save that and actually go back. Let's refresh our page. And we shouldn't get any error anymore, and yes, the error is gone. So now you see right here we now just have a normal file icon. I can click on amazing view, we again have a loading state, and then we get our right here card, I guess. Let me click on design, we have a loading state, our card. Let me click on pool, we have a loading state, our card. Let me click on countryside, we have then our file icon, and that's because we don't have any items for this category. Now let me actually style that, since it currently does not look good. So for that, let me right here style this div which wraps our file icon. Let's give it a class name of flex, age which will be 20, width which will be 20, items which will be center, justify which will be center to center everything. Let's do rounded of full. And then let's also do right here in BG of primary, and then I will give it an opacity of 10. So 10% of the full opacity. Then let's also style our file icon. So let's give it a class name of age10, width of 10, and then text of primary. Let's see how it actually looks like. So I will now go back. This should now reload in a second. And yes, this already looks way nicer. So we have this dashed border right here and then the file icon. But now, of course, I also want to have some text where it just says, hey, sorry, no items for this category or something. Please, I don't know, use another category, something like that. So what we'll do is right here go under this div element. Let's use an h2 element, and let's right here just say sorry, no listings for this category found, ... So let's save that, let's go back, and now you see right here, sorry, no listing for this category found. This should be listings, not listing. And now we of course also have to style that, so let me style the h2. Let's give it right here in class name, and then this will be margin top of 6, since I want to have a bit of padding to the top. Let's do a text of XL and also a font of semi-bold. This should now look a bit nicer, a bit more bold and a bit more spacing, and yes, that looks very, very cool. Let's also now create a description. So under the h2, let's use some p tag. And then right here, let's just say, please check a other category or create your own listing, ! So let's save that. And now we should right here see the description. Yeah, it looks all right, but we can still make it a bit better. So let's get in class name, margin top of 2, text which will be center, text which will be small, since I want it to be a bit more smaller. Then let's also do a leading. Then the leading will just be 6 right here. Let's also do then in text muted or foreground that it has this grayish color. So let's see. And yes, I think this is perfect. I will leave it like that. And now let's again test it out. Let me completely refresh the page. You see we have a loading state. Then we have that. Let me click on pool. Now you see we have a loading state. And then we have our cart. Let me click on trending. We have our loading state, a cart. Let's click on beachfront. We have our loading state and a cart. And then we have Earth Home, a loading state, and then sorry, no listing for this category found. Let's actually change that. That does not sound good. So sorry, no listing found for this category. Yeah, I think that's better. What you have seen probably by now is if you click on the actual listing, you will just get redirected to the index page. And this is of course not quite what we want. When we click on the listing card, we want to get redirected to the home ID or to the page of the home. But before we do that, I want to actually make the favoriting capabilities work, and then we'll actually create the ID page, so the home page. So to make favoriting work, we first of all have to go back to our schema and have to create a new model for our favorite, so a new table. Let's right here do a model, we'll name it favorite, and then let me just open that table. Now inside of here, we of course have to give it an ID, and this is required. So let's do an ID of string @ID @default, and then we'll just use an UUID, so unique identifier. And now we have to actually create a relation. And how does it look like? Well, the user will have many favorites, but each favorite can only have one user, and a home can have many favorites, but each favorite can only have one home. So a home will always have one user and one home connected, but a home can have multiple favorites, and the user can also have multiple favorites. So yeah, we have to create a one-to-many relationship for the user and for the home. And this is again, thankfully, quite simple. What we can do right here for the home model is just right here write favorite. So let me spell favorite correctly. And this will be then equal to favorite, and I have to pass an array to show that this is in one-to-many relationship. Then also let's do the same for the user. So under home, I can just do favorite, or let me actually just copy it. I don't want to spell it because it's such an annoying word. Let's paste that. Let's click save. And now you see we have created a relation right here automatically. So now the user can have multiple favorites and the home can also have multiple favorites. Now the last thing I want to do right here for the favorite is actually add an created at timestamp. So let's do created at. Let's do date time at default and now. And maybe one thing, I would always recommend you to use and create it at timestamp, because maybe later on, if you make the application bigger and you want to offer a specific feature and you need to create it at timestamp, you can't add it later on. So I would always just highly recommend you to do it. It really takes no time to do it, and better have it than to not have it. I talk right here with experience, so please just listen to me. Okay, we can now continue. We have created a favorite model. I have to now actually push that. So I will right here just stop my dev server. I will clear everything, and let's do an npx prisma db of push, since I want to sync my database with the schema right here. You see my database is now in sync, so I can do an npm1 dev and restart my dev server. So now let's actually use that right here. So if I go back to our page.tsx, I want to now actually show if we are favorited or if the user has favorited this card or not. To do that, what we have to do right here is first of all get the user ID. So inside of this params right here, I can say I want to get a user ID, and then right here user ID, we also have to give it in type. So this will be either string or undefined, because it could be that the user is not actually logged in, and that's fine. The user does not have to be logged in to see the index page. And now we actually also have to pass it right here. So you see now we get an error. It tells me const data await get data, and we are missing actually one param. Before I do that, let's actually finish our query right here, so our fetching call. And what I want to do now is get the favorite. So what I'll do right here is use our favorite. So we get our favorite model right here, since we have a relation. And I only want to get a favorite where the user ID equals to our user ID. So let's do a user ID, and this should be equal to the user ID. And then let's also do nullish collision and say undefined. So if you don't have a user ID, we'll just render undefined. Great, we are now done with that. Now let's actually fix this whole user ID issue. And for that, we actually first of all have to get our user. So right here on top, we actually have to use the kind hook. So let's write here doing constant, let's the structured. This will be equal to get kind server session. Now you see the import is incorrect. So instead of right here importing from distribution, let's just import from @kind OSS, kind of Next.js /server. Now I can't use that, and then inside of this hook, let me first of all invoke it, and let's right here get now the get user function. So right here, get user. Now we of course have to fetch our user, so let's do const user await get user. So now we invoke it, and we don't get any error anymore. Now right here, I can now pass my user, so I can do in comma, click Control spacebar, and you see it tells me I have to pass in user ID, and the user ID will be equal to user.id. Now you see everything still works and we don't get any errors anymore. Now we of course have to now show inside of our listing card an heart icon. So we want the user to either favorite the listing or unfavorite the listing. So let me go back to our listing card right now. So right here our listing card, and now inside of here, right inside of this div where we marked it as relative, I want to now render our image. And for that I actually have to get a few things again through our params. Or first of all, let's actually first render one thing through our param, and this will be the user ID. So let's right here just get the user ID, and this will be either equal to string or it will be undefined. And now let's actually also get the user ID through the params, and what I want to do now is check if the user is defined. So if we have a user ID, I render our heart icon so that the user can favorite it. So right here, let's use user ID, and then if user ID is defined, let's use a double and sign, and then we can return something. So I will right here return a div element, and let's give it right here in class name. This will just be z of 10, not 20, but 10. Let's also do an absolute, and then a top of 2 and a right of 2. And then inside of here, let me right now just render a lucid icon, and this will be just a heart icon. So this is in self-closing tag, and then let's import that, close that, and now you see we get an error right here in our page.tsx, and this is because it tells me that I have to actually pass our user ID. So let me pass right here our user.id, and now still everything works. I can now actually go back, refresh the page, and now you see right here the heart icon. Now this of course does not look nice, but we'll fix that right now, as you know. So let's go back to our listing card, and now instead of actually using the heart icon right here, I will create a separate component. So we'll go back to our submit buttons, and we'll write the component right here inside of this file. So right here under this async function or export function creation submit, let's do a new export function. This will be just called add to favorite button. Then let me open that, and inside of here let's create a return statement. Now inside of here I of course want to get a pending state, so I will just copy right here the constant pending equals to use from status hook, and then just also paste it right here. Then right here in the return statement, let me use the empty brackets, and now inside of here I want to use the ternary where I check if we are currently in a pending state or not. So let's do a pending. And if this is equal, let's use a question mark, return something. And if this is not true, let's return something else. Now, first of all, if this is not true, so we are not in a pending state, let me right here render a button. This is imported from our components. And first of all, maybe let me just create a div right here. And then inside of here, I can now use our button component, import it from the components. Let's right here give it a few props. So the variant right here will be of outline. So let me get outline. Then we'll also have in size, and the size will be of icon, since we'll use an icon inside of here. And then we also need a class name, and this will just be bg primary of foreground. Then I think this should be all. The last thing will just be in type of submit, since with this button I want to submit my form. Inside of here I can now render a heart icon from Lucid React. This is in self-closing tag. Let's also get a class name of w4 and h of 4. I can now actually save that, and now we can actually use that. So I will copy the add to favorite button name. Let's go back to our listing card, and instead of rendering this heart icon, I will now render our component. So let me import that from our component, so from our submit button file. Let's go back, and now you should still see that the button, it currently loads. Let's see that the button still works. So yeah, you see it right here, and this looks quite nice. And now before I actually continue and create a second button, I have to now actually first of all create a new ternary. and I will have to check, hey, is the listing in this user's favorite or is it not? If not, I will just render this button, and if it's in the favorite list, I have to render another button to unfavorite this, I guess, listing from our file. And for that, we first of all have to get a few things from our params. First of all, let me delete the unused import, so user ID, and then also an icon from Lucid React. And now inside of this interface iapp props, I want to get first of all is in favorite list, and this is just in Boolean, so I can then later on just use it and check. And then also I want to get the favorite ID, so this will then be the ID of the actual table, so that I can then later actually delete this favorite from our list, and this will just be right here in string. So let's close that, and that's all I need for that. Now let's go back to our page.tsx, and now you see we get an error, and the error is just that we have to now pass our params. So let's first of all get our favorite ID. So let's get right here favorite ID, and this will be equal to item.favorite. Favorite is an array, so let's get the first item in the array. Now this could be actually not defined, so let's use a question mark, and then let's use .id. And then what else do I need? I now also need to check the Boolean, so if it's in the favorite list. So let's right here get is in favorite list, and then this will be equal to item.favorite.length. And then we should check if the length is bigger than 0, then I know that it's in the list, I can set it to true, and if not, I can set it to false. So if it's bigger to 0, let's use in ternary, set it to true, and if it's false, let's set it to false. Now that's already all, and now we are actually done. So now if I go back to the listing card, I can now actually use this is in favorite param. So let's get it right here, we get the favorite ID, let's also get the is in favorite list param, and now let's actually create a new ternary. For that, let me first of all copy again this add to favorite button. I will need it in a second, so don't delete it. And now let's use in ternary. Is in favorite list, so it's in Boolean. If this is true, let's return something, and if not, let's return something else. Now, if this is true, let me return our add to favorite button, and then if it's not true, I will also for now just return the add to favorite button. You will still see nothing has actually changed, everything still works. And now, before I actually create the second button, so the delete from favorite button, I think we should first of all make the functionality work. So we first of all have to wrap both buttons inside of a form element. Let me first of all delete the action, I don't need it for now. Let me again copy the button right there or paste it. Let's also do the same for here. Let me delete the action, let's paste our component again, and still everything works. Now I of course have to create a server action so that we can favorite it, and that's what I'll do right now. So let's go in our actions file where we store all of our server actions, and now inside of here let me scroll down a bit. We'll create right here a new server action, and I will just name it add to favorite. So let's do an export, so let me spell that, export async function add to favorite. And then let me just open that. Through the params, I can now get the form data. So let's do form data, and this will be equal to form data. And now inside of here, I have to get two things. So first of all, the user ID, and then also the home ID. So let's do right here in constant home ID. This will be equal, let me spell that correctly. So home ID, this will be equal to form data, and then let's do a dot get, and I want to get the home ID. Let's mark it as string, and now let's also copy and paste it again. I want to now get the user ID. This will be equal to form data dot get user ID. Now I of course also have to pass it in my form so that I can get it right here, and for that we'll again use input type hidden. So right here for the add to favorite button, let's right here create two inputs. So first of all input type hidden so that the user does not see it, then the name will be home ID. Let me again check if I spelled it correctly, because that's very important. If you don't spell it correctly, it won't work. Let's also give it in value, and then for the value, it will be the home ID. But currently, I don't get the home ID. I first of all have to get it through the params. So right here, let's do a home ID, and this will be equal to string. Let's also get it right here, so home ID. And if I now go back to our page.tsx, so to our index page, you right here see we again get an error. And the error is that I'm missing again the home ID. So now let's pass our home ID. And for the home ID, all I have to do is do an item.id, since I already map over the items and I get the ID right here. Let's go back to our listing card right here. We currently get an error. Where is the error? I don't see it. Right here for the value. And then we can pass our value, which is the home ID. Now the second input type hidden which I need is the user ID. So this should be the user ID. Let me again check if I spelled it correctly in our actions file. And yes, I spelled it correctly. Let's also right here give it now in value, and this will be the user ID. And now we're actually done with that. So let me go back to the action file, and now we actually have to create our mutation with Prisma. For that, let's right here go under that, let's do in constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma dot favorite, not home, dot favorite dot create. And now inside of here, I have to use my data property and I have to pass an ID. So let's do it as in string, and also pass an user ID. So let's also do in string. And that's all we have to do, because again, our favorite model is actually just in relation between the user and the home. I don't have to pass anything else because everything else can be queried through the relation. So now for the ID, this will just be equal to our home ID, and then for the user ID, this will just be equal to user ID. Now this is already all we need, and now we're done with that. So what I can do now is actually get the add to favorite name, and I will now pass it to my form. So right here for the form, let me paste an action and paste add to favorite. Let me import that from our actions, and now this is done. Before I actually test it out, let me again go to my submit buttons file, because we currently haven't created a pending state. So let me first of all create a pending state, and for that we'll use again a button component. So instead of the div, let me delete that. Let's use the button component, and then let's open that. Now inside of here, I want to use the loader icon. So let's use our loader2 icon. This is a self-closing tag and it's already imported. Let's give it a class name of height of 4, width of 4. Let's also do an animate, which will be spin, and then also a text, which will be primary. And then let's also give our button a few properties, and these will be actually almost the same to this button. So the variant will be again outline right here. So let's do outline. Then the size will also just be an icon. Then let's also give it in disabled state. And then the last thing I'm missing is the class name, which will be bg primary of foreground. Now this should be all. Disabled, loader, spin. Yeah, I think that's all. Now let me again change that. Yeah, this should work. So let's go back. Did we import everything correctly? And yeah, I think we can test it out. So what I'll do now is click right here on favorite. We should see in pending state, that's what you see. And we again have the initial state. So what I have to do now is actually create the buttons so that we can actually unfavorite this item from our favorite list. So let me again go to our submit buttons, and I will now create a new export function. This will be called delete from favorite button. And let me open that. Now, instead of writing again everything, I'll just copy it from here, since it will be almost the same. So I will just copy it, paste it right here. And the only thing I have to actually change right here is give our heart right here in fill. So I will right here just say fill, and then I will have to give it a hashtag value. The hashtag will be hashtag E21C49. This should be all, and now we have in fill. Let's also right here give it in text, which will be primary, so that we have in border, which actually has the same color. So text of primary. Now this should actually already be all. All we did right here is again just add in fill and in text of primary. And now let's actually see if that works. So let me copy the name delete from favorite button. Let's go back, and instead right here of using add to favorite button, let's use our delete from favorite button. Let's import that from our submit buttons. Let's save that, and let's go back. So now this icon should change. So let me refresh the page. And has anything changed? Nope, nothing has changed. Let me again click on that. So probably something has gone wrong. And yes, invalid, Prisma favorite create, unique constraint failed on ID. So yeah, let's check it out what I did wrong, because I actually have no clue as always. So let me open my Prisma Studio. So right here, let's open that, and let's do an npx. So let's do npx Prisma Studio. And now if I actually open right here the favorite model, you see that we actually have right here in listing, so in field. But you see we have a unique user ID, but we are missing a home ID. So there is an error. I didn't pass the home ID. Something went wrong right here. So let's check out what's wrong. Before I actually do that, let me first of all delete that again from our list. So I will delete this favorite. So let me open that, this loads, and let me delete this favorite since I want to create a new favorite. So I've now deleted that, and let's now go back. Let me open again my listing card, and let me see what went wrong. And the error is actually quite simple. Inside of the action.ts, I set ID, but this should not be the ID, of course. It should be the home ID. I don't want to change the ID. I want to change the home ID. or I want to add an home ID. So this should now work again. Let's again go back. I refresh the page and yeah, you don't see anymore this favorite. That's fine. Let's now test out if it works. So I will right here click on favorite. We have in pending state, but we don't see anything. Why is that? Did I do anything wrong? Nope. Let me actually refresh the page and you now will see that we now actually see that we have a heart icon. But why did it actually not refresh directly? Well, it's actually quite simple. That's just a thing with caching and Next.js. What we have to do is actually revalidate our path. So we can use a handy function which is called revalidate path, and then we can automatically revalidate this path and then show that it has updated. So right here we can get a revalidate path from next/cache, and now we have to update our path name or revalidate that. But now the interesting thing is our path name could be dynamic. So I could right here create a favorite, but I could also maybe create a favorite in our, I don't know, ID page or somewhere like that. So the path name is again dynamic. So what I'll do is actually get our path name through the form data. So let's write here doing constant path name. This will be equal to form data dot get, and I want to get a path name. This will be equal to as string, and now let's get that. So if I go back to my listing card, I first of all have to pass it right here. And to pass it, I have to get it through the params. So right here, let's actually create a new path name. This will be equal to string. Let's also get it right here. And now if I go to my page.tsx, you see we get an error, and that's because I'm missing the param or path name param. And the path name param will just be the index page, since I want to revalidate the index page. So now I can go back to my actions file and then pass the path name right here. But I'm still not done, and that's because I actually first of all have to go to my listing card and now create again an input type hidden and pass my path name. So let me copy paste that right here. This will be still type hidden. The name will be path name, and then the value should also be path name. Now again, it's important that you spell path name correctly, so I will just copy it and paste it right here just to be sure, and now we can actually use that. So if I now actually go back, this is still favorited, and if I refresh the page, nothing has actually changed. But now let's actually favorite this right here, so the Cyprus Europe. I will now right here favorite it loads, and now you should see automatically that will show the icon. And yes, this fully works. I can now also favorite this home right here, so in Estonia, this now also loads, and now we also see that. If I again refresh the page, still everything is actually persisted, and you see the favorite icons. So this fully works, and this is great. And now let's actually also make it work that the user can unfavorite a listing. For that, let's go back to our listing card right here, and now we actually have to create an action. So currently we just have an empty form with the button, but we of course also have to create an action for that. So let's go again to our actions.tsx, and then inside of here, let's create a new server action. So let's right here do an export of async function. We'll name it delete from favorite. And then through the params, let's get our form data, which will be equal to form data, and let's open the function. Now inside of here, I again have to get three things. So the path name, I have to get the user ID, and then I also have to get the favorite ID. So let's right here doing constant favorite ID. This will be equal to form data dot get, and I want to get a favorite ID. This will be as string. Let's also right here get a path name. So I will just copy it right here since we already pasted. So const path name equals to form data dot get path name, and let's also get the user ID. So constant user ID. This will be equal to form data dot get, and I want to get the user ID as string. So now we can actually also paste that. So if I go to my listing card, I have to now create three input type hiddens. I will now right here just copy them, paste them inside of here, and now instead of home ID, I now need the favorite ID. So let's do favorite ID, and right here instead of giving it a value of home ID, let's do favorite ID. Now before I continue, let me check if I spelled everything correctly. So right here favorite ID should be spelled the same, then our path name is spelled the same, and then our user ID is also spelled the same. So this should now work, and now let's also create our mutation. So right here let's do constant data equals to await Prisma dot favorite dot delete, since I want to delete an favorite, and then we have to create a where statement, and this should have an ID, and the ID will just be equal to favorite ID, and then we also have to get a user ID, and this will be equal to user ID. Now the last thing we have to do is of course revalidate again our path. So let's do right here and revalidate path, and this will be equal to path name. So not path, but path name. And now this actually looks good. If I now go back to my listing card, I have now to pass to the form the action, and this should be equal to delete from favorites. So this should be lowercase delete from favorite, and this is imported from our actions. So now this should work. Let's see if it actually works. I will now go back. Let me refresh the page to be safe. And now let's unfavorite right here this Australia home. I will click on that, we have in pending state, and now we should see again the old button, and that's what you see. Now let me unfavorite this button, we again have in loading state as you see, and it again goes to the old state. Let's also unfavorite this, we again have in pending spinner, and yes, this also works. Great, we are now done. Our favoriting works, we have a search filter right here, so I can click again on design. You see we have in pending state, and then we have in home right here. I can favorite the home if I want to. You see if we have in pending state, it favorites. I can again go to the index page. I again still see all homes and also all homes which have a favorite icon. So this works beautifully. What will we do now? I think we should now maybe actually first of all right here create my favorites, so the page for my favorites where I then see all of the favorites. So let's do that right now. For that, let me open my Explorer, let's go in the app folder, and we have to create now a new folder. We will name our folder right here favorites, so favorites, and then inside of here let's create a page.tsx. Now since this is of course in route, we have to do an export default function, so let's right here do an export default function. We'll just name it favorite route. So let me spell that correctly. And then let me just open that. Now inside of here, I want to actually first of all just render something. So let's do a return. Let's do a div and h1 hello from favorite, just to see if it works. Let's go back. Let me now click on my favorites. And now we should get redirected to this page. And you see right here, hello from favorite. That's great. Now before I actually continue and create our UI, let's maybe first of all fetch our data. So on top right here, let's do an async function. This will be called get data. And then let me just open that. Now inside of here, let's do constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma. Now you see Prisma does not import for me automatically. So on the top right here, let me import Prisma. Let's do an import Prisma. This imports from the lib folder. Then inside of here, let's do dot favorite and then do dot find many, since I want to find many favorites. Then inside of here, we of course don't want to find favorites from every user, but only favorites which are actually from the currently logged in user. So let's do a where statement, and right here we want to get a user ID. So we only want to find favorites where the user ID matches our user ID. And to do that, we of course have to get our user ID through the params. So let's do right here a user ID, which will be of type string. And now I can pass our user ID right here. Now, of course, we now also have to select what we want. So let's do a select statement. I want to get right here our home model, so our relation. And then inside of here, let's again create a select statement. And I want to now get our photo. So let's set that to true. I want to get our ID. Let's set that to true. Let's get our favorites. So let's set that to true. Let's get our price. Let's set that to true. Let's get our country. Let's set that to true. And let's get our description. So I will also set that to true. Now the last thing is to actually also return our data. So right here, let's do return data. Now, of course, we also first of all now have to fetch the data. Currently, this is just an async function, which does not run. So inside of our component, let's get our data. So let's do constant data, which will be equal to await get data. Now you see we get two errors. First of all, await expressions are only allowed with an async functions. So let's mark it as an export default async function. Again, this is safe because this is a server function. And now right here, we also have to pass our argument, so the user ID. And for that, we first of all have to fetch our user ID. So let's right here do a constant. Let's destructure it. This will be equal to get kind server session. And again, this is a hook provided by kind. And also the import is incorrect. So let's import that from kind OSS, kind of Next.js /server. Inside of here, let me now get the get user function, since I want to actually fetch our user. So let's do a constant user, which will be equal to await get user. Let's invoke it. And now what I want to do is actually also protect this page. So if the user is not signed in, so if we don't have a session, I want to redirect the user to the index page. So right here we can do an if there's no user with an exclamation mark. Let's do a return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and let's right here just redirect the user to the index page. Now inside of the const data await get data, I can now pass my user.id, and as you see I don't get any error anymore. Now right here let me actually make some space for the return statement, and then for the return statement let me delete the div and let's use a section element. Now for the section I will give it a class name. This will be container, then mx of auto, padding x of 5, and then lg of padding x of 10 and margin top of 10. Inside of here I want to now create like a small title, so let's do an h2 and let's just say your favorites. So let's now save that, and now you see we have some padding to the left and to the right and some margin to the top, which is quite cool in my opinion. One thing you see, the padding to the top is way too big, and the problem is instead of padding right 10, this should be padding x of 10. And if I now save it and go back, you should now see that it already looks way nicer. And yes, the padding now is even better. Now let's also style our title right here. So let's give it a class name. This will be of text 3XL. Let's also do a font of semi-bold. Let's also right here do a tracking of tight, and this should be all. Let's save that. Let's go back, and this should be now quite bold. And yes, it looks way nicer. Now before I actually map again over my items, I first of all actually want to again use this check. So if we have no items, I want to show our no items component, and if we have items, I will just show our listing card. So right here let's do in ternary. So if data.length is equal to 0, so we don't have any favorites, let's use in ternary. Let's right here just return no items, so no items imported from our components. And if this is not true, so we have items, let's right here just return a div element, and then inside of here we'll map over our items. So let's right here do in data.map. Let's get an item, and then let me just return that. Inside of here, I will now use our listing card component. So let's get our listing card from our components, and now you see we get an error, and it tells me that I have to pass a lot of params. Now the most important thing which we first of all have to pass is the key, and this will be equal to item.home.id. Then what else do we have? We have a description. This will be equal to item.home.description as string. Then what else do we have? We have right here a location, and then this will be equal to item.home.country as string. Let's save that. Then what else do we have as a param? We also have the path name. This is now again important to revalidate our path. This will be /favorites, and I want you to spell it correctly. Then the next param which we have right here is actually the home ID, and this will just be equal to item.home.id. Since this is the home ID, let's mark it as string. Then what else do we need? We need the image path. This will be equal to item.home. How is it called? Photo right here, so photo. This will be as string. Then what else do we have? We have right here the price. This will be equal to item.home.price, and let's mark it as number. Then the next param which we have is the user ID. This will be just equal to the user.id. And then let's also right here get now the favorite ID. This right here will just be equal to item.home.favorite. Let's get the first item in the array .id. And right here we get an error, and all we have to do right here is mark it as string. And then the last param which we have is the isInFavorite list boolean, and this will just be equal to item.home.favorite.length. And if this is bigger than 0, it will be true, and if not, it will be false. So let's right here say if this is true, let's use in ternary, set it to true, and if not, let's set it to false. Let's also mark it right here as number, and now we don't get any errors anymore. So we are now done with that, and let's check out how it looks like. So now you see 2 homes, and these 2 homes are currently favorited by us. But you see we are kinda missing a grid view, so let's create a grid. Right here for this div element, I will create a class name. This will be grid. Then right here LG, which will be grid calls of 4. Then let's also right here do an SM, which will be grid calls of 2. Let's also do a medium, which will be grid calls of 3. And let's also do a grid calls of 1. Then let's also do a gap of 8, since I want to have actually padding to the y-axis and also to the x-axis. And let's do a margin top of 8. This should be all. Let's save that, and let's see how that looks like. So I will just reload our page, and yes, you see this looks already way better, and it almost looks like our index page. Now one thing I still don't like is right here the padding to the top. I think I done something not right. So container, MX auto, yeah, this shouldn't be PY of 5 but PX of 5. And now the padding should be a bit smaller, and yes, this looks way better. So what do we do now? I think we should now actually also create again a suspense boundary, so a loading state. And for that, that's again actually quite simple, but instead of writing our own manual suspense boundary right here, we'll now use something quite interesting. And that's if you go in the app folder, again in the favorites folder, you can now create a new file called loading.tsx. This will now just create automatically 2 suspense boundaries at the bottom and at the top. And now right here, we can just create our logic or our UI, which we want to show when the data is loading. And now let's actually do that right here. So let's again do an export default function. We'll just name it favorites loading. And then let me just return that. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. Let's do a section element. And then in the section element, let's give it a class name, which will be equal to container, mx of auto, padding x of 5. And then let's do an lg of padding x of 10 and margin top of 10. Then inside of here, I will again use the same h2. So I will just copy it from here and then paste it inside of here. So we have now a section and an h2 right here. And now we are also missing the skeleton. So what I'll do right now is copy this div where we have this grid. Since I will need the same one, I'll copy paste it. Let me right here also close the div. And now inside of here, I can use our skeleton card component. So if you can remember, inside of our components, we already created a skeleton card, and this is just what we'll use right here. So what I can do now is import our skeleton card from our components, and let me just copy paste it a few times. So I can now click on save. And if I now refresh the page, you right here see our loading state, it loads, and then we have our card right here. And with that, we just make the navigation way quicker. The user already will see your favorites, and then just the cards will actually load. So this is very, very nice. You see the pending state, and this is quite cool that it now works. Also, let's check if it works to unfavorite. So I will now unfavorite this. This should now actually go away from here. So let's see, yes, it has gone. Let me also unfavorite that. And now we should see this no items right here. So let's see. And yes, sorry, no listings found for this category. But what I want to do now is actually change the text. It currently just says no listings found for this category, but what it should actually say is like you don't have any favorites. So what we'll use actually right here for your no items, so if I go to the no items component currently, what I want to do right here is like create an interface where I can then give through the params a title and a description. So let's right here create an interface iapp props. So let's do an interface iapp props. Let's open that. I want to right here get in title. This will be equal to string. Let's also get in description right here. And this will be also type of string. Now inside of here I can destructured. This will be equal to iapp props. And then right here we will just get in the description, and we'll also get in title. Now also instead of file, let's maybe use the question mark. I think that's a bit better. So right here file question, I think that's fine. And then we can now use that. So if I go back to our index page, so I'm now in the index page right here, you will right here now see for our no items, we get an error because I'm now missing a description and a title. Now for the title and description, I will just copy it from here. So we'll use this title right here. I will paste it right here, and for the description, I will just copy also the description from here and paste it right here. Let me delete also the space from here and from here. I can now save that, and then for our no items component, instead of rendering the text, let me render right here the title, and then right here, I'll render the description. Now, if I go back to my favorites, I now have an error right here. So for our title, let me just say, hey, you don't have any favorites. And then for the description, I will just say, please add favorites to see them right here. ... Let's save that. Let's go back. And now you should also see the title right here. And it tells you, hey, you don't have any favorites. Please add favorites to see them right here. So now our component is actually adaptable, since I can now give for each page an individual title and description, which is very, very cool. What I want to do now, or what I want to make work now, is actually this My Listings page. So if I currently click on My Listings, I get an 44 not found. So you see right here, 44 not found, and that's because I don't have a route. So let's create one. Let's open my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, and let's right here create a new route called my-homes. Inside of here, let's create a page.tsx, and now let's actually create that. So let's right here just do an export default function. Let's just name it, I don't know, my homes. And then let me just open that function. Now inside of here, I will just now return a div. So let's do a div and h1 hello from my homes. Let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. It currently loads. Let's see. And yes, you see right here, hello from my homes. So this works. Now let's actually create the page for that. For that, let me actually first of all again delete everything. Let's create a section element right here. Let's give our section class name, which will be container, mx of auto, padding x of 5. Let's do an lg of padding x of 10, and then let's do margin top of 10. Inside of here, let me create an h2. Let's just say right here your homes. And then right here, let's give it also a class name. So let's do class name of text, which will be 3XL, font, which will be semi-bold. And then let's right here also do a tracking, which will be of tight. And now let's actually first of all see how that looks like. So now you see right here your homes. This looks actually quite nice. But before I actually now map over our items, let's first of all fetch them. So on top, I will again create an async function get data. So let's do an async function get data. And then let me just open that. Now inside of here, let's do constant data, which will be equal to await. And now we have to get Prisma. Prisma does not automatically import for me. So on top, let's do an import Prisma from our lib folder. And then inside of here, let's do an await Prisma.home.find many, since I want to find many homes. Now inside of here, I of course don't want to find all homes, but I only want to find homes which are actually from the user and also added in description, added in location, and added in country. So let's right here do a where statement. Let's pass our user ID, and this should be now equal to a user ID. We'll get our user ID through the params. So let's do user ID equals to string, and then we can pass it right here. So user ID. Now let's also do right here added category to true. Let's do added description to true, and then also added location also to true. I can now save that. And now I have to select a few things. So let's do right here in select statement. I want to get the ID of the home. I want to also get the country. Then I want to also get the photo actually. I want to get the description, and I want to get the price also. Then the last thing I need is also the favorite. So let's right here get our favorite. And right here, I only want to get the favorites where the user ID matches the user ID. And the last thing we could also do maybe is also order our whole data. So right here I can do an order by, and then I can order our listings by the created at timestamp. So what I can do right here is get the created at timestamp and do in descending. Now the last thing is to return our data. So let's do return data, and now I can get that right here in my function. So let's do constant data equals await get data. Now we get right here two errors. So first of all, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So let's do an export default async function, and then also for our get data we have to pass an argument, which is our user ID. So what I can do now is again use our get kind server session hook. So let's do a constant, let's destructure it. This will be equal to get kind server session, and let's invoke it. Now the import statement is incorrect. This should be right here at the end /server. So we import get kind server session from kind OSS kind of Next.js /server. Now inside of here, let me get now the get user function. We have to now fetch our user. So let's do constant user equals to await get user. Let's invoke it. And now inside right here, I can now pass my user ID as an argument. So let's do user.id. Now this should be all. We now get an error. And why do we get an error? Well, it tells me argument of type string or undefined is not assignable to type parameter string. And this is correct. It does not work. So to fix that, instead of doing as string, I want to of course protect this route. I only want authenticated users to access this route. So I will do an if statement, if there's no user, I right here just return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and let's just import it to the index route. Now this should be all, and now you see I can delete this question mark and still everything works. Great. And what I want to do now is right here check again. So I want to use internally and check if our items have a length of 0. I will return our no items component, and if we have items, I will just return our listing card. So right here let's do data.length And if this is right here equal to 0, let's right here use internally. So let's use question mark, return something, and if this is not true, let's use a colon and return something else. Then inside of here, let's use the no items component, and this is in self-closing tag. Now inside of here, I have to pass in description, and I also have to pass in title. Now for the title, I will just say you don't have any homes listed. And then let's do also something for description, and let's just say please list a home on Airbnb so that you can see it right here, something like that. Then let's also now map over our items. So let's create a div element right here, and then inside of here let's do data.map, let's get an item, and then let's just return that. Inside of here I can now use our listing card component from our components, and now we have to pass a few things. So the first thing we have to pass is the key iterator. So the key right here will be equal to item.id. Then let's also pass our image path. Then the image path will be equal to the item.photo as string. Then what else do we have? We have right here an home ID. This will just be equal to the item.id. Then let's also right here get a price. This will be equal to the item.price as number. Then what else do we have? We have in description. This will be equal to the item.description as string. Then what else do we have? We have in location. This will be equal right here to the item.country as string. Then what else do we have? We have in user ID. This will just be equal to the user.id. And then we have also right here in path name. The path name will just be /my-homes. And then the last two params is the favorite ID and is the is in favorite list boolean. For the favorite ID, we'll just do an item.favorite first item in the array .id. Now right here, of course, the favorite ID could not be defined, so let's right here use a question mark. Let's open that, and then let's also right here get our is in favorite list boolean, and then we'll again use ternary. So let's right here do a check. So if item.favorite.length is bigger than 0, let's use ternary, let's return true, and if this is false, let's return false. Now this should be actually all, and let's see now if this works. So I will now go back, and yes, this is now what you see. These are all the homes which I listed, and that's also why you see them right here. Now of course the grid view does not look good, so let's create one. Let's do a class name of grid. Let's do LG of grid, which will be calls of 4. Let's do right here an SM, which will be grid calls of 2. Let's also do an MD of grid calls of 3. And then let's also right here do a grid calls of 1 on small devices or mobile devices. Let's do a gap of 8, and then also a margin top of 8, so to the top. Let's save that, and let's see how that looks like. And this should now refresh, and yes, this looks very nice. So these are all the homes which I created, and you see them right here. Let's see if favoriting works. So I will now click right here on favorite. This has a pending state, and now we should see it right here. Yes, I can also favorite that, and then you see it also right here. I can now also unfavorite that, and still everything works as you see. If I refresh the page, everything works perfectly. The only thing which I'm now missing is a loading state, so suspense boundaries, and for that we'll again just create a loading file. So for that, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the my homes folder, and let's create a new file called loading.tsx. Now for the file, I will just copy the same content as from our favorites loading file. I will copy that right here, paste it in the loading file of my homes, change the name to my homes loading, and then instead of your favorites, let's right here just say your homes. Let's see how that looks like. Let's see, I should refresh the page. Do we get an error? Nope. Let me again refresh it. You see a loading state right here, and then our cards load. So I can now click right here on your favorites. You see a loading state, and then it loads. I can click on my listing. We have right here loading state, and then I see my listings. So this now fully works. What are we now missing? Well, we are now missing two things. First of all, my reservations, which currently does not exist, and then also the ID page of the home. I think what we'll create right now is the ID page of the actual home. So let's do that right now. For that, let's go back, let me close everything, let's go in the app folder, and then inside of here I will create a new folder called home, and then in the home folder I will need a dynamic folder, since at the end of the day I want to query my route I want to query my home, based on the ID, and I can get the ID through the path name. So inside of the home, let's right here create a new dynamic folder with this array brackets and then an ID. And then inside of this ID folder, let's create a new file called page.tsx. And now inside of this page.tsx, I can actually create everything for the individual home. So let's first of all start with an export default function. We'll name it home, I don't know, home route. I think that's fine. And let's open that. Inside of here, we'll return something. Let's say div and h1 or h2. And let's say hello from the ID home. Let's save that. And what you'll see is, of course, if I now click on the home, we still redirect to localhost 3000, so to the index page. But now let's actually change it so that we redirect to this page. For that, I will have to go actually to the listing card, and then instead of right here linking to the index page, let me delete that. Let's use right here upticks, and then right here let's use /home, and then I want to have in / dynamic value, so / the home ID. For that, let's right here just get our home ID, which is dynamic, and now this should be all. If I now save that and go back and now hover over it, you see on the bottom left corner now, we link to /home / in dynamic value. So now let me click on that. We will now get actually redirected, and now you see hello from the ID home. So this now works, and now we can actually start styling this page. Now to get started, the first thing I will have to do is of course fetch my data. So on top, let's create an async function. Let's name it getData, and let me open that function. Inside of here, let's do constant data equals to await. I will have to import Prisma myself. So on top, let's do an import Prisma from our lib folder. Then inside of here, let's do prisma.home.findUnique, since I want to find a unique home. And now inside of here, we of course need the where statement, since again, I want to find a unique home. Now we'll use the ID of the home, and we'll get our ID through the params. So right here, let's just say home ID, and this will just be in string. Then right here, I can now pass my home ID, and now we just tell Prisma, hey, I want to find a home where the ID matches the ID which I give through my params. Great. Now let's also create a select statement, since I don't want to select everything. And then inside of here, let's get the photo. Let's set that to true. Let's get the guests amount. Let's set that to true. Let's get the bedrooms. Let's set that to true. Let's get the bathrooms. Let's set that to true. Let's also get the title. Then let's also get the category name, since we'll need that. Then let's also right here get the price. Let's set that to true. And then I think this should be all for now. The last thing we can do now is return our data. So let's do return data. And now, of course, this is currently just a static async function getData. It does not do anything. So let's actually also call it from our function. So let's do constant data equals to await get data. Let's invoke that. We now get actually two errors right here. First of all, we have to mark our function as export default async function. And again, it's safe because that's a server component. And then the second error is actually to pass an home ID as an argument. And to get, first of all, this ID or the slug, we have to get it through the params. So if you can remember again, we created a folder with /ID, or not slash, but we created these array brackets, and then inside of there, we just set ID. So now we can actually get this ID through the params, and that's what we'll do right now. So what I can do right here is now just the structure params. So let me the structure params. Let's also give params in type, and params will have a type of ID, which will be string. And now inside of this await get data, I can now pass params.id, and now we don't get any error anymore. Great. Now let's actually create our return statement. So let me delete this div, and let's create a new div. Let me actually give it a class name. This will be width with a custom value of 75%. Then let's also do an mx of auto, and let's do a margin top of 10 to have some space to the top. Then inside of this div, let me actually render the title. So let's get an h1, and let's just say data.title. And let's save that. Let's see how that looks like. So I refresh the page, and this should then load. And now you see right here, super nice home, I guess. This is just the title that I've created. And if you created another title, it will be right here a bit different for you. So let's again continue. Let's actually style that. So let's give it a class name of font, which will be medium. Let's do a text, which will be right here 2XL, and a margin bottom 5. Let's save that. And now you see it's a bit more bold, and I like how it looks right here. Okay, now what I want to do is actually render the image. So let's render right here in div element. Let's actually also right here get a class name of relative. And then inside of here, let's render now the image component imported from next/image. And now inside of here, we have to pass an alt and a source also. So for the alt, I will just say, I don't know, image of home. And for the source, we will actually get the source from our query. But now again, if you can remember, we only actually get the path name and we still need the full URL. So what I'll do is right now go inside of the listing card and copy the URL from here, since that's actually the same URL and that's what we need right here. So I can now pass it to my source, and now we see we get the URL and get the image path. Now this shouldn't be image path but data.photo. Now we don't get any error and that looks quite nice. Let's also give it right here in fill property, and again I told you a Next.js image component needs a width and a height, or you could use an fill property, and you can actually only do that if you have a parent element which has a relative element. And now before I can actually continue, let's also actually give it right here in class name, or actually in height. So this div element has to have a height, and this will be a custom value of 550 pixels. Let's save that, and now let's see the image. And now you see right here the image. It looks actually quite nice in my opinion, but let's still style it a bit. So for the image component, let's give it a class name, and this will be right here rounded of LG, height which will be full, so 100%. Let me spell that correctly. Let's give it an object which will be cover, and then the width of full. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you will see we have now some rounding, the object is now cover, and that looks very nice. So what I want to render now is actually how many bedrooms do we have, how many bathrooms do we have, and how many guests do we allow. So for that, let's again go back, let's go under the image component and under the div, and let me create right here another div element. Let's give it right here actually a class name. So the class name will be flex, justify, which will be between. And then let's also do a gap x, which will be 24, and a margin top of 8. Then inside of this div, let's render another div element, and we'll say that this div element will take in width. So let's do a class name of width 2/3. So it will take 2/3 of the screen, which is 66.6%. Then inside of here, I can now render actually an H3, and now we have to actually render the location. And to render the location, we actually have to get first of all our hook and then get our location. So right here under constant data, let's do a constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to use countries. This is imported from our lib folder, and let's invoke it. And then if I click on Control Spacebar, we need get country by value. I can now right here do a constant country, and this will just be equal to get country by value. And then inside of here, I have to pass an argument, which is our country. So let's right here just do in data.country, and you see I don't get it. So let's right here just set to country to true since I want to fetch it. And then right here again, I can get the data.country. So that looks nice. Let's also mark it as string, and we don't get any error anymore. Now right here inside of this H3, I can now actually render the location. So what can we get right here? We can get the country.flag actually, so let me get that. Then let's right here also, for example, get the country. I don't know, the label. Let's see how that first of all looks like. So right here we have now the flag and Australia. We could also, for example, render the region. So let's use slash, and let's get the country.region. Okay, now let's style the H3 first of all. So let's give it a class name. This will be text of, let's say, XL. Let's also do a font which will be medium, and let's see how that looks like. And this is now a bit more bold, and I actually like the look. I think I will leave it like that. Now under this H3, I want to now again render how many guests do we allow, the bedrooms and the bathrooms. So for that we'll create actually a div element. Let's give it also a class name. This will be flex. Then let's also do a gap x of 2. I want to have some gap on the x-axis, and let's do a text of muted foreground to have a grayish color. Then inside of here, let's render a p tag, and let's just say for now data.guests. Let's see how that looks like. So under this Australia, we should now render 5, and that's how many guests this home allows. Okay, we are of course still not done. After this p tag, let me just render a star. Then let's again render a p tag. Let's say data.bedrooms, and then let's again render a star, and let's render data. What do we have? Guests, bedrooms. Let's render bathrooms. Okay, this should now work. Let's save that. Let's go back. We have now 5, 3, and 8. We of course need also some description. So right here we can say where we have data.guests. Let's just say right here guests, and let's do it uppercased. Then right here we can say bedrooms. So let's say bedrooms. And then right here, let's say just bathrooms. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now you see right here 5 guests, 3 bedrooms, and 8 bathrooms. So this looks quite nice in my opinion. Now the next thing I want to render under that is actually the user, so the user that actually listed this home. So for that we'll again go under this p tag and then under the div element, and let's actually create a new div element. Let's give it right here in class name. This will be flex, items of center, and let's do a margin top of 6 to have some spacing to the top. Then right here I will now render an image tag, and then we have to pass in source. For that I first of all have to fetch the user. So what we can do right here in the select statement is get the user, not the user ID, but here at the end the user. And then what I want to get from the user is first of all in select, and I want to select the photo right here. So profile image, that's how I called it, and let's set that to true. I can now again go down, and then right here for the source, let me now just pass right here the data dot user dot profile image. I can now save that, and if I now go back, this will now refresh, and we should now see the user image in a second. Let's see. And now if you scroll down, you now see my image, and that's again because I created this home. But now currently it gives me right here an error, and the error is actually that type string or null or undefined is not assignable to type string. So what could happen is that this image is not defined, and then we have to actually render something. So what we can do is go to our user nav, and what I'll do is just render this profile right here. So right here, if you go back, this is what I want to render, this default user icon. So let me go back, and what I'll do right now is nullish collision, and then just render right here this image that I've just copied. Also right now we get a problem. It just tells me to use the Next.js image component. I don't want to do that, so I will click on quick fix, and then I will click on the second one right here to disable this warning. So now that's gone. Let's give it also an alt. Let's just say user profile, something like that. I think that's fine. And then at the end, let's also give it a class name, and this will just be width of 11, height of 11, and then let's also do a rounded or full, and this should be now like in circles. So let's go back, and yeah, the user profile image is now just in circle, and this looks quite cool. And now the last thing I want to do is actually also render the name, and then also when this user profile was created. For that, I will go under the image tag right here. Let's create a new div element. Let's give it in class name, flex of call, and let's say margin left of 4. Inside of here, I render an h3 tag, and then inside of here, let's just say hosted by Jan. Let's also right here give it in class name actually. So class name of font medium, and then under that, let me render a p tag, and let's just say host since 2015. Let's see how that looks like. And now you should right here see my name, so hosted by Jan and host since 2015. This looks quite nice. And before I actually continue, I also want to make right here host since 2015 a bit of a different color. So right here where I have host since 2015, let's also give it a class name. And right here we'll just say text of small, and let's also do a text of muted of foreground. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and this now looks already way better. Now let me actually also select my name. So right here we select our profile image. Let me now also select right here, where do we have it, my first name. Let's set that to true. Let's again go back, and then instead of rendering where do we have it again, hosted by Jan, let's just say data.user.firstname. Let me again save that. Let's again go back. And now you see my name right here. This is quite cool, I think. Now, I won't actually make this hosted since dynamic. I will leave it like that. But if you want to, you can of course change it at your liking. Okay, now we have that. What's the next thing? Well, the next thing I think I want to do is actually show the category. And for that, I want to create first of all like a separator line. And for that, we'll go under this div and then under this div. So under this div flex item center. And then inside of here, I want to use the separator. Now, as you see, I haven't installed the separator. So let's again go to ui.shadcn.com. Let me search for the separator, and we'll install this. So let me copy the installation command. Let's open the terminal. Let's open a new terminal field, and I will just right here now install that. Okay, the separator is now installed, so I can now again import that. So let's get the separator from our components. This is in self-closing tag. You can save that, and now you will see if I again go back to my web page actually, that we now have right here in separator line. You don't really see it, so let me give it right here in class name of margin y, so margin on the y-axis of 7. And if I now go back, you will now see right here we have this fine separator line, which looks quite cool in my opinion. So now under here, let me finally render our category, and for that I will create a new component. So let's go right now in the app folder, components folder, and let's create right here a category showcase.tsx. And then inside of here, let's start with an export function. Let's just say right here category showcase, and then let me just open that. And now inside of here, I want to actually return our category. So let's create a return statement, and let me for now just return a div element. Let me give it a class name of flags and items, which will be center. And then inside of here, I want to now render the image of the category, the title of the category, and the description of the category. So what we have to do is first of all get through the params our category name. So right here, let me destructure category name. Let's also give it a type, and then category name will have a type of string. Great, so if I now go back to our page right here, I can now actually import that under our separator. So I can right here get now our category showcase imported from our components. You now see we get an error and it tells me I have to pass the category name as a param. So let me right here pass the data.category name. I can now save that, mark it as string, and we don't get any error anymore. Now I can go back and actually render that. But now we have the problem, I only get the category name, but I also need actually the image URL, the title, and then actually the description. How do we get that? Well, we will actually use the find method provided by JavaScript. So let's right here just do a constant category, and then this will be equal to category items. We import the category items from our lib folder, and again, if you can't remember, the category items is just our array with all of the categories. Then inside of here we can now use a .find, and then inside of here let's get an item, let's return that, and what I want to do now is actually get the item where the name equals our category name. So let's do an item.name, and this should be equal to our category name. So let's get that and save that. And if I now actually go right here and do a category dot, you see all of the options that I can get. I can get the description, the ID, the image URL, the name, and the title. So that's quite nice. And then inside of this div, I can now get the image component from next/image. And then for the source, all I can do now is get the category right here, .image URL. We can do an as string, and now the error is right here gone. Let's also right here get an alt, and for the alt I will just say category image. Then since we use of course the image component, we also have to give it a width and a height. For the width I will just say 44, and then for the height the same of 44. I think now this should be actually all. I can now actually save that and go back, and now you see right here the image of the category. Now let's also get the title and the description. For that I will go under the image component. Let's do a div element. Let's give it right here a class name of flags and flags of column, and let's also do a margin left of 4. Then inside of here let's render now an h3 tag, and let's just get our category.title. I can now save that and go back. You will now see our title right here, and we have now some margin to the left. Let's now also get our description. So let's use some p tag, and let's do a category.description. I can now again save that, and now you see right here our title and also the description. One thing I will do right now, because it annoys me, I want to create some padding to the bottom. So right here for this div element, I will just do a margin bottom of, 12. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now we should have some margin to scroll, and yes, this is already way better. Let's again go back to our category showcase, and now I actually want to style the h3 and the p tag. So for the h3 tag, let's get a class name of font, which will be medium. And then for the p tag, let's also give it a class name. This will be text of small, and then also text of muted foreground to have this grayish color. Let's again go back and check it out, and yes, the title is now way bigger, and the description is now small and also has this gray color. This looks actually quite nice in my opinion. Now the next thing I actually want to render is now the description. So let's again scroll down a bit. We have now our separator, our category showcase. Under that, let me again get a separator. This is again a self-closing tag. Let's also give it a class name of margin y7, so margin on the y-axis. And then under that, I want to now render our description. So let's right here get our data.description. I can now save that and go back. And one problem you will see now is that the color is black. What I want to do is actually change it to a grayish color. So let's do a class name right here of text, which will be muted of foreground. If I now save that and actually go back, you now see we have this grayish color, and I think it looks very, very beautiful. So now we are done with that. And what do we render now? We have the title, we have how many guests, or just like the number infos. We know who actually hosts this home. We know the category, we know the description. And I think we should now render at the bottom the actual map. So let's render that. To do that, under the p tag, let me again right here get a separator. This is again a self-closing tag. Let's also do a class name of margin y of 7. And now I have to render the map right here. To render the map, I will actually create a separate component. So I will go in the app folder, in the components folder, and then inside of here, let's render our home map.tsx. Now inside of here, it's actually quite simple to create one. All we have to do right here is an export function. We'll name it home map. And then let me open that. Now inside of here, we again have to actually import our map as dynamic, so not SSR. So inside of this function, we have to do a constant lazy map, and then this will be equal to dynamic. Dynamic is imported from next/dynamic. Inside of here now, let's do a dynamic import, and we'll right here just import from @/app/components/map. And now inside of here, we also have to get a bit more of configuration. So let's set right here SSR to actually false, since I want to import that on the client. And then let's also right here do a loading, and this will just be an arrow function. And let's just return right here a skeleton. And then this will have a class name of height, which will have a custom value of 50 viewport height. And let's also do a width of full. And then we also have to return our lazy map. So let's just do return, and let's return right here our lazy map. This is a self-closing tag, and this is quite nice. Now one thing you see is I have to actually uppercase that, so lazy map, and then also uppercase that. And now one error we get right here tells me it needs the location value, so where the actual location is. And we'll get the location through the params. So right here, let's just say location value, and this will just be equal to a string. I can now pass it right here, so let's get the location value, and this will be equal to the location value. Alright, this looks quite nice. Let's actually also use it now. So I can now go back, and right here under the separator, let's get our home map from our components. And you know, one thing I will do right now is go back, and instead of just writing it like that, let me actually destructure it. So I want to get a location value, and then location value will have a type of string. And now this fully works. I can again go back, and if I right now go on Control Spacebar, you now see we have a location value. And what we can do now is get our country dot value right here. Let me now save that. Let's also do it as string. I can now again save that, go back, and now if you actually refresh the page right now, you will now see on the bottom corner actually our map. And that's exactly what you see right here. We have now our map, and it currently renders somewhere. I don't even know what country is that. It renders in Australia, and our home also is located in Australia. So great, this now also fully works. And now honestly, I think we have now come to the last step, and that's to make our reservations work. And to make our reservations work, we have to render right here in calendar. And if you didn't know, Shadcn UI actually provides a calendar right here, or a component, or a calendar component in that sense. And I actually also tried to use it. I wanted to make this work, but I couldn't. I tried for multiple hours, but I just couldn't make this calendar work with a reservation. So we won't use this component actually. We will use something else, and this will be actually called React Date Range. So you can right here search in Google for React Date Range, and that's exactly what we'll use right here. So this is the website, and again, it will be also linked down below, and that's what we have to install. So I will right now install React Date Range. Let's actually go back and then paste it right here to install that. And now, since it's actually installed, I think we can now actually start using it. So let me close my terminal, let me open my Explorer, let's go in the app folder, in the components folder, and let's create a new file called select-calendar.tsx. Now inside of here, the first thing I want to do is actually also import the styles. This is very important to make it work. So I will copy that, paste it down below. Also, it's very important to mark this component as use client, because if you don't mark it as use client, this component actually won't work. Now, one thing we'll need from the React Date Range package is the date range itself. So this component right here. So let's do an import, let's destructure it, and this will be from React Date Range. Now one thing you'll see is right now it right here throws an error and it tells me that I should install the type package. So I will just copy this right here. So I will copy that, let me open my terminal and paste that. Right here we just install the TypeScript types that we need for this project. I can now close the terminal because it's now done installing, and then inside of here I can now get our date range. So let's get our date range, and now you see it fully works. And now before I actually create a return statement, we actually also have to export a component or a function. So let's write here an export function. Let's just name it select calendar. And then let me just open that function. Then inside of here, let me create a new return statement. And now we have to actually return our date calendar. So let's do return date range. And this is of course a self-closing tag. Now inside of this, we actually have a few properties which we have to pass. So first of all, we have to pass our current date. So let's get the date right here and just say new date. This will just create a new date. Then also right here, let's say show date display, and let's set that to false. I don't want to show that. Then also we can do in range colors, and we can with that just set the color or the base color. For that, this is an array within value. And then for the color value, we'll just say hashtag FF5A5F. This will have this rose color, which you already saw. Alright, we have now in total set 3 properties as you see right here. So the date, and then we set a boolean of show date display false. And then we also have like a base color, and this base color is just like the Airbnb rose color. Now, our component right here is still not done. Nevertheless, I would like to see how it looks like. So let me just open our home ID page, so right here, and now I want to actually render it right here. Now where do I render it? Well, I go under the home map, under the div, and then right here we can now render our select calendar imported from our components. This is a self-closing tag. Let me go back, let's click on a home right here, and then we should now see the calendar on the right side. Alright, and now you see right here our calendar, and then also on the bottom left corner you now see we throw an error. This is fine, I will change it in a second, but the first thing which we already see is that the calendar actually works, which is good. So now let's actually also add a few things so that we don't get any errors anymore, and for that we have to add a few more properties. So now we have to create state, and then with the state we can actually select a range, because currently if I try to select a range, you see we just throw errors. So let's right here create in state, let's do a constant state and then also set state, so in setter and getter, or in getter and a setter. So let's use set state, and then this will be equal to use state. This is imported from React, and then the initial value is an array with an object inside of here. Now for the object, I want you to spell it right now correctly. So we'll get in start date. This will then be equal to the current date, so new date. Let's invoke that. Then we'll also have an end date, and then this will be equal to new date. Again, we'll invoke that, and this is just the current date, so what the date is right now. Let's also create a key, and then for the key we'll just have selection. Alright, now we can actually use that inside of our date range. For that we first of all have a property which is called ranges, and then this will be just equal to our state, and then we will also have an onChange property, and then in this onChange property we will actually modify our state to change the current range selected. So right here let's get our item, and then what we'll do is in set state we have to right here use an array, and then this will be item.selection. Now we get an error right here, so let's just do an as any, and now if I save that, actually go back, refresh the page right here, so I just do a hard refresh, you will now see if I try to select something that this actually works, which is quite cool. Now there's another problem which I currently have, and that's if I actually try to go to January, so currently we are February, and if I go to January, I can still select something. I don't want this to happen. What I want to do is that the user has a minimum date. So the user's minimum date should right here be the 17th for me, since currently today we have the 17th February. But if, for example, now tomorrow we'll have the 18th February, I want the user to only be able to select anything up from the 18th of February. So what we'll do is right here set a minimum date, and then for the minimum date we'll just do a new date, so just the current date. If I now save that actually and go back, you now see I can't select anything anymore before the 17th February. So this is right now here just like in darker color, and you see I can't select it. So this now also works very nice. And now let's give it one more property, and that's the direction, and we'll just say vertical. You can also click control spacebar, and then you will get this vertical. Again, nothing changes, but this is just to make sure that it shows in a vertical space just as it is right now. Great, so this works now. And you see we also don't get any errors anymore. And again, if I try to select something on the bottom left corner, as you see, we don't get any errors anymore. And what I want to do now is actually make the reservation itself work. And to make the reservation itself work, we have to actually create a new model in our schema. So let's open our schema.prisma file. Okay, I'm now in my schema file, and then inside of here, I want to now create a new model or a new table, however you want to name it. So let's create a new model. We'll name it reservation. Let me open that. Inside of here, we of course have to pass an ID. So let's use an ID of string @id @default UUID. We want to create a unique identifier. And then inside of here, we now need a start date and an end date. So let's create a start date. This will be of type datetime. Let's also get an end date. This will be also of type datetime. And now I also want to do a created at timestamp. So let's do created, let me spell that correctly, created at, this will be again of type datetime, at default, and then now. So what I want to do is always create a new created at timestamp when we create a new row. Okay, now I also have to create a relation, and this is quite simple because at the end of the day, a reservation can only have one home can have multiple reservations, and a user can have multiple reservations, but a reservation model itself can only have one user. So what we can do right here is just a one-to-many relationship. We'll go right here to the user, just say reservation. This will be equal to reservation array bracket, and then for the home we'll do the same. I will just copy paste it since I don't want to write it myself. Copy paste it, then I will click on Command S to save it, and now you see everything has been generated automatically, which is very, very good. What I have to do now is actually also push our schema to the Supabase to sync our database. So let me open my terminal and let's do an npx prisma db of push to push our schema to our database. So you see this was successful. So what we can do now is actually create our server action to create this mutation. So let me go in our actions file where we store all of our server actions, and then inside of here I will now create a new server action. So let's right here just do an export async function. Let's just name it, I don't know, create reservation, and then let me open that. Inside of here or in the params I also want to get a form data. So let's do form data of type form data, and now we can use it inside of here. Now what do I want to get from my form data? Well, I want to get the user ID, the home ID, and then also the two most important things, which is the start date and the end date. So let's right here start with the user ID. So let's do a constant user ID. This will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get the user ID. Let's also do an as string. Then let me also get the home ID. So let's do a constant home ID. This will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get a home ID. Let me also mark it as string, and now we can also get the start and the end date. So let's do a constant start date. Then this will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get the start date. Again, let's mark it right here as string, and now we can also get our end date. So let's do constant and date, and this will be equal to form data.get, and we want to get the end date. Let's also mark it as string, and now we actually can create the mutation with Prisma. So let's do constant data. This will be equal to await Prisma dot reservation dot create, since we want to create a reservation. And now inside of here we have to pass some data. So first of all, the user ID. So what user creates this reservation? This will be equal to our user ID. Then we actually also have to pass our end date. This will just be equal to our end date. Then we have our start date. This will be equal to our start date. And then the last thing we have is the home ID, and this will just be equal to our home ID. This is already all we need. We have now actually created the Prisma mutation, and now the last thing we have to do is actually redirect the user to the index page, or that's at least what I will do. So I will right here just write and return redirect, and then I will redirect to the index page, so an empty slash. Okay, this is quite cool. And now we actually also have to somewhere store all of this data. So the user ID, home ID, start date, and the end date. And for that, we'll again use our input type hidden. So let me first of all go to our select calendar. And inside of here, I first of all want to store our start date and our end date. So let me first of all wrap our date range component right here inside of empty brackets so that they don't show up in the DOM. And then inside of here, let me render my first input. This will be of type hidden. Then we'll give it a name of start date. Again, I want you to make sure that this is actually spelled the same as it's spelled right here, because if it's not spelled the same, you won't actually make that work. You will get an error. Then for the value, this will be actually quite simple since we'll get the value right here from our state. So let's do right here in state. Then I want to get the first item in the array, so let's get 0. Then let's do in dot, and I want to get right here the start date, and then let's convert it to ISO string, and let me right here invoke that. Let me now copy paste this input type hidden. Now I want to get right here the end date, and then instead of doing a start date, I want to get right here the end date, again to ISO string. So now we have created 2 inputs, so for the start date and end date, and now we also can get it right here through the form data. Again, I will check if I spelled everything correctly. So if I get the form data right here with the same name, and yes, this is the same name. So now we actually also have to somewhere store our user ID and home ID. And to do that, I will actually go again inside of our page.tsx right here, and we will now store it right here. To do that, we actually have to wrap the select calendar inside of a form element. I will delete the action right now, and then let me open that. Inside of here, I will again paste the select calendar, and I want to now actually store the user ID and home ID. So let me create our first input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it right here name. This will be of home ID, and then for the value, this will just be quite simple, params.id. And now we get the params already, if you can remember, right here at the top, and that's why we can just use them right here. Now the next step is to actually get the user ID, so let me just copy paste it, and to get our user ID, we of course first of all have to fetch it. So what I'll do right here is in constant, I will destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Now the import currently is incorrect. This right here should be not /distribution but /server. Now inside of here I can now get the get user function. So let's get our get user, and now I have to fetch our user. So let's do a constant user, and then this will be equal to await get user, and let's invoke that. So now I can use this user right here, and instead of giving a value of params ID, let's do an user.id, and then for the name, not home ID but user ID. Let me again check if I spelled everything correctly, because if it's not spelled correctly, it won't work. So yeah, this looks good to me, and now we can actually continue. And to continue, we now actually have to render a submit button. So currently, if you again go back, we currently only have a calendar, but I also want to have a button right here which says something like make a reservation. And now the interesting thing is we only want users which are actually authenticated to make this request, so to actually create a reservation. So what we have to do now is create internally, check if we have a user, and if we have a user, we will actually show the button to make the request, and if not, we'll link the user to sign in. So what I'll do right here is under the select calendar, I will use internally and check if we have a user.id, let's use a question mark, return something, and if not, let's use a colon and return something else. Let me right here just render in div for now, and then if this is not true, let me render a button component from our components. Let me also give it a class name of wfull, and let's also do an as child, because I'll right here render a link component. So let me right here now get a link component from next/link. Then inside of here, I of course have to pass an href. Now for the redirect, I won't actually redirect the user to the index page or anything like that. I want to redirect the user to log in. So what we'll do is for the href /API/auth/login. With that, I'll redirect the user to the login page. Then for the value, let's just say make a reservation. Let's save that, let's again go back, and now you should right here see a button, and it says right here make a reservation, which looks quite nice. Now also if you now hover over this button, you see on the bottom left corner that it right here links to /API/auth/login. So if I now click on this button, we should now get redirected to this login page. So you see my fav icon spins, and I got redirected to the login page. So let me actually right now log in, and then I will again see you once I'm logged in. Alright, I'm now again logged in as you see, and now we don't actually render any button anymore. And this is not what I want. If I'm now logged in, I of course want to render a button to make the actual reservation. So let me again go back to our code, and then instead of rendering this div, let me render right here again our button component. And what we will say is again make a reservation, and let's render a exclamation mark right here. Let's also give our button a type, and this will just be submit. So if I now save that and actually again go back, you now see make a reservation. Let me also make the button width of full, so let me give it a class name of w full. So if I now again go back, we have now our button which has the full width, and this looks again quite nice. And what I want to do now is actually give our form the action to create the actual mutation. So again, how did I name it? I named it create reservation. So I will copy the name and give it right here to our form as an action. And then let's paste it. Let me import that from our actions. And now in theory, this should work. So I will select something between the 19th and the 24th. And then let me click on make a reservation. We should now actually fulfill the mutation and get redirected to the index page. And that's exactly what happened as you see right here. What I want to do now is actually also check if we actually made a reservation. So let's open Prisma Studio. I will open a new terminal field, and then let me do an npx Prisma Studio. This will now open our Prisma Studio again. And now let me actually check the reservation model. And now as you see in the reservation model, we now have one actual row or one field. And then you see we have a start date, an end date, we have a user right here relation, and also a home relationship. So you see all the data got propagated correctly. And now we actually also have to show inside of the calendar that these dates are now booked. Because if I again go to this home right here, you see I still can select these dates, even though this shouldn't be actually allowed. So what we have to do is go back to our select calendar, and then right here we now have to tell our calendar that, hey, these dates are booked. Please don't make the user be able to select these dates. To do that, let's first of all get our actual reservation through the params. So I will destructure right here the reservation object, and then this will have a type of reservation, and the type right here will be an object which will have a start date. This will be of type date. And then we'll also have, of course, right here an end date. This will be also of type date. And then the last thing we have to do is right here, give it also an array symbol, since this is an array. And now we actually give our reservation right here in type. And reservation is now an array with a start date and the end date. Now this could be also undefined, so let's do an or undefined, and now this should work. So if I now go back to the page.tsx, you now see we get an error, and it tells me that I'm missing a param which is reservation or a property, and now I actually have to pass right here our reservation. For that, I first of all, of course, have to fetch that, since we currently don't even fetch that. And to fetch our reservation, let me right here just get our reservation. Let me open that. And now I don't want to find all reservations, but only the reservations where the home ID is equal to our home ID. Let me also add a comma right here to not get any errors anymore. And now I can pass it right here. So let me get the data.reservation. Now you see we don't get any errors anymore right here, and that's because we have the correct types and everything looks good. Now what I want to do right here is actually create a new dates array, and then pass actually the start date and the end date inside of this array, so that I can then show it right here inside of the disabled state. So let's do that right now. For that, I will go under our constant state. Let's do an let, and this will just be called disabled dates, and this will then be equal to an empty array. Let me actually also give this array a type, and the type will just be date with an array, so that I know that this disabled dates variable is just a date array. Great. Now what I want to do right here is get my reservation dot for each. I want to get inside of here the reservation item. So let's right here do an reservation item, and then let me just open that right here. Now inside of here, let's do a constant date range. And then this will be equal to each day of interval. You import that from date-fns. This is already automatically installed when you install React date range. But if you for some case don't have it installed, just install it manually. Okay, so now I can actually use that. And inside of here, I want to now get our start. This will be equal to new date. And then inside of this new date, we now have to pass a reservation item dot start date as an argument. Let's also do the same for end. So we get our end. This will be equal to new date. And then inside of the new date, we have to pass a reservation item. So let's get the reservation item dot end date. The last thing I have to do is actually also set these dates inside of my disabled dates array. So let's write here just doing disabled dates array. This will be equal to a new array. And then right here, let's spread our disabled dates, and let's also spread our date range. Great, now our array right here, disabled dates, is done, and now we can actually pass it right here as a property. So what we can do right here is get a disabled date property and pass our disabled dates. Let me now actually save that and let's see if that works. So if I now go back, you now see I can't actually select anything between the 19th and 24th, and that's because I already made a reservation. So if I now go back to a new home, let me just open, let me open this home in Austria, and then inside of here I will now create a new reservation. You now see still all dates are actually open, and I will create a reservation between the 25th and 29th. Let me click on make a reservation, and now I will again get redirected to the index page. And now if I again try to open this page, what you will see is actually that these dates are now booked. So now this works great, as you see, and this is quite cool. One thing I also want to do now is make right here this button a pending state. So currently I don't have a pending state, but I want to create a pending state. So let's open our submit buttons component or file, however you want to name it, and let's create a new function. So let's right here do an export function. We will just call it, reservation submit button, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, I want to get the pending state, so I'll copy right here that, paste it inside of here. Let's do a return statement, and then let's use empty brackets right here. Then I of course want to use an ternary, so let's say if pending is true, let's return something, and if not, let's return something else. So if pending right now is not true, I want to return right here, let me go to the page, I want to return this button, make a reservation. So I will just copy this button, go right here again and paste it inside of here. Then if pending is currently true, I will again also paste this button, but instead of type submit, I will delete that. I will make it disabled. And what I also want to do right here is render this loader icon. So let me delete this make a reservation. Let's right here then use our loader2 icon. This is in self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name of W4, H of 4, animate, which is spin, and then margin right of 2. And then after that, I will just say, please wait ... So now we can use this component actually. I will copy this button, reservation submit, and then instead of rendering just this button right here, let me now render this reservation submit component. I will save that, and then let's actually again try and create a new reservation. I will now again go back to the index page. Let me now choose a new home. Let me just, take the Switzerland right here, and then let's create a new reservation. So I will choose something between the 25th and 29th. I will click on make reservation. You see we have a pending state. Now we should get redirected. This is also what's happened right now. And let's actually also try to now open this home again. So I will open this home, or I will click on it again, and now you will see that these dates are again not available, and that's because I reserved them. So this now also fully works. Okay, now you see our reservation is fully working, which is quite cool. And what I want to do now is actually create right here this my reservations page work. If I now try to click on it, you'll see we'll get an 404 not found, and that's because I haven't created a page for that. So let's create a page for this right here. For that, I will go back. Let me open right now my Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's create a new folder, which will be called reservations. And then inside of here, let's create a page.tsx. Now right here, we of course have to create an export default function because this is in route. So let's right here do an export default function. Let's call it, reservations route. And then let me just open that inside of here. Now let's create a return statement, and now we actually have to return something. But instead of again writing everything manually, we can just copy it from our favorites page, because this is actually the same return statement. So I will just copy everything inside of this return statement and then paste it inside of the reservations. Now what I'll do right here is import our no items component from our components, and also import our listing card from our component. Great. Now we of course also have to fetch our data, so let's do that right now. Let's do right here an async function, which will be called getData. Let's open that, and inside of here, I have to now fetch my data. To do that, let's do a constant data, which will be equal to await. Now I have to import Prisma manually, so let's do an import Prisma from our lib folder, and then let's do right here then and Prisma.reservation.find many, since I want to find many reservations and not just one. And then inside of here, the important thing is I don't want to find all reservations, but I only want to find the reservations which are actually from the user which is currently signed in. So let's do a where statement, and I want to find reservations where the user ID is equal to our user ID. So to get our user ID, I will get it from the params. So let's set user ID to string, and now I can right here pass our user ID. Now, of course, I also have to select a few things. So now right here, let's select our home, and then right here for the home, we actually also have to select a few things. So let's get the ID, let's set it to true, let's get the country, let's set that to true, let's get the photo, let's set that to true, let's also get the description, let's set that to true, let's get the price also, let's set that to true, and then of course I also want to get my favorites, so let's get our favorite model, and then I only want to find the favorites where the user ID matches our user ID. Great. Now the last thing we have to do is return the data, so let's just do return data. Now, before I actually call that inside of our function, let's first of all fetch our user. So let's do a constant, let me destructure it, and this will be equal to get kind server session. Now let's invoke that, and as you see, the import right here is incorrect. It shouldn't be /distribution, but /server. Let's save that, and then right here, let me get the get user function. Let's now fetch the user, so let's do a constant user equals to await get user. Let's invoke that. You see we get an error, and that's because we have to mark this function as async, and this is again safe because we are in a server component. Let's now fetch our data, so let's do a constant data equals to await get data. Inside of here, I have to now pass our user ID as an argument, so let's do user.id. But now you get an error, and it will tell you type string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So what I want to do is, if the user is not signed in, I want to redirect to the index page. So let's right here do an if there's no user.id, let's just do a return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and let's just pass the index page, so an empty slash. I can now delete the question mark from here, and still you see everything works. Also, all of these values are right here now correct, and this is cool. So now let me actually open this reservations model or this reservations page. You will now see we'll get redirected to this page, and then we see an error right here, and it tells me cannot read properties of undefined. And yes, this is correct. This could be undefined. So right here for the 0, let's add a question mark. So we tell that. So we tell right here this could be undefined, and now you see everything loads, which is quite cool. So these are now the 3 homes where I created a reservation, and this is quite beautiful. Now, what's the next thing I want to do? I also want to create a loading state for my reservations, and for that I'll just copy the loading page from our favorites page right here. So let me copy this loading file and just paste it inside of here. And then instead of saying your favorites, let's just say your reservations. Great. I think I also have to change that for our page right here. So instead of saying your favorites, this should be also your reservations. And then for the no items component, let's say, hey, you don't have any reservations. And for the description, please add a reservation to see it right here. Let me click on save. Let's go back. And now if I refresh the page, you now see we have this pending state, and then we see our homes, which is quite cool. So now you see everything works. I can click on my listings. We have a pending state. Then you see my homes. I can click on my favorites. We have a pending state. And then you see I don't have any favorites. And then I can click on my reservations, and we have a pending state. And then I see the homes. The last thing I want to do is actually also create right here the loading state when I click on the home, because currently we don't have one. So let's create one. To do that, let me again collapse everything, go in the app folder, go inside of the right here home folder, and then inside of the ID folder, let's create a loading. So let's do loading.tsx. Now inside of this loading.tsx, we of course have to export a function default, or export a default function. So let's do an export default function. and then let's just name it home page, I don't know, loading, something like that, and let me open that. Inside of here we have to create a return statement, and now let's actually make it look nice. So what I'll do right here is return a div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be width of custom value 75%. Let's also do an mx of auto and margin top of 10. And then inside of here, let me render a skeleton. This is imported from our components, and this is just this nice looking pending state. Let's give it a class name of height width and width of 1/3, so 33.3%. Under that, let's also render another skeleton, and then inside of here, let's give it a class name and say W of full, height of 550 pixels, and then let's also do right here in margin top of 5. Now, if you don't know why we actually create that, well, it's quite simple. If you refresh the page, we right here have this image. This is 550 pixels. And then right here, we have this title, and that's this skeleton right here. Now, let's also render a skeleton for this description and also for our calendar. So let's do that. What I'll do is go under this last skeleton, create a new div element, give it a class name of margin top 8. Let's also right here do in flex, justify which will be between, and a gap x of 24. Then inside of here, let me render another div element, give it a class name of width of 2/3, and then inside of here, I can now render a skeleton. Now for the skeleton, let me give it a class name, which will be height of 4, and then also width of 1/3. Then let me copy paste that skeleton and give it right here then also a margin top of 3, since I want to have a bit of spacing. Let me now also create a skeleton for our calendar. So let's create right here a div under this div, and let's say for that a class name of width 1/3, so 33.3%, and let's pass right here skeleton. This is a self-closing tag, and let's give it a class name of W full and age of 72. Let me now click on save, and if you now refresh the page, you now see right here our pending state, which looks quite nice in my opinion. So now you see we have for each page a pending state, which is quite cool, and with that the whole flow is just a bit more fluid. And now we have come to the last step, and that's to make our search bar work. Now you see I already created one, and this was just in my free time to see how to actually create one, but we will now create one from scratch. Now, if you can remember again, right here we had this like div element with this little search. What I want you to now do is actually delete this search, and then right here just leave it empty for now. I'll now open my components, actually go in the app folder, in the components folder, and then let's create a search component.tsx. Now inside of here we'll now actually create the search component, so let's do that. So let's right here do an export function. We'll just name it search model component, and then let me just open that function. Inside of here let's create a return statement. Now inside of this return statement I want to render a modal. So what I want to do is actually first of all install a modal from ui.shadcn.com. So let's search for a dialog, and then let us copy right here the installation command. I will do npm open my terminal, and then right here let me stop this Prisma Studio and just paste that and install it. Then once that's installed, I can close my terminal, and then inside of here I can now get our dialog from our components. Let's then right here just open that, and inside of here we now have to actually create a dialog trigger to make this whole button work. So let's right here get our dialog trigger from our components, and then let's also mark it as child, because I will have a child in this dialog trigger. Let's right here render a div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be rounded or full. Let's do also a padding y of 2. Let's do a padding x of 5. Let's do a border, let's do a flex, let's do an items of center, and then also a cursor, which will be pointer. Then inside of here, let me now render another div element, and let's give it a class name of flex. Let's do age of full. Then I will do divide of x, and if you didn't know, divide x just gives like this little separation line between each item. And let's also do a font of medium. Then inside of here, let me now render a p tag. Let's just say anywhere. And then let's also give this a class name of padding x4, and let me copy paste it 2 more times. Then right here I will just say any week, and then let's also right here just say add guests. Let's save that, and now if you go back to our page, you will see that still we don't see anything. And that's because we now have to actually import our component. So let's go to our navbar, and then under this link, let me now import our search modal component from our components. I'll now save that, and now we should right here see now this trigger. So let's wait for the page to refresh. And yes, now you see that right here. This looks quite nice. But now I'm missing one thing, and that's like a little icon on the right side. So let's again go back to our search component. Let's go under this div where we have this flex, and let's right here use the search icon from Lucid React. Let me also give it a class name, and this will be bg of primary. Let's also do in text, which will be white, and then let's do in padding of 1, let's do in height of 8, and also width of 8, and then let's do a rounded of full. Let me click on save, and if you now go back, you will now see right here on the right side this icon. Now one thing I don't like right here is that this icon has a black color, but it should be white. I think I misspelled something, and yes, I misspelled text white, so let's spell text white correctly. And if I now save that, you'll see this already looks way nicer. But if I now click on this dialog or on this model, however you want to name it, you will see nothing happens. And that's because we now have to create the dialog content. Now to create our dialog content, what we'll do is go under our dialog trigger, and now let's get our dialog content from our components. Then let me also give the dialog content a class name, and then inside of this class name I will say SM will have a max width of custom value 425 pixels. With that I tell CSS, hey, only give this element a max width when the minimum width is actually 640 pixels. Okay, now inside of this dialog content, let me actually render a form element, and for now I will delete the action, or not actually, for now I won't even need the action because this won't be a post request but in get request. Let's also do in class name, and this will be then gap of 4, and then let's also do in flex and flex of call. Now inside of this form I actually want to render a multi-step form, and to render a multi-step form we actually need state. So on top of this component I will mark it as use client, so let's mark this component as use client, and now let's create state. So let's do a constant, and let's get in getter and a setter, and we'll name it step, and then also set step, and this will be equal to use state. And then for the initial value I will just say, I don't know, 1. So our initial step is the first step. Cool. Then inside of this form I will now use internally to check if we are in step 1 or already on step 2. So let's right here say if step is equal to 1, let's return something, and if not, let's return something else. So if it's not true, let's return a div for now, and if it's true, let's get right here an empty tag, and then let's render inside of there a dialog header. The dialog header is imported from the components, and then inside of here I can now render a title and a description. So let's right here get a dialog title. This is imported from our components, and let's just say right here, I don't know, select a country. Let's also give it right here in description. So let's right here get a dialog description. This is imported from our components, and let's just say right here, please choose a country so that we know what you want. Something like that. You can write whatever you want. I will leave it like that for now. And what we want to do now is actually render a select element. And if you now open your address page right here, we already wrote in select, if you can remember. So I will just copy this select, since that's exactly what we need, and paste it right here. Now let me import everything from our components. And now you see we get 2 errors. And what are the errors? So first of all, we have to get all countries, and then also we are missing a set location value state. So let's first of all create the state. So under this constant step, let's create a new constant. We'll name it right here location value, and then let's also do a setter, which will be called set location value. Then this will be equal to use state, and the initial value will be an empty string. Then if you now go back, you will now see that this error is gone. And then let's also get right here the value, and for the value this will just be equal to our location value. Great. Now let's also make this get all countries work. For that we have to actually use the hook. So let's use a constant, the structured, and this will be equal to use countries. Use countries is imported from our lib folder. Let's invoke that and let's get all countries. If I now save that and go back, you now see the error is gone and this now works. Let's now actually go back and now let's click on the search model. If I now click on that, you now see right here the select field, and right here I can now select all of the countries as you see. Now the next step is to actually also render the map, and to render the map we'll just use our home map component. So if you open your components folder, you right here have your home map. And as you see, that's all what we need. So right here, let's get our home map, and our home map is imported from the components. This is in self-closing tag, and now we get an error. And the error is that we're missing a property called location value. So let's right here give it a property of location value, and this will be actually equal to location value. If I now save that and go back, you now see again we have to select and then also right here our map. If I now, for example, click and open on Austria or select Austria, you now see the map also changes dynamically. I can now also select another country, so let's right here just say, I don't know, Bahrain, and then you see also the country also automatically changes. So this also works perfectly. Now the last thing we are missing is of course a button, and for that what we'll do is just go above of this form and then render a dialog footer. The dialog footer is imported from the components, and then inside of here I want to now render a button. Now instead of just rendering a button, I will now first of all create a function where we check if we are on step 1. I'll just actually mutate our state right here to create a step 2, and if not, I will actually right here submit the button. So let's right here do a function. We'll just name it right here, I don't know, submit button local, and then let me just open that function. And then inside of here, let's now do an if statement. So if right here step is actually equal to 1, let me return something. Let's right here just return a button component. Now the button is imported from our components, and let's right here just say next. Let's also do an onClick handler, and then right here we'll just say set step, and then we want to add our step plus 1. So if we're on step 1, we want to add 1, and then we'll have a step 2. Okay, let's also give it right here in type, and for the type we'll just say button. Now this should already be all, and let's also do now an else statement. So let's do an else if, and if step is equal to 2, let's return something else. So let's right here just return our component, which we named creation submit. This is in self-closing tag, so let's close that and save that. Now I can use this function right here. So let's go down below, and then inside of this dialog footer, let me use the submit button local. This is in self-closing tag, and now if I go back and click again on the model or modal, you now see right here the button next. So now let's actually create the view if we're on step 2, and then inside of step 2 I want to now render how many guests, how many bathrooms, and how many bedrooms. For that, let me delete this div element. Let's again use empty tags right here. I will now actually render again a dialog header, so I will just copy that, paste it inside of here. Now for the dialog title, let me just say select all the info you need, and then for the description you can choose whatever you want. Now right here I now, as already told you, want to render the guests, the bedrooms, and the bathrooms, and if you can remember, we already did that in the description page. And then right here we have just this card where we already render our counters. So I will just copy this whole card right here and then paste it in our search component. So let me render right here this card or paste it. Let me import our card from our components. Let me import the card header from our components. And then let me also import the counter from our counter file. Let me now actually save that, and if I now go back, choose a country, for example right here Albania, I will then click on next, and then you will see I can now choose how many guests you have, how many rooms and bathrooms. If I now right here select a few numbers and then click on next, what you will now see is that our URL has changed, and now we say right here guest for room 3 and bathroom 3. Now one thing is currently missing from our URL, and this is of course the country. And to also show our country in the URL, we have to create a new input type hidden. So right here in our form, let's do an input which will be of type hidden. Let's give it right here name. For the name this will be country, and let's also give it in value which will be location value. If I now save that and again open our modal, select a country, so I will now just select, I don't know, the UK. Let me click on next. Let me select a few guests, a few rooms and a few bathrooms, and let me click on next. Now you see right here in the UL, we now have a country, a guest, a number, a room number, and a bathroom number. But right here you see that the data itself has not changed and we still render all of the homes. But this of course should not happen because we only want to render the homes which are actually the same to the filter right here. And to do that, we actually have to go to our page.tsx right here and now filter also based on this criteria. So on the country, based on the guest, based on the room, and then also based on the bathroom number. So for that, we actually first of all have to get these items through our params. And currently we are only getting filter, but now we'll also get a country, a guest, a room, and a bathroom. So let's right here get the name country, then let's paste it right here. This is optional and will be a type of string. Then we will also right here get a guest, as you see. This will be also optional and of type string. And then let's see, we also get right here in room. I will copy that, paste that. This is also optional of type string. And then we also get right here the bathroom. I will copy that. This is optional and also of type string. I can now actually also copy paste that down below right here. So in the show items async function, and then also paste it right here inside of our get data and just paste it under this filter. And what I want to do now is actually fetch based on these filters. So let's first of all fetch based on our country. And what I want to do is right here search params dot country, and then if this is not true, let's use nullish coalescent and let's do undefined. Let's also right here get our guests, and this will be equal to search params dot guest, and if this is undefined, let's use nullish coalescent and say undefined. Then let's also get our bedrooms, and this will be equal to search param dot bedroom, so room, and then if this is not defined, let's use nullish coalescent and say undefined. And then the last thing we have is the bathrooms, and this will be equal to our search params dot bathroom, and if this is not defined, let's use nullish coalescent and say undefined. Okay, this should now actually work, so let's save that, refresh our page, and now you see we have no listing for the country of the UK and for these other filters. So if I go back to the index page, let me just open a home right here. Let's open this Australia home. And then what I'll do now is actually filter based on this criteria. So for the country, this will be right here Australia. So let me search for Australia. We have right here Australia. I'll click on next. Then we right here accept 5 guests. So let's do 5 guests. Then we have right here 3 bedrooms. So let's do 3 bedrooms. And then for the bathrooms, we have 8 bathrooms. So let me click on that and let's click on next. Now you see we'll just get one home, and this is this Australia home. So now our search model is also fully working, and now I think we are actually done with this project. We have created everything, our index page itself is working, we can click on each home, we can then also create a reservation, we can also favorite a home as you see right here if I want to, and now I think we actually should deploy our code to Vercel and see how it looks like in a production environment. So let's first of all push our code to GitHub. So I'm now at github.com/new, and now I have to choose a repository name. So I will just say Airbnb-YouTube, then I will leave it public and click on create repository. I can now go back to our code, and then right here in the new terminal field, I'll do a git init to initialize a new git repository. Then let's right here do a git add everything with a dot. Let's also do a git commit -m, and then for the message I'll just say finished project. Then let's click enter, and then you see I misspelled something, I forgot the git, so I will just copy that again and do a git commit. I can now paste that, and then we can right here just copy this git branch main. I will copy that, paste that, then we have to add a remote origin. I will copy that, paste that, and then we have to push our code, so I will copy that and paste that down below. So now we'll push our code to GitHub, and if you now go back, refresh the page right here, you will now see that this code lives now inside of here. What we will now do is actually go to Vercel and deploy our application. So I'm now at vercel.com/new, and now I can import right here our Airbnb-YouTube project. So let me click on import. And before I click on deploy, we of course have to add environment variables. So let me open my .env file right here and let me copy everything and then just paste it right here. What I can do now is click on deploy right here, and this will now deploy our code to Vercel. Now one thing I already know, we'll get an error, but that's fine. Let's see what the error will be. And right here we get an error, and the error right here tells me Prisma has detected that this project was built on Vercel, which caches dependencies. So this leads to an outdated Prisma client because Prisma's auto generation isn't triggered. To fix that, you can run Prisma generate, or we can just learn more right here inside of this link. So I will open this link in a new tab. And what we can do right here, there's right here in resolution or in solution, we can add and post install script. I don't like the solution of running Prisma generate, it does not really work. So I will just create and post install script. I will copy that, go inside of our package.json, and then right here after lint, let me just paste that. And now before I actually go and push our code again to GitHub, we will now have another problem, and that's caching. So if you didn't know, by default server components are cached, and the problem with that is they get pre-rendered, and this of course does not work when we fetch data. So for example, when we fetch our user, we always want to get dynamic data. We don't want it to be cached or stale. So what we have to do is actually tell Next.js, hey, please don't cache anything, please leave everything dynamic. So what we will do is actually, for example, let's go in our index page, so app folder, page.tsx, inside of this async function getData, I have to tell right here Next.js, hey, please don't cache anything. And to do that, that's actually quite easy because they thankfully have created a quite easy, I guess, solution, and that's the no cache function. So right here on top, you can import right here, let's destructure it, and this will be from next/cache. And then inside of here, what I can get is the unstable no store. And with this unstable no store, I can just use it wherever I want and then tell Next.js, hey, this file should not be cached. So let's right here do an as no store, and then right here in this async function getData, I can just say above this constant data no store, and let's invoke that. And with that, I now told Next.js, hey, please don't cache this route right here. Let me now copy this import statement since we'll need it now a few more times. We'll need it right here in the reservations page. So right here, let me import that and invoke our no store right here, or call it inside of this async function getData. Let's go in my-homes. Let me also import that, and let's also call no store inside of here and invoke that. Let's go in our home page right here with the ID. Let's open the page.tsx. Let's also import that, and then also let's call it right here inside of the async function getData. Let's also go in the favorites. Let's also import it right here. Let's also call right here no store. Let's invoke that. And now we are already almost done with that, because for the create folder, we don't need that because we don't actually fetch any data inside of here. The only route where we also need that is right here inside of the API folder or folder, and then inside of the creation folder. Now why actually you have to say right here no store? And that's actually because route handlers have like the same functionality as server components. So what I mean with that is that they are both actually cached by default, and that you actually have to tell these components, hey, please don't cache these. So right here we also have to import no store. So let me import right here, import the structured. This will be from next/cache, and then right here let me again get the unstable no store, and then let's do an as no store, and let's invoke right here no store. So now we also told this API route or this route handler, please don't be cached, I want this to be dynamic. Great. Now at the end we also right now redirect to localhost 3000. I will of course change that later, but for now that's fine. I can now open my terminal again, clear everything, doing git add everything with a dot, git commit -m, and let's right here just say done caching, something like that. Let's click enter, and let's do git push. This will now push our code to GitHub, and then also Vercel will automatically rebuild this application. Alright, our deployment has now been created, it's now finished. I can now open the link right here, and now you'll see it will open a new tab. I can zoom in a bit, and as you see, everything still works right here. I can now actually filter, let's say trending. You see we have now the loading state and the homes right here. Let me click on design, we have a pending state, and then we have the home right here. I can then also, for example, click on the home as you see right here. This also loads, and then we have the home right here. But one thing you will see is if I now try to log in, we will actually get an an error. And why will we get an error? That's because we'll now try to redirect to localhost 3000. So what we have to do now is actually change our redirect URLs or our callback URL. So let me first of all copy our deployment URL. So this right here, Airbnb-youtube-peach.vercel.app. You will probably have a different URL, and that's fine. Then what I'll do now is go to my Vercel dashboard. So I will click on settings, click on environment variables, and then what I have to change right here is the kind site URL. So let me click on edit, and instead of localhost 3000, this should be now my production URL. It's also very important that you delete the slash at the end. It should end with .app. Then I can click on save right here. This will save that. Then let's go in the kind post logout redirect URL. Let's click on edit. Let's again paste our production URL and delete the slash at the end. Let me click on save, and then let's go in our kind post login redirect URL. Let me click on edit, and instead of localhost 3000, this should again be my production URL. So now I can click on save, and we're still not done. Let me now go back to our project right now, and instead of localhost 3000, let me change that to our production URL, and let me delete the slash at the end. What I can do now is go to Kind. I have to go inside of the Kind dashboard. So let me go to kind.com again. Let me right here click on My Businesses. Let me click on Airbnb-YouTube. Let me then click right here on Your Applications and on View Details. And then inside of here, I have to now change the callback URL and then also the allowed logout redirect URL. Or not change it, but add our production URL. So under that, I can click on enter and add right here our URL, our production URL. And then at the end right here, I also have to append /API/auth/kind_callback. Then let's also right here for the logout redirect URL also paste my production URL. And again, it's very, very important that you delete the slash at the end. It should end with .app. Now let me click on save. This will now actually save that. And right here in our code, let's actually again push that to GitHub. So let's do git add everything with a dot. Let's do git commit -m. Let's say changed URL. Let's click enter, and let's now do git push. This will now again push our code to GitHub, and Vercel will automatically rebuild everything. So now you see our deployment has again been successful. Let me again click on the link right here, and now let's try to log in. So I will right here click on login, and now you see I got again redirected to the index page, and you see again all of our homes and also my favorites. So now friends, we are done. And now I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you could learn a lot. Thank you Kind for sponsoring this video. And now I hope I can see you on the next video. So bye.